That is the first truth, and the hardest one, and everything else about them proceeds from it. To the countless trillions who live and die beneath the black sky of the Imperium of mankind, the Space Marine is the ultimate symbol of two things that should not coexist in the same figure: protection and dread. He is a towering presence in armor thick as a tank's hull, moving through fire that would reduce an ordinary soldier to ash, bringing death to the enemies of mankind, with a calm that is somehow more terrifying than fury could ever be. They are called the Adeptus Astartes in the high formal tongue of the Imperium, the Angels of Death in the prayers of those they protect, and 100 other names across 1,000,000 worlds. They stand 7 feet tall and more before the armor adds another foot to that. They do not tire as men tire. They do not fear as men fear. They can go without sleep for weeks, survive the vacuum of space, heal wounds that would kill any mortal, and live, if war does not claim them first, for centuries beyond any natural span. But the thing that must be understood about them, beneath all the awe and all the terror, is that every single one of them began as an ordinary human child, and that to become what they are, that child had to be taken apart and rebuilt into something the human body was never designed to be. If the idea of drifting off to deep lore and the strange biologies of beings engineered for war brings you comfort, consider subscribing. It helps these stories reach you on the nights when sleep needs a steady voice to follow into the dark. And if you are listening from somewhere in the world right now, leave a note in the comments telling me where you are and what hour the clock shows. There is a quiet comfort in knowing the same story reaches so many different rooms across the turning of one long night. Let us begin. There is a moment, documented in the accounts of 100 different wars across 1,000 different worlds, that soldiers describe in nearly identical terms, regardless of the century in which they served or the enemy they faced. It is the moment when the Space Marines arrive. Not when they open fire, not when the first of them is seen at distance, a dark shape emerging from a drop pod smoke or stepping from the ramp of a gunship. The moment, the specific instant when an ordinary soldier, a guardsman, a militiaman, a PDF trooper who has been fighting for his life with the weapons available to ordinary men, realizes that what has just arrived on his side of the battlefield is something that operates by different rules than anything he has previously encountered. The accounts describe it differently, because people process shock differently, but certain details recur. The scale is always mentioned first. 7 feet of height is not, in isolation, impossible to comprehend. There are tall men in the Imperium, and tall men in armor are known quantities in a civilization that has been at war for 10,000 years. But a Space Marine is not a tall man in armor. He moves differently. The weight that should be carried by something that large is somehow absent from his step. He crosses ground with a purpose that registers as wrong, as inhuman, in the part of the brain that evolved to read the body language of other humans. And then the armor itself, not the height or the movement, but the armor, the ceramite plates layered and bolted and blessed, marked with the heraldry of a chapter whose history predates the soldier's world by millennia, scorched and pitted from battles the soldier will never know the names of. The armor is not new. It has survived things. The man inside it is carrying history on his shoulders, and he does not appear to notice the weight. The second thing the accounts mention is the sound. Power armor is not quiet. The servos that multiply the wearer's already superhuman strength produce a particular low hum and a series of clicks and compressions as the joints flex. A mechanical undertone to every movement, the body of a machine married to the body of a warrior. And yet the overall impression soldiers consistently report is not of noise, it is of controlled sound, of a thing that makes exactly as much noise as it chooses to make, and could make more, and has decided not to. The bolter is the third detail, the weapon that chambers a self-propelled explosive round the size of a man's thumb and fires it with a sound that is less a crack than a detonation, a deep, regular percussion that does not accelerate in urgency or slow in fatigue, because the figure holding it does not experience urgency or fatigue in any form a human soldier would recognize. The point of cataloging these details is not the details themselves. The point is what they add up to, what the watching soldier, in the accounts, consistently arrives at when he processes the sum of what he is seeing. The conclusion, reached with varying degrees of articulacy by ordinary soldiers across 10,000 years of the Imperium's history, is some version of the same thing. This is not a man. Not in the way that is meant dismissively, not in the way that diminishes the warrior, or removes him from the category of things deserving loyalty and reverence. In the way that is simply accurate. In the way that the soldier, who has spent his life among men and knows what men look like, and move like, and sound like, recognizes that the thing in ceramite, on the other side of the battlefield, is operating from a different template than the one he was assembled from. He is correct. The Space Marine is not a man in armor. He is what happens when a human civilization, facing extinction at the hands of a galaxy full of things that want it dead, decides that the human body, as it naturally exists, is insufficient for the task of survival, and sets about methodically improving it. This is a distinction that matters, because the Adeptus Astartes are so frequently mythologized, by the populations they protect, by the ecclesiarchy whose clergy weave them into the liturgy of the imperial creed, by the enemies who face them and survive to describe the encounter, even by the Astartes themselves, whose chapter cults drape the practical business of war-making in the language of crusade and holy mission. The myths are not wrong, exactly. They are not even misleading, in any simple sense. But they describe a finished product without addressing the process that produced it. And the process is where the real story lives, stranger and more disturbing and more extraordinary than the myth, because the myth is merely about armored giants who kill the enemies of mankind, and the truth is about what it costs to build one. What it costs. The question will follow this account from its beginning to its end, because it is the question that the Adeptus Astartes themselves, in their quieter moments, are said to turn over in the minds that were rebuilt along with their bodies. They know the answer. They have always known it, from the moment the last surgery healed and the last ritual of induction concluded, and they emerged from the Apothecarian as something their mothers would not entirely recognize. They know what was paid, and by whom, and what was received in exchange, and whether the transaction was fair. But the knowledge exists in them as a settled thing, a weight distributed evenly across years of accumulated experience, until it no longer registers as weight at all. To understand it from the outside, to trace the shape of the cost before the product obscures it, one must go back to the beginning, not to the childhood that was ended, not yet. First, to the mind that designed the transformation and the purpose it was designed to serve. The Imperium of mankind is a civilization at war. This is not a description of a temporary condition or an unfortunate historical circumstance. It is the structural fact that organizes everything else about the Imperium, its politics, its theology, its economy, its art and its architecture, and its philosophy. The Imperium has been at war, continuously and simultaneously on multiple fronts, for 10,000 years. It faces enemies that do not negotiate and cannot be appeased, the grinding tide of the orc, whose species reproduces by spore and fights by instinct and will never run out of bodies, the cold geometric horror of the Necron, ancient beyond any human reckoning, stirring now from tomb worlds where they have slept since before humanity learned to make fire, the Tyrannid hive fleet, which does not seek territory or resources in any way a human strategist can model, but simply consumes, stripping world after world to bare rock, the Chaos Space Marine warbands, and the demonic forces of the Warp, which cannot be killed in any final sense, because they are not fully alive in any sense that human biology recognizes. Against all of these, and against the ordinary attrition of 1,000,000 worlds worth of local conflicts and rebellions, and slow institutional decay, the Imperium requires defenders. It requires many kinds of defenders, at many scales. But at the point of crisis, at the moment when a world hangs in the balance, and the ordinary instruments of imperial military power have reached their limit, it requires something extraordinary. The Space Marine is that something. He was designed to be. The design is old, older than most of the Imperium's current institutions, and it is the work of a mind so far in advance of ordinary human capacity that the full scope of the original blueprint may never be reconstructible from the partial evidence that survived the events of 10,000 years ago. But enough of the design remains. In the bodies of the Astartes themselves, in the Codex Astartes and the chapter archives, in the records of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who maintain the gene seed, to understand what the intention was and how completely it was executed. The Adeptus Astartes are not a weapon. This distinction is made carefully in those rare philosophical discussions that chapters permit themselves in the intervals between campaigns. A weapon is a passive thing, activated by the hand that holds it, no more responsible for its use than the bolt it fires. The Astartes are an instrument, a more active term, one that implies volition and judgment, a thing that participates in the outcome rather than merely enabling it. This distinction matters to the chapters, who have spent 10,000 years considering what they are, because the difference between a weapon and an instrument is the difference between a thing that can be used without accountability and a thing that carries, in its own design, the expectation that it will be used well. They are not always used well. The history of the Adeptus Astartes includes crimes as well as glories, betrayals as well as sacrifices, moments when the instruments of humanity's protection became the source of its suffering. This will be returned to. But the design was not made for betrayal. The design was made for survival, in a galaxy that makes survival an achievement requiring continuous and extreme effort. To understand the design, one must understand the designer. The Emperor of Mankind is a figure so thoroughly wrapped in myth that the historical person at the center of the mythology is genuinely difficult to recover. The ecclesiarchy calls him a god. The Space Marine chapters, who were made from his genetics and serve his purpose, call him the master of mankind, and tend to be more cautious about the theology. The original legions were not, by design, a religious institution, and the traces of that origin persist in the Astartes' relationship to the imperial creed, which is one of reverence and distance rather than simple faith. What the historical record agrees upon, insofar as records from 10,000 years ago can be trusted, having survived a period of catastrophic destruction and deliberate falsification, is that the Emperor was a being of extraordinary psychic and physical capability, almost certainly the most powerful human who has ever lived, and that his project of unifying humanity and creating the tools for its defense was the work of centuries, not years. The Adeptus Astartes were not the first soldiers of that project. They were its culmination. Before them came the Thunder Warriors, a cruder attempt at the same solution, warriors enhanced beyond normal human capacity by early and imperfect versions of the same techniques that would eventually produce the Astartes. The Thunder Warriors were formidable, and they served their purpose in the unification wars that brought Terra under the Emperor's control, and they were set aside when something better became available. The Emperor's ambition was always for more than Terra. He intended the stars. For the stars, he needed something the Thunder Warriors were not. He needed soldiers who were stable, who would not, as the Thunder Warriors eventually did, become ungovernable, whose enhancements would not, over time, consume the minds inside them. He needed soldiers who could be produced reliably, in sufficient numbers to garrison a galactic empire, and who could pass their enhancements on to the next generation without requiring the Emperor's personal intervention at every step. He needed soldiers who were not merely strong and fast and hard to kill, but who were coherent, who carried within them the capacity for judgment and loyalty, for the kind of disciplined intelligence that distinguishes the effective from the merely dangerous. He needed, in short, something that had never existed before, and he built it. The result was the Adeptus Astartes, and the means by which they were built was a biological technology of extraordinary sophistication that would be called, in the centuries that followed, the gene seed. But before the gene seed, before the first aspirant was laid on an apothecarian's table and the first implant was placed inside him, there was a prior creation, one that preceded the Astartes by years and formed the genetic template from which all of them would eventually be drawn. There were the Primarchs. The Primarchs were not soldiers. This is an important distinction, and one that the histories of the Horus Heresy, the catastrophe that would eventually unmake them, tend to obscure by focusing on their roles as generals and warriors. The Primarchs were, first and most fundamentally, a biological experiment. They were 20 children, created in the Emperor's laboratories beneath the Himalayan peaks of Terra, each one a masterwork of genetic engineering, so far beyond anything the Adeptus Mechanicus has since been able to replicate, that the full scope of the technique used to create them remains, 10,000 years later, a matter of speculation rather than documented fact. They were made from the Emperor's own genetic material, fragments of his extraordinary biology, each one isolated and amplified and given its own expression in a separate created being. And they were intended to be two things simultaneously: commanders of a superhuman army and the biological templates from which that army would be grown. Each Primarch carried within his genome a specific and unique expression of the Emperor's enhanced humanity. This is the fact that made the legions possible, and that made the legions diverse, and that eventually made the schism between them catastrophic in a way that a more homogeneous army would never have been, because the 20 Primarchs were not the same. They were siblings of a kind, sharing a common origin in the Emperor's genetics, but the process that created them had isolated different aspects of that original template and amplified each one differently. One Primarch was gifted above all others in strategic calculation, another in inspiring loyalty, another in raw physical capability that exceeded even the extraordinary baseline of the Primarch form, another in a darkness of temperament that would prove as much a weapon as any gun. These were not accidents. The Emperor was not improvising. The variation was deliberate. An army whose commanders each embodied a different expression of human excellence would be more adaptable, more resilient, harder to counter, than an army of identical commanders serving an identical doctrine. The design was, like most of the Emperor's designs, correct in its logic and catastrophic in ways that the logic did not anticipate. Before the catastrophe, however, there was the achievement, and the first achievement of the Primarch project was not the Primarchs themselves, but what they made possible. From each Primarch's genome, the Emperor's gene rights extracted the raw material of the gene seed, that set of engineered biological organs, calibrated specifically to each Primarch's unique genetic expression, that could be implanted into an ordinary human adolescent and transform him, over years of surgery and conditioning, into something that carried a thread of the Primarch's biology in every cell of his rebuilt body. The gene seed was the mechanism of replication. It was how one Primarch became tens of thousands of Space Marines, not by the Primarch himself creating each warrior, but by his genetics, encoded into the implanted organs, reshaping every aspirant who received them into a partial echo of the template. Every warrior of the First Legion carried Primarch Lion L. Johnson's gene seed. Every warrior of the 13th Legion carried Roboute Guilliman's. Every warrior of the 6th Legion carried Leman Russ's. The connection was biological, heritable, and permanent, and it expressed itself not just in the body, but in the mind and the character, in the tendencies and the gifts and the flaws that each legion inherited, along with the physical enhancements. The Primarchs themselves were not present at their own gene seed's extraction. The project was still in its early stages when something happened, an event that the surviving records describe with a consistency that suggests it was real, and an imprecision that suggests its cause remains unknown. The Primarch infants, contained in their gestational capsules in the laboratories beneath the Himalayas, were taken, scattered. A power that the Emperor himself appears to have identified as the work of the Chaos Gods, the entities of the warp who recognized in the Emperor's project an existential threat to their own influence over humanity, reached into the material world and dispersed the 20 created children across the galaxy, to worlds that had never heard of Terra and would not for many years to come. The Emperor did not abandon the project. The loss of the Primarchs was a setback that would have broken a lesser undertaking entirely, but the gene seed had already been extracted before the scattering, and the gene seed was what the legions were built from. 20 legions were raised on Terra and on the worlds that came under the Emperor's control in the first decades of the Great Crusade, raised from ordinary human adolescents, implanted with gene seed, derived from the Primarchs who were, for the moment, missing. The warriors of each legion were, in a real biological sense, carrying their Primarch's genetics in their transformed bodies, even before their Primarch was found. The connection was encoded in the organ structure, in the specific expression of the implants, in the characteristic strengths and weaknesses of each line. When the Primarchs were eventually rediscovered, one by one, across the decades of the Great Crusade, on the distant worlds where the warp's intervention had deposited them, they stepped into command of armies that already carried their blood. The reunion of a Primarch with his legion is described in sources from many different perspectives and in many different tones, but one detail is consistent across all of them: recognition, not merely of identity, not merely of the political and military relationship, something more immediate, more biological. The Primarch recognized his sons in the warriors who stood before him, and the warriors recognized something in the Primarch that they had been carrying unknowingly since the day their first implant was placed. This is the inheritance that underlies everything else about the Adeptus Astartes. The 19 gene seed organs that transform an aspirant into a space marine are not generic enhancements applied uniformly across all chapters and all warriors. They are specific. The gene seed of the Ultramarines carries Guilliman's extraordinary capacity for strategic organization and institutional discipline. The gene seed of the Space Wolves carries Leman Russ's physical aggression and the particular biological modification, the Canis helix, that gives the Velka Fenrica their wolf-like senses and their wolf-like tendencies, and, in the most extreme cases, their wolf-like transformations. The gene seed of the Blood Angels carries Sanguinius's beauty and his psychic gift, and the shadow that lay behind both, the flaw that would not reveal itself until his death, and that has haunted his sons across 10,000 years of war since. The inheritance is total. It encompasses not just the biological modifications, but the character, the gifts, and the wounds of the being who was its source. A Space Marine is not merely enhanced. He is the descendant of a demigod, carrying that demigod's specific legacy in his bones and his blood, and the altered architecture of his mind, and no subsequent training or conditioning or indoctrination entirely overwrites what was encoded there at the beginning. The Primarchs themselves existed at a scale that is difficult to render without tipping into the mythic register that this account is trying, where possible, to resist. They were not human in any normal sense of the word. They were larger than the Astartes they commanded, faster, stronger, possessed of psychic abilities and strategic capabilities and personal charisma that operated on a scale beyond what the Space Marine template could fully express. They were the Emperor's children in a more direct sense than their sons were, not produced by the gene seed process, but by a more intimate and more powerful form of creation, carrying the Emperor's genetics at a higher resolution and a greater completeness. A Primarch could survive wounds that would kill an Astartes. A Primarch could inspire a legion to feats that cold strategic calculation would have told the Primarch were impossible. A Primarch could look at a battlefield and understand it in a way that his most gifted officers could only approximate. They were, in the most literal sense, humanity raised to a higher power, and they were, in the same sense, a demonstration of what the Gene Seed Project was attempting to do at a lesser but more replicable scale. The Great Crusade, which occupied the latter portion of the 30th millennium of the imperial calendar, was the largest military undertaking in human history. 230 years of expansion across the galaxy, bringing world after world into the Imperium, by compliance or by conquest, deploying the 20 legions, each numbering, at the campaign's height, in the tens of thousands of warriors, alongside the Imperial Army's vast conventional forces and the titans of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Astartes were not the only instrument of the Crusade, but they were its sharpest one, deployed against the targets that conventional force could not take, the fortified positions and the alien horrors and the entrenched human civilizations that had developed their own defenders in the long millennia of old night, when the Emperor's light had not reached them. The 20 legions learned, in those 2 centuries of continuous warfare, what their gene seed had given them and what it had withheld. They developed their chapter cults, the specific rituals and beliefs and ways of war that expressed each legion's character, which was itself an expression of the Primarch's character, which was itself an expression of the fragment of the Emperor's genome that had been isolated and amplified in the Primarch's creation. The legions were, by the end of the Great Crusade, as diverse as the Primarchs who led them, and that diversity was both their greatest strength and, as events would prove, the vector of their greatest vulnerability. Because the Primarchs were not merely different in capability, they were different in their understanding of what the Crusade was for, in their relationship to the Emperor's vision, in their loyalty to his methods, in their sense of what humanity should become under his guidance. Most of them believed in the project fully, with the particular intensity of beings who had been made for a purpose and had found that purpose equal to the scale of their capacity. But not all of them, and the ones who did not, or who came to doubt, or who were offered something that the Emperor's project withheld from them, became the wound that nearly killed everything. That wound will be returned to, because its consequences are still being felt in every chapter monastery, on every world the Adeptus Astartes call home. But before the wound, there was the achievement, the full expression of the Emperor's design, 20 legions of transhuman warriors, led by demigod commanders, advancing across the galaxy in the name of a humanity that had never been stronger, or more unified, or more dangerous to the things that threatened it. In the gene seed laboratories of 100 worlds, the process of creating new warriors continued without pause throughout the Great Crusade's duration. Aspirants were selected, surgeries were performed, the 19 organs were implanted, one by one, over the years that the transformation required. Warriors died in the making, and warriors died in the campaigns, and the gene seed of the fallen was recovered by the legion's apothecaries and returned to the cultivating facilities and used to make new organs for the next cohort of aspirants. The chain was continuous and self-sustaining, the gene seed flowing from living warriors to dead ones, to the organs incubating in stasis, and from there to the aspirants whose bodies would carry it forward, generation after generation, world after world, war after war. This is what the Emperor built. Not an army. A system, a self-replicating, self-sustaining engine of transhuman warfare that could produce new warriors as fast as old ones were lost, could carry the Primarch's genetics forward indefinitely across any span of time and any volume of space, could adapt to new enemies and new theaters and new scales of conflict without requiring the Emperor's direct intervention at every point. It was, as a piece of biological and organizational engineering, possibly the most sophisticated thing humanity has ever produced, And it was, in the moment of its fullest expression, on the verge of being destroyed from within by the very diversity that made it extraordinary. The Primarchs were found, one by one. They took command of their legions. The crusade continued. And somewhere in the latter years of that expansion, in the heart of a legion whose Primarch had been given more power and more latitude and more trust than perhaps any of the others, something began to go wrong. Quietly at first, in ways that the histories have since debated endlessly. And then, with a catastrophic speed that no one who lived through it ever fully recovered from, all at once. But the gene seed survived. Whatever came next, whatever was lost in the conflagration, the gene seed survived. And from it, the Adeptus Astartes were rebuilt. To speak of the Great Crusade accurately is to attempt something that the human mind resists, the genuine comprehension of scale, not as an abstract number, but as a lived reality, a weight that presses down on the imagination and refuses to be reduced to something manageable. 230 years. 230 years of continuous military expansion across a galaxy that contains, by the Administratum's best estimates, somewhere in the region of 100 billion stars, of which a significant fraction harbor worlds capable of supporting human life, of which a significant fraction of those harbor human life that had, in the long darkness before the Emperor's crusade reached them, developed in directions that the Crusade's architects considered incompatible with the unified human civilization they were attempting to build. 230 years of war on that scale, conducted simultaneously across dozens of active fronts, supplied and reinforced across distances that required months of warp travel, even for the fastest vessels, coordinated by a command structure of 20 legions and their Primarchs, and the vast conventional forces of the Imperial Army, and the engines of the Mechanicus, and the navigator houses, and the rogue traders, who served as the Crusade's advanced scouts and diplomatic vanguard. Numbers fail this. The numbers that survive in the historical record, the compliance tallies, the legion strength reports, the casualty figures and the world counts, and the campaign durations, are accurate as far as they go, but they do not convey the thing itself. The thing itself was the largest organized human endeavor in recorded history, and it was built on the foundation of the 20 legions, and the 20 legions were built on the foundation of the gene seed, and the gene seed was built on the foundation of 20 Primarchs, who were themselves built on the foundation of one man's vision of what humanity could survive to become if it chose, deliberately and at enormous cost, to make itself harder to kill. What the legions looked like at the height of the crusade is something the surviving records capture in fragments. Artwork and tactical assessments, and the occasional first-person account from officers who were not themselves Astartes, but who served alongside them long enough to form opinions. The consensus across these fragments is not what a modern reader of the mythology might expect. The Astartes of the Great Crusade were not the chapter-organized, color-coded, independently operating warriors of the current era. They were legionnaires, members of vast formations that dwarfed anything the subsequent chapter structure would permit, operating in coordination with their Primarch and with each other at a scale that gave their warfare a quality closer to the movement of a geological force than to what a modern observer would recognize as a military engagement. A legion at full strength could, and did, reduce a fortified world to compliance in a matter of weeks. A legion could sustain that pace across years of continuous campaigning without the logistical collapse that would have destroyed any conventional force attempting the same tempo. And a legion, when its Primarch was present at the point of maximum danger, could do things that the tactical manuals of the subsequent era would classify as impossible and simply note, in the historical record, as having happened. The diversity between the legions was visible in everything, in their armor's heraldry, in their tactical preferences, in the quality of the silence they kept, and the character of the violence they produced. This diversity was, as noted, encoded in the gene seed. But gene seed does not operate in isolation. It shapes the body, and influences the mind, but it does not write the culture that forms around those shaped bodies and influenced minds. The culture came from the Primarchs, who brought to their legions not just their genetics, but their personalities, their philosophies, their ways of understanding what the crusade was for and what it demanded of the warriors who prosecuted it. The Ultramarines of Roboute Guilliman were the crusade's institutional memory and its administrative backbone. Not because Guilliman was the most physically capable of the Primarchs, though he was extraordinary by any measure, but because his mind worked in a register that combined strategic genius with organizational intelligence in a way that no other Primarch fully matched. The Ultramarines' gene seed produced warriors who were, on average, more balanced than the sons of almost any other Primarch, strong across all disciplines, adaptive across all theaters, consistent in a way that made them reliable in situations that more specialized legions would have found awkward. They were the Crusade's most versatile instrument, and the Codex Astartes that Guilliman would later write, the document that governs the chapter structure to this day, was an expression of the same mind that had spent 2 centuries learning what worked, and what failed, and why. There is something in the Ultramarines' gene seed that continues to produce this quality in their sons, a particular facility for absorbing doctrine and applying it intelligently rather than mechanically, a cultural inheritance that prizes the mind, that understands the rule, over the mind that merely follows it. The Space Wolves of Leman Russ were a different thing entirely, and the difference began in the gene seed and ran through everything that grew from it. Russ was, of all the Primarchs, the one whose enhancement had traveled most dramatically away from the baseline human template, not in physical scale, where several Primarchs matched or exceeded him, but in the particular direction of his enhancement, which had given him qualities that the surviving descriptions struggle to place in any ordinary category. He was faster than he should have been, possessed of senses that operated at a pitch closer to the animal than the human, characterized by a kind of joyful and absolute violence in battle that his own warriors recognized as the expression of something they also carried, in a lesser form, in their own rebuilt bodies. The Canis Helix, the specific genetic modification embedded in the Space Wolves' gene seed, gave Russ's sons enhanced senses and a particular aggression that made them among the most dangerous warriors in the legions at the level of individual combat. It also gave them, in some cases, something more than that. The whispered accounts of warriors whose transformation had proceeded too far, whose Canis Helix had driven them past the point where they were recognizable as Astartes and into something older and more animal. These accounts circulated in the Great Crusade era and were treated with a diplomatic silence by the other legions. The Space Wolves did not discuss it. They managed it, in their way, with the same combination of pragmatism and ritual that characterized their approach to everything. But the flaw was there, encoded in Russ's genetics, expressing itself in his sons across the millennia to come. The Blood Angels of Sanguinius occupied a position in the mythology of the Crusade that was unique among the legions, because Sanguinius was unique among the Primarchs, in a quality that the others possessed in varying degrees, but that he embodied so completely it became the defining characteristic of his legion's identity. He was beautiful. This is noted in every surviving description without embarrassment or qualification, because the word is accurate in a sense that goes beyond the aesthetic. Sanguinius was physically beautiful in a way that seemed impossible for a being designed for war, and the beauty was an expression of something in his gene seed that gave his sons a quality of aspect and bearing that distinguished them visually from any other legion. More than the appearance, however, was the character beneath it, a capacity for empathy and for artistic creation and for a specific kind of devotion that the other Primarchs admired without quite being able to replicate. The Blood Angels fought with a ferocity that was, when the battle rage overtook them, as absolute as anything the Space Wolves produced. But in Sanguinius's sons, it was beauty and darkness together, light and shadow, encoded in the same gene seed, and the shadow would eventually prove to be darker than anyone during the Crusade had understood. The iron hands of Ferrus Manus approached the question of the body from an angle that set them apart from every other legion, and that angle was embedded in their Primarch's own relationship to the flesh he had been born into. Ferrus Manus had, in the years before his rediscovery, encountered a being of metal and strange power, and had, in a contest of will and strength, destroyed it, and had kept, as the product of that encounter, hands of living metal that replaced the biological ones he had lost. This was not, in most accounts, something Ferrus Manus regarded as a loss. The living metal hands were stronger than flesh. They did not tire. They did not bleed. The lesson he drew from the encounter was one his sons inherited. The flesh is weak, and where the flesh is weak, metal serves better. The iron hands of the Great Crusade were the legionnaires most likely to augment their bodies with bionics, most likely to replace the biological with the mechanical when the mechanical proved superior, most likely to regard the organic substrate of the Astartes form as a starting point rather than an endpoint. The gene seed they carried produced warriors who were, in aggregate, harder to kill than most legions' sons, because they had decided, culturally and biologically, that survival mattered more than the organic integrity of the body that survived. The Dark Angels of Lion L. Johnson were, even during the Crusade, the most difficult of the legions to characterize with confidence, not because they were poorly documented, but because the documentation is so consistently cautious, so consistently aware of what it is not saying, that the gaps become almost as informative as the text. The Lion was the most gifted strategist of the Primarchs, possibly including Guilliman, though the two disagreed on this point, and the disagreement was conducted with the particular politeness of two beings who were each entirely certain of their own superiority. His sons carried his gene seed's gifts of strategic calculation and personal discipline, and a particular quality of secrecy that expressed itself in the legion's culture as a preference for operating without explanation, without full disclosure, without the kind of transparency that the Codex Astartes would later mandate. During the Great Crusade, this was a tactical preference. In the aftermath of the heresy, it would become something more, a necessity built around a secret so catastrophic that the Dark Angels have spent 10,000 years managing it, at any cost, in any silence. There were 16 other legions, and each carried its own gene seed's expression of its Primarch's character, and each developed its own culture around that expression, and each contributed to the Crusade in its own way. The Thousand Sons, and their psychic gifts, and their tragedy. The World Eaters and their violence, which was always extraordinary and eventually became ungovernable. The Emperor's Children, whose devotion to excellence in all things was the seed of a corruption that would take everything that devotion could produce and invert it into something the gene seed had never been designed to sustain. The Salamanders, whose sons carried Vulcan's gift of endurance and his specific tenderness toward the ordinary humans they protected, a quality unusual enough in an Astartes legion to be noted, consistently, in the records of the worlds they complied. The Raven Guard, whose gene seed gave their sons a quality of stillness and concealment that made them the Crusade's finest infiltrators. The Imperial Fists, whose Rogel Dorn had built his legion into the Crusade's finest siege warriors, and whose gene seed would eventually produce, among the second founding chapters, the Black Templars, whose crusading fervor would have been recognizable, perhaps uncomfortably so, to the Primarch, who inadvertently gave it to them. 20 legions. The number bears repeating not as a count but as an impression, the impression of 20 distinct expressions of superhuman capacity, each shaped by its Primarch's genetics and its Primarch's philosophy, each contributing something that none of the others could fully replace, the whole forming something that the galaxy had never seen before and would not see again. They were, in the middle years of the Great Crusade, the closest thing humanity has ever produced to an absolute military capability, not invincible, not without loss, not without failure, but capable of facing any enemy the galaxy had yet produced and finding, in the end, a way through. The worlds they brought into compliance, remember them, in those records that survive. The accounts are not uniform in their tone. Compliance was not always achieved without cost to the populations being complied, and the histories of some worlds carry the memory of the Astartes with a complexity that simple reverence does not capture. But the dominant note, across the records of the Great Crusade era, is awe. Awe at the scale of the undertaking. Awe at the warriors who executed it. Awe at the Primarchs who led them. And beneath the awe, for those who recorded not just what they saw, but what they felt, something quieter and more durable. The recognition that humanity, in this moment, was doing something that the long darkness of old night had seemed to make permanently impossible. It was winning. Slowly, expensively, at a cost in lives, and in the particular currency of the gene seed that would take generations to fully account, but winning, pushing back the alien and the hostile and the simply indifferent, reclaiming the stars that human civilization had lost when the infrastructure of the dark age of technology collapsed and left 10,000 worlds to survive or perish on their own. The Great Crusade was not the end of the story. It was not designed to be. The Emperor had a further intention, a project whose nature has been debated by scholars for 10,000 years, whose ultimate purpose may never be fully known, which required his physical withdrawal from the direct command of the Crusade, and his return to Terra, and the great undertaking he conducted in the secret chambers beneath the imperial palace. He left Horus, the most trusted and the most gifted of the Primarchs, in command. The galaxy was not yet fully complied. There were still wars to fight. The legions were still at the height of their power, and the gene seed was still flowing, and the apothecarians of 100 forge worlds were still producing new warriors to replace the fallen. And then, in the time that the histories call the heresy, and that those who lived through it called many other things, the betrayal, the catastrophe, the wound, something went wrong with the design. Not with the gene seed, not with the Astartes themselves exactly, with the beings who commanded them, and with what those beings were offered, and with what they chose when the offer was made. The legions that turned would not be spoken of in full here. That accounting belongs to a different telling, the story of the heresy itself, of the choices made and the consequences paid, of the civil war that nearly ended the Imperium before it had fully begun. What must be understood, for the purposes of this account, is the institutional consequence. Because the gene seed survived the heresy, and the legions that had not turned survived the heresy, and from those survivors, diminished, bloodied, altered in ways that would take decades to fully measure, the Adeptus Astartes that exist in the current era were constructed, a different shape, a more cautious one, a shape designed, above all else, to ensure that what had happened once could never happen at the same scale again. The Horus Heresy lasted, by the most conservative accounting, approximately 9 years. In a civilization that measures its history in millennia and its wars in centuries, 9 years is a brief thing, a footnote in duration, the kind of interval that the Administratum's record keepers would not ordinarily consider worthy of the weight it is given in the histories. But duration is not the correct measure. The correct measure is consequence, and by the measure of consequence, the heresy is not a footnote. It is the event from which everything that came after proceeds, the wound around which the Imperium of the current era has organized itself, the rupture that defines the shape of the institution this account is attempting to describe. To understand the Adeptus Astartes as they exist now, one must understand what the heresy did to them, not in terms of the battles fought and the worlds burned. That is the heresy's own story, and it is told elsewhere, but in terms of what it demonstrated about the design, and what the survivors decided to do with that demonstration. What it demonstrated was this, that the legions were too large and too powerful and too completely identified with their Primarchs to be trusted with their own governance. This is a blunt way of stating a conclusion that the surviving Primarchs reached through 9 years of catastrophic evidence, and it does not capture the full complexity of the reasoning, the philosophical debates that Roboute Guilliman conducted with his surviving brothers in the aftermath, the technical arguments about gene seed stability and the long-term viability of legion-scale formations, the political calculations about what a post-heresy imperium could sustain, without repeating the conditions that had made the heresy possible. But the blunt version is accurate. The legions were too large. A single Primarch commanding tens of thousands of Astartes was a concentration of military power that, if that Primarch chose to direct it against the Imperium rather than in its service, was sufficient to destroy worlds and challenge the Imperium's capacity to respond. 8 Primarchs had chosen exactly that. The design had a flaw, and the flaw was scale. The solution, Guilliman's solution, ratified by the surviving Primarchs and enshrined in the document that would govern the Adeptus Astartes for the next 10,000 years, was the Codex Astartes. It is necessary here to be precise about what this document is and what it is not, because its name has accumulated layers of meaning across the millennia that obscure the specific institutional function it was originally designed to perform. The Codex Astartes is not a rulebook in any simple sense. It is not a tactical manual, though it contains tactical doctrine. It is not a code of ethics, though it contains ethical prescriptions. It is, at its core, a blueprint for a new kind of Astartes institution, one designed specifically to eliminate the conditions that had made the heresy possible, at the cost of eliminating some of the conditions that had made the legions so effective. The central provision was this: no single commander would ever again be permitted to control more than 1,000 space marines. The legions, those vast formations of tens of thousands of warriors, were to be broken apart. Each surviving legion would be divided into chapters, each chapter numbering 1,000 warriors at full strength, each chapter independent in command and self-sufficient in logistics and recruitment and gene seed cultivation. The Primarchs, those beings whose personal authority had proved capable of overriding any institutional check on their behavior, would no longer directly command their sons. The chapters would be led by chapter masters, Astartes, not Primarchs, answerable to the Imperium rather than to the gene sire whose legacy they carried. The breaking of the legions, as it came to be called, was not universally accepted. The Space Wolves rejected the Codex Astartes, not entirely, not in every particular, but in its structural core, the mandate that they divide their legion into chapters of 1,000. Leman Russ declined. The Space Wolves remain, to this day, a legion in everything but formal designation, organized according to their own traditions rather than Guilliman's blueprint, and the Imperium has found it more practical to accommodate this deviation than to enforce compliance against warriors who have given no other reason to doubt their loyalty. The Iron Hands, and the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard accepted the Codex with varying degrees of completeness. The Ultramarines accepted it entirely, which was perhaps to be expected, given that their Primarch had written it. And from the Ultramarines Legion alone, the second founding produced more than a dozen new chapters, each carrying Guilliman's gene seed, each organized according to his blueprint, each dispatched to a different region of the galaxy to guard it. But before the second founding, before the ink was dry on the Codex Astartes and the first new chapters were raised from the divided legions, there was the Scouring. The Horus Heresy ended at Terra, at the walls of the Imperial Palace, at the final battle aboard Horus's flagship, at the moment when the Emperor's intervention ended the War Master's life and ended the Emperor's own capacity to direct the war he had spent decades preparing for. The traitor forces, deprived of Horus's command, began to fracture and retreat. But they did not retreat into nothing. They retreated into the Eye of Terror, that vast region of space where the boundary between the material universe and the warp is so thin as to be functionally absent, where daemons walk freely, and time moves in patterns that the human mind cannot reliably map, where the traitor legions could regroup and survive and continue to threaten from a distance the imperium they had failed to destroy from within. The loyalist forces pursued them. The Scouring is what historians call the campaign that followed the heresy's conclusion, the period of late M31, stretching into early M32, in which the surviving loyalist legions drove the traitor forces back to the Eye and prosecuted the rearguard actions and the siege campaigns and the boarding actions that were necessary to make the victory at Terra something more than a temporary reprieve. It was brutal, grinding work, the work of mopping up after a catastrophe, fighting enemies who were still formidable despite their defeat, on terrain and in conditions that favored the defenders. The Loyalists had their own losses to absorb. They had their own command structures to rebuild, their own gene seed lines to assess for damage, their own warriors' psychological wounds to manage in the aftermath of a war that had required many of them to kill their own brothers. The Scouring produced its own campaigns of legend and its own moments of horror, and the records of it are fragmentary in ways that the records of the heresy proper are not, because the Scouring was the work of warriors who were exhausted and diminished and operating at the edge of what even Astartes' endurance could sustain. What the Scouring accomplished, in its grinding and expensive way, was the formal separation of the Age of the Legions from the Age of the Chapters. By the time the traitor forces had been driven back to the Eye, and the immediate military crisis had subsided enough for Guilliman to promulgate the Codex, the world that the Codex was being written for was already different from the world that the heresy had been fought in. The Primarchs were gone, killed, ascended, lost, or withdrawn, in ways that the surviving records describe with varying degrees of clarity, and none of the certainty that would allow a definitive accounting. The legions were diminished. The imperial army was exhausted. The vast infrastructure of the Great Crusade, the fleet assets, the supply chains, the coordination mechanisms that had allowed 20 legions to operate simultaneously across a galactic front, had been severely damaged by 9 years of civil war, followed by the Scouring's campaigns. The Imperium that emerged from this period was not the Imperium that had launched the Great Crusade. It was something older and smaller and more defensive, an institution that had learned, at the highest possible cost, that the scale of the Great Crusade's ambitions had carried within it the scale of the Great Crusade's possible failures. The Codex Astartes was the institutional response to that lesson. The breaking of the legions, conducted across the early years of M32 as the second founding created hundreds of new chapters from the surviving legion remnants, was the practical implementation of the Codex's central provision. Each new chapter received its allocation of warriors from the parent legion, its allocation of gene seed from the parent legion's cultivating facilities, its colors and its charter and its assigned territory. And then it was sent away to a fortress monastery on a world in its assigned region of space, to function as an independent entity whose relationship to its parent legion was one of biological descent rather than operational command. What was gained in this arrangement was precisely what Guilliman had designed it to gain: resilience, a traitor force that could, in theory, suborn or corrupt or simply destroy a legion of 50,000 warriors, could not simultaneously suborn or corrupt or destroy the 100 chapters that 50,000 warriors became when divided. The dispersal made the institution harder to attack at its command structure. It also made it harder to supply and coordinate. But this was a cost Guilliman had decided the Imperium could sustain. Better 100 effective chapters operating independently than one legion capable of being captured, whole, by a single corrupted commander. The math of the second founding was the math of redundancy, the acceptance that scale would be sacrificed for the sake of survivability. What was lost was less easily quantified, but no less real. The legions had operated with a coordination and a scale that the chapter structure cannot replicate. A legion in full campaign could bring a force to bear on a single objective that no subsequent chapter could match, short of calling in multiple forces and accepting the delays and the complications that multi-chapter operations inevitably produce. The camaraderie of the legions, the brotherhood of warriors who had trained together and fought together and buried their dead together across decades of continuous campaigning, was fractured by the breaking, replaced by the narrower brotherhood of the chapter, which was a different and in some ways more intense bond, but also a more insular one. The legions had known each other. The chapters, dispersed across the galaxy to their individual assignments, would spend much of the next 10,000 years knowing only themselves. The new geography of the Imperium's defense was drawn in the early centuries of M32 as the second founding chapters reached their assigned fortress monasteries and began the work of establishing themselves. A chapter was responsible for a region of space, not a single world, but a volume of the galaxy, potentially encompassing dozens or hundreds of inhabited systems against which it would respond to threats as they arose. This was an extraordinary assignment for a force of 1,000 warriors, and it was intended to be. The chapter was not the Imperium's primary military force, but its emergency response, the asset held in reserve for the moments when the conventional military forces of the Astra Militarum reached their limit. A chapter would fight where the fighting was worst, where ordinary soldiers could not survive, where the scale of the threat required something that operated outside the ordinary parameters of human military capability. And then, when the crisis was resolved, the chapter would return to its fortress monastery and its recruiting, and the slow, continuous work of making more Astartes to replace the ones it had lost. 1,000 warriors, divided into 10 companies, each company with its own role in the chapter's life cycle and its own function in the chapter's tactical deployments. 1,000 warriors and the infrastructure to support them, the fortress monastery with its apothecarian and its armory and its librarium and its training facilities and its gene seed vaults. 1,000 warriors and the self-sustaining biological system that would, in theory, allow them to persist indefinitely. The gene seed flowing from the living to the dead, to the organs in cultivation, to the aspirants whose bodies would carry it forward. This is the design that has governed the Adeptus Astartes for 10,000 years. Not the legions of the Great Crusade, vast and diverse and terrifying in their scale. The chapters, smaller, more dispersed, more insular, more resilient, each one a distinct expression of its gene seed heritage and its homeworld's culture, and the accumulated history of its campaigns. Each one a fragment of the original design, carrying its thread of the Primarchs' genetics forward through the centuries, maintaining the chain that connects every living space marine to the Emperor's laboratories beneath the Himalayas of Terra, to the gene wrights who extracted the first gene seed from the first Primarchs, to the vision of a man who decided, in the 30th millennium, that humanity's survival was worth whatever it cost to secure. The cost has never stopped being paid. A chapter of the Adeptus Astartes is, by the precise definition of the Codex Astartes, a military formation of 1,000 warriors. This definition is accurate, and it is insufficient. A military formation is a technical description, an accounting of bodies and weapons and command relationships, the kind of entry that appears in an administratum ledger alongside the chapter's founding date and its assigned operational theater. What the definition does not capture is the thing itself, the lived reality of 1,000 transhuman warriors, organized not merely into a fighting force, but into a society, a brotherhood, a civilization in miniature, complete with its own history and its own mythology, and its own relationship to the concepts of death and duty and meaning that any civilization, if it is going to function across centuries, must eventually develop. The Codex Astartes provides the skeleton. The chapter provides the flesh. The skeleton, first, because it is where the architecture begins. A codex-compliant chapter, meaning a chapter that follows Guilliman's blueprint as written, rather than the various deviations that 10,000 years of independent development have produced in chapters that are loyal but idiosyncratic, is organized into 10 companies, each of 100 warriors in principle, if not always in practice, each with a distinct role in the chapter's overall function and a distinct identity in its culture. The companies are not equal. They are arranged in a hierarchy of experience and specialization that mirrors the life cycle of a space marine himself, the journey from new warrior to veteran, from the margins of the chapter to its core, and finally to the quiet horror of the most elite formations, where warriors who have survived everything the galaxy has thrown at them for decades or centuries are concentrated into units that the chapter deploys only when the need is absolute. The 10th company is where Space Marines begin. Its warriors are scouts, aspirants who have survived the initial stages of the implantation process and received enough of the gene seed organs to be considered Astartes in training, but who have not yet received the full suite of enhancements or the power armor that marks the completed warrior. Scouts serve a dual purpose in the chapter's architecture. They are the next generation of fully realized warriors, still in process, still being tested and evaluated and shaped by the experience of actual combat conducted at the margins of the main force, in roles that value the qualities a scout possesses, stealth, reconnaissance, precision, over the qualities he does not yet fully have. They are also, in a cruder sense, the chapter's insurance against the loss of scouts who will not survive to become full Marines. The attrition in the scout companies is significant. This is expected. The trials of recruitment filtered the aspirants, the surgeries of implantation filtered them further, and the scout years filter them again. The last test, before the black carapace is implanted, and the power armor is bestowed, and the warrior is considered complete. The bulk of a chapter's strength lives in companies 2 through 9, the battle companies and the reserve companies, organized in a pattern that balances combat power with the specialized functions the chapter requires to operate across the full range of engagements the galaxy provides. The battle companies, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, in a codex-compliant chapter, are the chapter's primary striking force. The formations deployed when the need is direct and immediate, and the solution required is concentrated violence, applied with precision and speed. Each battle company contains its tactical squads, the standard 10 warrior units that form the backbone of Astartes warfare, alongside assault elements and fire support elements, organized to be self-sufficient across a wide range of tactical situations. A battle company can operate as a complete, independent force on most engagements, requiring support from other chapter elements only when the scope of the operation exceeds what 100 warriors can manage. The reserve companies, 6th through 9th, serve a function that the name slightly misrepresents. They are not held back in any passive sense. They are specialists, formations of warriors, whose training has concentrated them in a particular mode of combat, available to reinforce and supplement the battle companies, with a specific capability that the battle company's generalist organization does not contain at the same density. The 6th and 7th companies are Tactical Reserve, warriors whose training emphasizes flexibility and fire control, the ability to hold ground and direct sustained shooting at an enemy in ways that the assault-oriented elements of a battle company are not optimized for. The 8th company is the Assault Reserve, warriors whose training concentrates on the close-quarters violence of melee and jump-pack assault, available to add weight to an engagement's most intense close-range phase. The 9th company is the Devastator Reserve, warriors equipped with the chapter's heaviest infantry weapons, the missile launchers and the las cannons and the plasma cannons that allow Astartes to engage the armored vehicles and fortified positions that bolter fire alone cannot efficiently destroy. And then, at the apex of the chapter's 10-company structure, the 1st company. The 1st company is the chapter's veterans, warriors who have survived long enough and been tested severely enough to have earned the right to wear tactical dreadnought armor. This is the armor that the histories call Terminator armor, though the formal designation is the name under which it was first developed. And the informal name captures something the formal one does not: the sense of finality, of absolute capability, pressed to its ultimate expression, that a warrior in Terminator armor represents on a battlefield. Terminator armor is heavier than standard power armor by an order of magnitude that changes the wearer's relationship to the environment around him. He moves more slowly. He cannot be equipped with a jump pack. He cannot pilot most vehicles or pass through most doorways without difficulty. What he gains in exchange is a degree of physical protection so extreme that weapons capable of destroying armored vehicles must be brought to bear to have reliable effect against him, and a weapons load that makes individual Terminators more heavily armed than some vehicles. First Company warriors in Terminator armor, operating in the close-quarters environments, the corridors of space hulks, the internal passages of fortified positions, the boarding actions conducted against enemy vessels, are among the most destructive infantry formations that any military in the Imperium can field. But the companies and their warriors, however organized, do not alone constitute the chapter. The Codex Astartes also specifies, and long chapter tradition has elaborated, a set of specialist roles that exist outside the company structure, or more precisely, that operate within it at a level of institutional authority that the company command structure does not fully contain. These are the officers and the specialists, without whom the chapter would be a military force rather than the self-sustaining institution that Guilliman designed it to be. The chapter master stands above all of them. He is the supreme authority in a chapter, commander, judge, high priest in the chapter cult, and guardian of the gene seed line, all functions concentrated in a single figure whose authority within his chapter is absolute in ways that even the highest imperial authorities recognize as inviolable. Chapter masters are not appointed by the Imperium. They are chosen by the chapter itself, by processes that vary between chapters, but that universally emphasize the capacity for strategic command, the depth of experience, and the particular quality of character that makes other Astartes willing to follow without reservation. A chapter master who has held his position for decades carries in his mind a strategic map of his assigned operational theater that no external intelligence service could replicate. He knows which worlds his chapter has relationships with, which regions have produced reliable aspirants, which enemies are likely to reappear, in what configurations, and at what intervals. He is the chapter's institutional memory in its most concentrated form. Below the chapter master, the command structure bifurcates into the line officers, the captains who command the individual companies, and the lieutenants who support them, and the specialist officers whose roles cut across the company structure. The specialist roles are the chapter's true complexity, the points at which the military institution opens into something that more resembles a religious order or a monastic brotherhood, the places where the practical business of war-making is surrounded by the rituals and the beliefs and the specific responsibilities that make the chapter more than an army. The chaplains are the chapter's spiritual officers, the warriors whose formal role is the maintenance of the chapter's faith and the morale of its warriors, but whose actual function is considerably more complex than that description captures. A chaplain is, in the first instance, a warrior, combat capable, often formidably so, armed with the Crozius Arcanum that serves as both a weapon and the symbol of his spiritual authority. But his primary duty is not combat. It is the soul of the chapter. He administers the rites of the chapter cult, the specific ceremonies and observances that mark the chapter's calendar and structure the warrior's experience of time and meaning. He counsels the warriors who have been damaged by the experiences that even a Space Marine's conditioning cannot entirely insulate him from: the loss of brothers, the weight of atrocities witnessed or perpetrated, the particular psychological strain that comes from decades of continuous warfare against enemies who include things that prey specifically on the mind and the spirit. He speaks the litanies of battle before engagements, not for tactical effect, but because the warriors he speaks to have learned, through years of repetition, that the litanies are part of the state of readiness, that the ritual prepares the mind in ways that purely technical briefing does not. And he enforces the chapter's standards of conduct, which are not always the same as the standards that an outside observer would expect. The chapter's values are its own, derived from its gene seed heritage and its history, and the chaplain is their living expression and their most severe enforcer. The apothecaries serve a function that is simultaneously medical and sacred. The chapter's surgeons, responsible for the health and biological integrity of every warrior in the chapter's strength, and also the guardians of the gene seed, upon whose diligence the entire biological continuity of the chapter depends. An apothecary is identifiable by the narthecium, the specialized medical device worn on the forearm, containing the instruments needed to assess wounds and administer treatment, and, when treatment is no longer possible, to perform the gene seed extraction that is the chapter's most sacred biological duty. In the field, an apothecary moves toward the fallen, not primarily to save them, though saving them is preferable when possible, but to secure the progenoid glands before the body is lost. The gene seed is the chapter's future. The warrior is the chapter's past. The apothecary's priorities, when he must choose, are clear. The librarians are the chapter's psychically gifted warriors, those whose Astartes transformation has not suppressed whatever innate psychic capacity they possessed as aspirants, but has instead amplified and focused it into a controlled capability. Psychic ability in a space marine is a gift and a danger in proportions that vary. By chapter culture, some chapters embrace their librarians fully, integrating them into the line of command and relying heavily on their abilities in the field. Others restrict them, concerned about the warp exposure that psychic practice inevitably involves, the constant low-level attention from demonic entities that a functioning psyker attracts. All chapters maintain a librarium, a repository of psychic lore and of the records the chapter's librarians have accumulated across their service. And all chapters train their librarians in the disciplines of psychic warfare and the protections against demonic intrusion that the long experience of the Scholastica Psychana has developed. A librarian in combat is a different kind of threat from a standard Astartes. His weapons are augmented by abilities that standard physics does not fully account for, and his presence on a battlefield affects the warp in ways that enemies who operate through warp-mediated means find considerably more uncomfortable than a bolter. The Techmarines occupy the most ambivalent position in the chapter's specialist structure. Warriors who have spent years, sometimes decades, seconded to the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars to receive training in the maintenance and repair of the chapter's equipment, who return to their chapters having absorbed not just technical skills, but elements of the Mechanicus's philosophy of technology, the Omnissiah cult, the specific worldview of an organization that regards machines as sacred and their maintenance as devotional practice. The Techmarine returns to his chapter as a different kind of warrior, skilled in ways his brothers are not, responsible for the ongoing maintenance of equipment that the chapter cannot replace without extreme difficulty, and occupying an institutional space between two organizations whose relationship is close but not frictionless. In the apothecarian's quiet, the sound of a Techmarine's mechadendrites, those articulated tool limbs grafted at the shoulder, clicking and repositioning as they service a suit of ceramite, is the sound of the chapter's mechanical continuity, the work that keeps the armor and the vehicles and the weapons in the condition that allows the warriors inside and behind them to survive. The Fortress Monastery is where all of these roles converge. It is the chapter's home, in a sense that the word home, as an ordinary human would use it, does not quite capture, not a place of rest and comfort and family, but a place of function and purpose, and the particular belonging that comes from being one of 1,000 warriors whose lives are organized around a shared mission. The fortress monastery is fortified because a chapter's home must be defensible. It houses the gene seed vaults and the apothecarian and the armory, all of which are targets of extraordinary value to any enemy who understands their significance. It is also a training facility, a ceremonial space, a repository of the chapter's history in the form of battle trophies and campaign records, and the honored dead preserved in the various states of veneration that different chapters practice. The great halls are lit by firelight and by the bioluminescence of certain ritual plants that different chapters cultivate for ceremonial purposes. The smell of incense is pervasive, not decorative but functional, part of the sensory environment that the chapter cult has determined, through long experience, produces the particular state of meditative readiness that Astartes training and indoctrination work toward. The chapter's battle honors are displayed in these halls, and the names of the fallen are recorded on the walls, and the warriors who are not currently deployed move through the corridors and the training facilities with a purpose that has no terminus. There is always the next campaign, always the next aspirant cohort, always the next maintenance cycle for the equipment, always the next obligation of the institution that never stops requiring the work that sustains it. 1,000 warriors, one fortress monastery, one gene seed line stretching back through the centuries to a Primarch who may never be seen again. One codex, written by a Primarch who returned, and who found on his return that the institution he had designed had become something he had not entirely intended, something older and stranger and more itself than the blueprint had specified, something that had been alive in its way for 10,000 years and had developed accordingly. This is the architecture, the flesh that fills it, the warriors themselves, the process by which they are made, the biology that makes them what they are, is where the true strangeness lives. The process of making a space marine begins, as most things of consequence begin, with a choice. Not the choice of the institution. The chapter has been making this choice continuously, in every generation, since its founding, and the mechanics of it are established and practiced and refined to a degree that removes most of what an outside observer might call decision from the process. The choice that matters, the one that carries genuine weight, is the choice of the child. Whether he knows he is making it or not, whether the world he comes from has given him any framework for understanding what the choice means or not, whether he will survive the consequences of it or not. That choice, the willingness to step forward, to endure, to refuse the option of stopping that the body and the mind will offer him continuously and urgently from the moment the trials begin, is the first and most essential quality that the chapter is trying to identify, and it cannot be manufactured or taught or implanted surgically. It must be found, and finding it requires knowing where to look. The chapters of the Adeptus Astartes do not recruit from the Imperium's most comfortable worlds. This is not sentimentality about hardship, not a philosophy of suffering for its own sake. It is a practical recognition of what the transformation requires. The gene seed implantation process is not merely demanding. It is lethal for aspirants whose bodies and minds are not already operating at the extreme end of the human capacity for endurance. The surgeries are major interventions in a developing biological system that must be strong enough to survive the intervention and adapt to the changes it produces, rather than being destroyed by them. The psychological conditioning is an intensive and sustained process that requires a mind already accustomed to pressure, already familiar, in some functional sense, with the experience of being pushed past what seemed bearable and continuing anyway. An aspirant raised in comfort, however intelligent, however physically gifted by the standards of a comfortable world, arrives at the apothecarian's threshold with a body and a mind that have never been truly tested, and the apothecarian tests everything. The worlds the chapters recruit from are, therefore, the Imperium's harshest. Death worlds, where the native fauna makes every morning a negotiation between the human population and the creatures that view that population as a food source, and where reaching adolescence requires a combination of physical capability and situational awareness that no training regime can entirely replicate. Feral worlds, where human civilization has collapsed to pre-technological levels and the population lives in a state of continuous low-level warfare against both the environment and itself, producing individuals for whom violence is not an abstraction but a daily operational reality. Hive worlds, where the vast undercities beneath the manufacturing spires generate a different kind of hardness, the hardness of someone who has survived by wit and aggression in an environment of total resource competition, who has learned to read threat and opportunity in the behavior of other humans, who has developed a quality of predatory alertness that the Death World survivor achieves through a different path but arrives at from a similar direction. Mining worlds. Agri-worlds in regions where the agricultural process involves confronting megafauna. Worlds at the frontier of the Imperium's expansion, where the population has been fighting off alien incursion since before the current generation's grandparents were born. Each of these environments is a filter, and the filter is not artificial. It is the natural consequence of the environment itself, selecting for the qualities that the chapter needs to find, and eliminating, through the ordinary mechanisms of an unforgiving world, those who do not possess them. Different chapters have developed different relationships with their recruiting worlds, ranging from the distant and transactional to the deeply embedded and culturally constitutive. Some chapters recruit from multiple worlds across their assigned operational theater, drawing aspirants from a variety of backgrounds and integrating that variety into the chapter's composition deliberately, a practice that tends to produce a certain breadth of individual capability, different warriors bringing different instincts from different environments, the chapter's culture absorbing and synthesizing these differences across the training years. Other chapters recruit from a single homeworld, generation after generation, their relationship with that world so old and so layered that the world's culture has developed specifically around the chapter's presence, producing, over centuries, populations that understand exactly what qualities the chapter is looking for and that organize their social structures around cultivating those qualities in the next generation. The Space Wolves recruit from the ice world of Fenris, whose population lives in conditions that the Administratum's habitability assessments rate as marginal for human survival, and that the Space Wolves regard as simply the correct environment for producing warriors. The Salamanders recruit from Nocturne, a world of volcanic activity so extreme that the population has developed a specific set of physical and psychological adaptations to living with constant geological catastrophe, and the Salamander's gene seed has, across the millennia, been shaped by the interaction between Vulcan's genetics and the Nocturnian baseline human genome into something slightly distinct from the Legion's founding expression. The Dark Angels recruit from multiple worlds across their operational theater, a practice that the chapter's extensive record-keeping makes possible, and that the chapter's characteristic preference for not having any single dependence prefers. The recruitment itself, the actual moment of contact between the chapter and the population it is selecting from, varies so dramatically between chapters that to describe one process as representative would be misleading. What the processes share is purpose rather than method. All of them are designed to find the same thing: the aspirant who possesses the combination of physical capability, psychological resilience, and that indefinable quality of will that experienced Astartes can recognize and cannot easily define, and who demonstrates these qualities under conditions that exclude those who do not truly possess them. The Space Wolves announce their presence on Fenris in ways that the population has understood for millennia, the great warships visible in the sky, the word spreading from settlement to settlement that the wolves have come for their chosen, the gathering of those who wish to be considered. The trials that follow are openly competitive and openly lethal, combat between aspirants in conditions that the Space Wolves arrange to test specific qualities, endurance contests that require the aspirant to function past the point where any reasonable assessment of his physical state would suggest he should stop, confrontations with the wildlife of Fenris that the wolves regard not as sadism, but as the minimum standard of courage required. Warriors who die in these trials are mourned in the manner of their culture, briefly, practically, with the recognition that the death was the trial's judgment rather than the trial's failure. Warriors who survive are brought aboard the warships, and the transformation begins. The Blood Angels conduct their trials in the shadows of the great fortress monastery of the Arx Angelicum on Baal, and on the desert worlds of the Baal system, from which the chapter has recruited since before the heresy. The aspirants who present themselves, driven by faith, by desperation, by the particular ambition that the Blood Angels legend produces in the populations of worlds that have been under their protection for generations, are subjected to tests that the Blood Angels describe in spiritual terms: tests of purity, tests of courage, tests of the specific quality that Sanguinius's gene seed seems to demand in its carriers, the quality that the Blood Angels call nobility, without quite being able to specify what they mean by it. The trials on the desert moon kill many. The survivors are brought to the fortress monastery, and the apothecaries examine them, and those who pass examination begin the long process of the implantation. The Ultramarines recruit across the systems of Ultramar, the small empire of well-administered worlds that the chapter governs directly, an unusual arrangement that reflects the chapter's origins in the Legion that controlled this region of space for 2 centuries of the Great Crusade. The aspirants of Ultramar are drawn from populations that have, across the millennia, been specifically shaped by the Ultramarines' influence, worlds where literacy is high by imperial standards, where the population has a concept of civic duty that the chapter's culture of service reinforces, where the martial traditions are strong, but the intellectual traditions are not neglected. The Ultramarines' trials have a quality of assessment as well as attrition, not merely testing whether an aspirant can survive, but attempting to evaluate what kind of warrior he will become, what his specific strengths are, how he responds to not just physical, but intellectual and moral challenges. In all cases, across all chapters and all recruiting worlds, what the trials are ultimately measuring is not capability in isolation, but capability under the specific kind of pressure that reveals whether the underlying quality is genuine or performed. Any human can be brave when the cost of cowardice is social rather than physical. Any human can endure when endurance is temporary and the end is visible. What the chapters need, what the gene seed process demands, is the aspirant who is still pushing when the end is not visible, still choosing to continue when everything the body is reporting suggests that continuation is not possible, still oriented toward the objective when the objective has ceased to be anything the mind can clearly imagine. This quality has different names in different chapter cultures. The Space Wolves call it the wolf spirit, the quality of the predator that does not stop because stopping means dying. The Ultramarines call it fortitude, the rational commitment to a course of action that the chapter's philosophy has determined to be correct. The Blood Angels call it the angel's grace, the willingness to suffer beautifully rather than fail. But they are all describing the same thing from different angles, and they are all trying to find it in the raw material before they commit the chapter's gene seed to the process of making it permanent. Because the commitment, once made, is absolute. The chapter invests years of careful biological work in each aspirant it selects, years of surgery, of monitoring, of the continuous adjustment of the implantation process to the individual's specific biological response. This investment is not made lightly. An aspirant who enters the process and later proves to lack the essential quality, not physically, but psychologically, not in the body, but in the will, represents a cost in gene seed and in the apothecary's time and attention that the chapter cannot recover. Worse, an aspirant who reaches the later stages of the process before failing represents a security consideration, a partially transformed warrior who is not psychologically suited to what he is becoming is a danger to himself and to the chapter, carrying enhancements that exceed his capacity to control them. The trials are harsh, not because the chapters are cruel, though cruelty is not absent from the process, and the distinction between necessary severity and unnecessary pain is one that different chapters draw in different places. But because the harshness of the trials is calibrated to the harshness of what comes next. An aspirant who cannot survive the trials has demonstrated definitively that he cannot survive the transformation. The trial is a mercy in the institutional sense of the word. It resolves the question before the investment is made rather than after. The child who passes, who survives every test the chapter has designed, and stands at the end of the trial period still standing, still willing, still demonstrating that indefinable quality of continued forward movement when all rational assessment suggests that stopping would be the sensible choice, that child is selected. He is separated from his world, from his family, from the relationships and the culture and the landscape that have constituted the entire content of his experience to this point. He will not return to them in any form they would recognize as return. He may, in later years, have occasion to visit the world he came from. Some chapters maintain relationships with their recruiting worlds that include periodic returns by warriors, for ceremonial purposes or for the oversight of the next recruitment cycle. But the warrior who returns is not the child who left, and both the warrior and the world know this. The world produced something it cannot contain. The warrior contains something the world cannot recognize. The connection exists, in the form of the cultural thread that runs from the recruiting world's traditions through the chapter's specific expression of those traditions into the warrior's training and belief. The space wolf who remembers the ice and the hunting songs, the blood angel who remembers the desert and the prayers, the ultramarine who remembers the civic lessons and the codex passages he learned before he knew what the codex was. But the connection is a thread, not a chain. The child is gone. What replaces him is only beginning. There is a ledger maintained in the Apothecarian of every chapter, not a single volume, not a physical document in most cases in the current era, but a record, continuous and unbroken across the chapter's entire history, of every aspirant who has passed through the chapter's recruitment process. The entries for those who became Space Marines are detailed: the recruitment world, the trial results, the dates of each implantation, the assigned company, the campaign record, the manner of death, or the notation, increasingly rare as the centuries accumulate, that the warrior still serves. These entries are long. They represent decades or centuries of service, battles catalogued, and brothers named, a life rendered in the compressed notation of institutional record-keeping. The entries for those who did not become Space Marines are short: a name, where a name was known; a world, a date, a single word or phrase indicating the point of failure, and then nothing. No further entries, because there is nothing further to record. The aspirant who died in the trials left no gene seed. He produced no warriors. He added nothing to the chapter's biological continuity or its operational history. He is present in the ledger as a form of accounting, the cost column of an institution that has always understood that the cost of making Space Marines includes the lives of those who are consumed by the attempt. The chapter does not mourn these deaths. This requires some precision. The chapter does not mourn them institutionally, which is not quite the same as saying that no individual within the chapter feels anything at the death of a promising aspirant who did not survive the process. Chaplains who oversee the trial periods have, across the centuries, developed views about the young men who do not survive. Some philosophical, some theological, some that exist in the silence of a warrior who has watched enough aspirants die to have formed opinions that the chapter's official posture does not entirely accommodate. But the institution itself, the chapter as a collective entity, the codex-specified mechanism that transforms raw human material into Astartes, treats the deaths of aspirants in the trials as the expected output of a process whose function is precisely to produce such deaths. The trials are not supposed to be survivable by everyone. They are supposed to be survivable only by those who have what the transformation requires. The deaths are not failures of the process. They are the process functioning correctly. This is the first place in the making of a Space Marine where the nature of the institution becomes visible in a way that cannot be softened without dishonesty. The Adeptus Astartes is not a charitable enterprise. It is not organized around the well-being of the individuals who enter it. It is organized around the production of warriors of a specific capability, and the production process consumes a significant proportion of the raw material it processes, and the institution regards this consumption as acceptable because the alternative, relaxing the standards, accepting aspirants who do not fully possess the required qualities, producing warriors who are merely very good rather than exceptional, would compromise the output in ways that the chapter's function cannot survive. A chapter of 1,000 warriors who are merely very good is not a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. It is a very effective regiment of the Astra Militarum, and the galaxy already has those. What it requires from the Astartes is something different, and the difference is maintained by the standards, and the standards are maintained by the deaths. The trials themselves, the pre-implantation period in which aspirants are tested before the chapter commits its gene seed to their transformation, take forms so varied across the different chapters that the word trial barely serves as a useful category. What they share is the purpose, already described, to find the quality of continued forward movement under conditions that exclude those who do not genuinely possess it. How they find it is a matter of chapter culture, recruiting world conditions, and the specific expression of the Primarchs' inheritance in the chapter's approach to the question of what a Space Marine should be. The trials of the Space Wolves last for a period that varies by cohort and by the severity of the Fenrisian winter in which they are conducted, but rarely less than several weeks, and sometimes considerably longer. Aspirants are taken to the open ice, not escorted, not supplied, not provided with anything beyond what they were carrying when the drop happened, and expected to survive. Fenris is not a world that makes survival straightforward. The megafauna of the ice plains are not metaphors for danger. They are actual threats, capable of killing a fully grown adult human without particular difficulty, and the aspirants who encounter them must respond in ways that the Space Wolves' overseers, watching from distances sufficient not to interfere, close enough to observe and record, find informative. An aspirant who runs from a Fenrisian wolf demonstrates a survival instinct that the Space Wolves do not want. An aspirant who stands his ground and fights with whatever he has demonstrates something closer to what the trials are designed to find, regardless of whether he wins. An aspirant who stands his ground, loses, and is recovered still alive demonstrates something rarer still, and the Space Wolves' apothecaries have learned, across many cohorts, to pay particular attention to the ones the wolves left alive, because something in the wolves' assessment of a human's fightworthiness correlates, imperfectly but consistently, with something in the apothecary's assessment of the aspirant's transformation potential. The Trials of the Imperial Fists, that chapter, whose fortress monastery aboard the Phalanx, the great ancient star fort, has served as the chapter's home since before the heresy, include what is called the tempering, a period of sustained physical stress combined with systematic psychological evaluation conducted by the chapter's chaplains that is designed to identify not just the aspirants who can endure physical suffering, but the ones who can endure it without the suffering becoming the primary content of their experience. The distinction is important and subtle. Any aspirant who reaches the Imperial Fist's trials has already demonstrated the capacity for physical endurance. That is the minimum necessary condition for arriving at the trial at all. What the tempering is testing is whether the aspirant can endure pain and deprivation while keeping his attention on something other than the pain and the deprivation. The warrior, who survives by focusing entirely on survival, is not the warrior the Imperial fists want. The warrior who survives while also observing, calculating, maintaining a coherent understanding of his situation and its demands. That warrior has demonstrated the quality that Rogal Dorn's gene seed seems to select for, the quality of the fortress mind that keeps functioning under siege. The trials of the Raven Guard are conducted in the darkness that the chapter has, across 10,000 years, made its signature. Aspirants are placed in environments, natural cave systems, manufactured labyrinths in the lower levels of the fortress monastery, urban ruins on worlds within the chapter's operational theater, that are designed to be survived only by someone who has learned, or who instinctively understands, how to make the darkness work for him rather than against him. The Raven Guard's trials kill aspirants, not through direct physical atrocity, but through the cumulative weight of sustained concealment, the psychological pressure of operating without the reassurance of visibility, the specific strain of remaining still and patient when every instinct is screaming for movement. The aspirants who pass have demonstrated a quality that the chapter calls the Raven's Sight, not literally enhanced vision, which comes later with the implants, but the perceptual and psychological orientation toward the environment that makes a warrior capable of becoming invisible in it. Across all of these trials, in all of their varied forms, the deaths accumulate. They accumulate in the ledger, one short entry at a time, and they accumulate in the memory of those who oversee the trials, the chaplains and the apothecaries, and the senior warriors to whom the oversight of the next generation is entrusted. An experienced chaplain who has overseen a dozen recruitment cycles has watched, in total, perhaps several hundred aspirants die. He knows the specific ways that the trials claim them, the catastrophic physical failures, the acute injuries that exceed the aspirant's pre-transformation body's capacity to survive, the psychological collapses that manifest as a sudden and complete inability to continue, the simple exhaustion that, in conditions where stopping means dying, is functionally indistinguishable from a choice to die. He knows, from experience, which deaths were the trials functioning as designed and which were closer to accidents. Aspirants who possessed the required quality but were placed in a configuration of circumstances that no amount of quality could have navigated. He makes a note of those, because the trials are designed to be calibrated, not random, and an excess of accidental deaths suggests a miscalibration that the next cohort's trial design should correct. He does not, however, revise the ledger entry. The aspirant who died in an accidental configuration of trial circumstances is as dead as the aspirant who died because he lacked what the trial was testing for. The distinction matters for the calibration of future trials. It does not matter for the aspirant. There is an image that returns, at this point in the telling, from the beginning of this account. The Space Marine as the galaxy sees him, the armored figure 7 feet tall and more, ceramite-clad, standing in fire, moving through the kind of destruction that reduces ordinary soldiers to ash, bringing death to the enemies of mankind, with a calm that is more terrifying than any fury. The icon, the legend, the thing that ordinary soldiers describe, in their after-action accounts, as not quite human in the way it moves and sounds and occupies space. That figure was a child, once, standing on a trial ground, on Fenris ice, or in an Imperial Fists labyrinth, or in the darkness of a Raven Guard cave system, or on a Blood Angel's desert moon, making the choice, continuous and sustained, to continue when the body and the mind were offering, loudly and urgently, the option of not continuing. He was cold, probably. He was in pain, almost certainly. He was afraid, because the capacity for fear is not removed by the trials and is not removed by the transformation. It is redirected, recalibrated, given a different relationship to behavior, but not excised, because a Space Marine who felt no fear would be a Space Marine who could not accurately assess risk, and that deficiency would kill him faster than fear ever would. He was afraid and cold and in pain, and he was still moving forward. The figure in ceramite is that child, made permanent. The armor is the conclusion of a process that began in the specific moment when a trial assessor, a chaplain or an apothecary, or a senior warrior, depending on the chapter's customs, watched the child in the trial and made the judgment that what the child was demonstrating was the real thing. Not performance, not a desperate simulation of the quality that experience had taught the assessor to recognize. The thing itself, the forward movement that was not calculation and was not bravado, but was simply the expression of a character that could not, constitutionally, choose otherwise. That judgment, that moment of recognition, is the first act of the Space Marine's creation. Everything that follows it is the transformation of the recognized quality into something that the galaxy can rely upon for 10,000 years. Surgery, implantation, conditioning, indoctrination, the slow and painful and sometimes fatal process of making the child's intrinsic quality into something carried in rebuilt bone and altered blood, and a mind that has been open to the chapter's understanding of what it means and what it costs to be what it is being made into. But first, the recognition. And first, before the recognition, the deaths, the short entries in the ledger, the bodies carried down from the trial grounds, the aspirants who possessed enough of the quality to reach the trials and not enough to survive them. The cost that is paid before the investment begins. The attrition that the institution accepts and records, and does not mourn, and does not stop, because stopping it would mean stopping everything, and everything is the point. The child who is selected, who survives the trials, who receives the assessor's judgment, who is separated from his world and brought to the apothecarian, has no way of knowing, in the moment of his selection, what he has survived toward. He knows the legend, or some version of it. He knows what Space Marines are, in the general sense that any citizen of the Imperium who has grown up in a culture that prays to the Emperor and invokes the Angels of Death as symbols of ultimate protection knows what Space Marines are. He does not know what he is about to become. He does not know what the transformation will take from him, or what it will give him in exchange, or whether the exchange is one he would agree to if he could see the full terms before signing. He would not be shown the full terms. This is not deception in any simple sense. The chapter does not conceal the nature of the transformation from the aspirants who enter it. What the chapter conceals, or more precisely, what the aspirant's own inexperience conceals, is the lived reality of the terms. A child can be told that he will be changed beyond recognition, will surrender his childhood and his family and his ordinary human life, will be rebuilt into something that the body he currently inhabits was not designed to accommodate. A child cannot understand what those words mean until the process of their meaning has been applied to him. The consent, such as it is made before the aspirant possesses the knowledge that would allow the consent to be fully informed. The chapter has decided that this is acceptable. The Imperium has decided that this is acceptable. The galaxy, which continues to produce enemies that require the existence of the Adeptus Astartes, has implicitly endorsed the decision by its behavior. The child steps forward. The apothecarian's door opens. The transformation begins. The apothecarian is cold. This is the first thing that every account of the implantation process notes, regardless of the world the chapter is based on, or the century in which the account was written. The specific, deliberate cold of the surgical environment, maintained at a temperature several degrees below what an unmodified human would consider comfortable, because the procedures conducted here benefit from the slight reduction in metabolic rate that the cold produces, and because the gene seed organs themselves, when not being implanted, are stored in conditions considerably colder than this, and the transition from storage to implantation is easier when the intermediate environment is closer to the storage temperature than to the operating temperature of a living human body. The cold is functional. Like almost everything in the apothecarian, It exists for a reason that has been tested across 10,000 years of practice and refined to its current specification, because refinement over that duration tends to eliminate what does not work. The aspirant who enters this environment for the first time encounters a space that is organized around a purpose he is about to experience directly and cannot yet fully comprehend. The Apothecarian surfaces are pale, stone or metal or certain ceramics, depending on the chapter and the age of the facility, all of them chosen for ease of sterilization rather than aesthetic comfort. The lighting is even and without shadow, because the work conducted here requires precision that shadows would complicate. The smell is antiseptic, overlaid with something organic and very faintly warm. The smell of the gene seed itself, stored in its cultivating medium in the temperature-controlled cases that line certain walls, each case containing the biological legacy of the Primarch, whose genetics will, if the process succeeds, be introduced into the aspirant's body and begin the slow, systematic work of making him into something his genetics did not originally specify. There is no incense here, no ritual candlelight, none of the sensory vocabulary of the chapter cult's ceremonial spaces. The Apothecarian is a place of work, and its sensory environment is calibrated for work, and the work is the most consequential biological intervention ever devised by human hands. The Apothecary, who oversees the aspirant's transformation, has, in most cases, conducted this process many times. He has assessed the aspirant's baseline biology, blood chemistry, bone density, neurological function, the specific characteristics of the immune system that will determine how the body responds to the introduction of the gene seed organs, and has developed, on the basis of that assessment, a schedule of implantation that is tailored to the individual while remaining within the parameters that the chapter's accumulated experience has determined to be safe. Safe is a relative term in this context. The process is never entirely safe. The gene seed organs must integrate with the aspirant's existing biology, must be accepted by an immune system that has no evolutionary precedent for accepting them, must begin functioning in an environment that was not designed to accommodate them. Some aspirants' bodies reject the organs. Some reject specific organs while accepting others. Some develop complications in the integration process that the apothecary can manage, and some develop complications that he cannot, and those aspirants die on the table or in the recovery period that follows, quietly, and with a short entry added to the ledger in the way that the ledger has always been updated and always will be. The ones who survive, who accept the organs, who begin the integration process without catastrophic complication, who wake from the surgical periods and begin the slow process of adjustment to a body that is already, even in its earliest transformed state, subtly different from the body that entered the Apothecarian. Those aspirants continue. The first organ to be implanted, in the standard sequence that the Codex Astartes specifies and that most chapters follow with minor variations, is the os modula. It is a small organ relative to the transformation it produces. Implanted in the chest cavity during a procedure that lasts several hours under general anesthetic, the os modula immediately begins producing the hormones and the chemical signals that will, over the following months and years, systematically alter the aspirant's skeleton. The bones grow. This is the most visible and the most immediately dramatic consequence of the os modula's function. An aspirant who was of average height for his recruiting world will, within a year of the organ's implantation, have added several inches to his frame, and the addition is not merely vertical. The bones grow larger and denser and structurally reconfigured in ways that human bones do not naturally achieve. The rib cage, which in an unmodified human is a relatively flexible structure of individual ribs articulating with the sternum and the spine, begins to fuse, slowly, over months, the gaps closing, the individual bones thickening and interlocking until the chest becomes something approaching a solid plate of bone. a structure that would require forces exceeding those that standard infantry weapons can reliably produce to penetrate. The skull thickens, the long bones of the limbs increase in diameter and density. The entire skeletal architecture is being rebuilt from within, not replaced, but augmented. The existing structure used as a scaffold for the construction of something stronger and larger and more resistant than anything natural selection has produced in the human form. The aspirant is not unconscious during this process. He is awake. He is in pain, sustained, low-level, pervasive pain of the kind that comes not from injury, but from the body changing in ways it was not designed to change. The constant pressure of growth beyond the normal parameters. The persistent, low-grade inflammation that accompanies the Osmodula's work. He is given what the chapter's medical philosophy considers appropriate, which is less than what an unmodified human in equivalent pain would typically receive, because the chapter's medical philosophy is calibrated to the transformed body's pain tolerance, which is higher than the aspirant's current baseline, and will be higher still by the time the transformation is complete, and because the aspirant's capacity to endure pain is one of the things the chapter is still evaluating. The pain is managed enough to allow function. It is not eliminated. Alongside the Osmodula, sometimes simultaneously, sometimes in the weeks immediately following, the Biscopia is implanted. Its function complements the Osmodula's work at the skeletal level by operating on the muscular system with equivalent ambition. The Biscopea produces the biological signals that drive explosive and sustained growth in the aspirant's muscle mass. Not the gradual, training-induced hypertrophy of an ordinary athlete, but a systematic, hormonally driven increase that operates on the entirety of the muscular system simultaneously. The aspirant eats more than he has ever eaten. The metabolic demand of the Biscopea's work requires caloric input at rates that would be pathological in an unmodified human, but that the chapter's nutrition protocols anticipate and accommodate. He trains continuously, because the muscles being produced by the Biscopea's influence must be conditioned and structured through use, as well as grown through hormonal stimulus, and the chapter's training regime during the early implantation period is designed precisely to channel the Biscopea's output into functional strength, rather than the structurally unsound bulk that growth without conditioning would produce. The combination of the Osmodula's skeletal work and the Biscopea's muscular development is, at the end of the first year of implantation, already visible in a way that cannot be disguised. The aspirant who entered the Apothecarian is gone, replaced by a body that is larger and denser and stronger than the aspirant's birth genetics would ever have produced, a body that is beginning, in its physical architecture, to resemble the warriors among whom the aspirant trains. He is not yet one of them. He has 2 organs. There are 17 more. The secondary heart is not one of the 19 gene seed organs. This distinction matters and will be maintained throughout this account, because the mathematics of the transformation are precise, and the precision is part of the integrity of the telling. The secondary heart is a surgical addition, implanted as a separate procedure that accompanies the early stages of the gene seed implantation sequence, before the cardiovascular demands of the subsequent organs have fully manifested, but in anticipation of those demands. It is a complete, functional heart, smaller than the primary organ and positioned to supplement rather than replace it, capable of maintaining adequate circulation independently if the primary heart fails, and of working in concert with the primary heart to provide the elevated circulatory output that a fully transformed Space Marine requires to sustain combat performance at the levels the transformation makes possible. The apothecary who implants it works in the specific, careful silence of a surgeon who is placing something permanent. The secondary heart, once integrated, does not come out. It becomes part of the aspirant's cardiovascular architecture as definitively as the primary heart he was born with, and the body adjusts to its presence with a completeness that, within months, makes the addition indistinguishable from native biology In all functional assessments, the aspirant with 2 hearts lies in the recovery space and feels the doubled pulse. It is, the accounts suggest, an experience that is simultaneously ordinary, the body adjusting rapidly to its new configuration, the second heartbeat becoming background within days, and permanently disorienting because there is no human context for it. No meditation practice or philosophical framework available to an adolescent from a feral world or a death world or a hive city provides any conceptual vocabulary for the experience of having 2 hearts. The aspirant invents his own accommodation, as aspirants have always done, and moves forward. The hemastamen is implanted next, or in close sequence with the early organs, depending on the specific apothecary's schedule and the aspirant's individual biological responses. Its function is less immediately dramatic than the os modula's skeletal work or the biscopea's muscular development, but it is in certain respects the most foundational of all the early organs, because it operates on the blood itself, the medium through which all of the other organs' products are distributed, the transport system whose chemistry determines the efficiency of every biological process in the body. The hemastamen alters that chemistry. It changes the composition of the blood in ways that are necessary to support the full suite of organs still to come, adjusting the blood's capacity to carry oxygen, modifying the hormonal content, altering the specific proteins and the cellular populations in ways that prepare the cardiovascular system for the increased demands that the transformation will place upon it. The aspirant whose blood has been altered by the hemastamen is already, in a technical biological sense, not quite the same species as the unmodified human. The difference is not visible and not felt, but it is real, encoded in the chemistry of the medium that carries the transformation's products to every cell of his rebuilding body. And then, in the months following, in the period when the skeletal changes are still proceeding, when the muscular development is still ongoing, when the aspirant's body is already committed to a trajectory of change that cannot be reversed, the Laraman's organ. This is the organ that, perhaps more than any other, in the first stage of the implantation sequence, demonstrates most clearly the design philosophy behind the gene seed as a whole. The Laraman's organ is a small structure implanted adjacent to the liver whose sole function is the production of Laraman cells, a specialized variety of the white blood cell that carries within it a capacity for wound response that has no equivalent in unmodified human biology. When a space marine is wounded, when his skin is broken and his flesh is exposed to the environment and the blood that would, in an unmodified human, begin the ordinary process of clotting through the standard cascade of fibrin production and platelet aggregation, the Laraman cells are released into the wound. They migrate to the site, and there, in contact with the air and the damaged tissue, they do something remarkable. They produce a biological sealant, faster and more complete than any clotting process natural human biology is capable of generating, that closes the wound within seconds. Not a partial closure, not a slowing of blood loss, a seal, hard and effective, that stabilizes the injury and allows the warrior to continue functioning in combat conditions that would have forced an unmodified soldier into medical evacuation. The implications of this are significant beyond the obvious tactical advantage. A human soldier who sustains a significant wound in combat must choose, consciously or not, between continuing to fight and attending to the wound, because the wound, if unattended, will continue to claim blood and function until the soldier's capacity to fight is extinguished. A space marine who sustains an equivalent wound does not face this choice in the same way. The Laraman cells attend to the wound for him, autonomously and immediately, freeing his attention for the tactical situation rather than the biological emergency. He is still damaged, the wound is still there, and the tissue beneath the seal is still injured and will require the chapter's apothecary's attention when the engagement allows for it. But he is not hemorrhaging. He is not losing function to blood loss. He is continuing, as the trials required him to demonstrate he was capable of continuing, now with biological infrastructure to support that continuation in the specific condition of combat damage. This is, in miniature, the design philosophy of the entire gene seed program. The question that Guilliman articulated most clearly in the sections of the Codex Astartes that address the biological specifications of the Astartes form is not what can a space marine do that a normal human cannot, but rather what prevents a normal human from doing what must be done, and how can those preventions be removed. The Laraman's organ removes one specific prevention. The secondary heart removes another. The osmodula and the biscopeia remove the prevention of the human body's natural physical limitations. Each organ in the sequence is an answer to a specific question about what the unmodified human body will not do, and the answer in each case is the same: an organ carefully engineered, placed where the gap is, and designed to fill it precisely. The aspirant who has received these first organs, the osmodula, the biscopeia, the hemastamen, the Laraman's organ, and the secondary heart alongside them, is not yet a space marine. He is years from the completion of the process, and many more organs must be integrated before that completion is possible, and the organs that remain include several whose function is stranger than anything the first stage has introduced, and whose implications for what the aspirant is and is not are more disturbing than the comparative straightforwardness of stronger bones and faster clotting blood. But he is already, in the cold and pale light of the Apothecarian, already committed. The body he was born with is no longer the body he inhabits. The body he inhabits is becoming something else, following a blueprint that was not his and was not designed for him, but that is now, irrevocably, the blueprint he is being built to. The Apothecary makes notes. The gene seed continues its work. The cold holds steady in the Apothecarian, and the smell of antiseptic and something ancient and organic settles into the aspirant's enhanced awareness as a permanent feature of the years to come. The smell of the place where he is being made, the olfactory record of the transformation, which the organs still to come will give him the capacity to recall with a precision and completeness that no unmodified human memory can achieve. He is beginning to understand what he agreed to. The first organs remake the body. The organs that follow remake the mind's relationship to the body, and in doing so, begin to unmake the aspirant's relationship to the category of experience he previously understood as ordinary. This is the point in the telling where precision of language becomes not merely useful, but necessary, because the organs in this stage of the implantation sequence produce effects that the standard vocabulary of human experience does not have adequate words for. Not because the effects are painful, though some of them are, and not because they are frightening in any simple sense, though the aspirant who has been told what is coming and has the intellectual capacity to understand what he has been told will experience something that functions like apprehension in the days before each procedure. The difficulty is different. The difficulty is that these organs produce states and capabilities that have no referent in the aspirant's prior experience and no referent in the experience of any unmodified human, and that the mind must therefore accommodate by inventing new frameworks rather than by mapping new experience onto old ones. A human who has never seen color can be told what color is. The explanation will be accurate, and the person will understand it intellectually, and they will still not know what color looks like. The catalepsian node is something like that. The homophagia is something like that. They can be described, and the description will be accurate, and the aspirant who has not yet received them will not know what they are until they are inside him and functioning, and the experience of what they do becomes the fact rather than the description. The catalepsian node is implanted in the brain, specifically in the region associated with sleep and the regulation of consciousness, a small organ by the standards of the transformation, but positioned in a location that magnifies its significance, because the brain is the instrument through which all the other organs work is ultimately experienced. Its function is to allow the Space Marine to rest one hemisphere of the brain at a time, while the other hemisphere remains active and aware. This is not, technically, sleep. It is a state that the chapter's apothecaries call the half-sleep, a term that captures the quality of the experience more accurately than any more precise medical description. A state in which the warrior is not fully conscious and not fully unconscious, in which one half of the brain is cycling through the restorative processes that the brain requires to maintain function across extended periods, while the other half remains vigilant, processing sensory input, monitoring the environment, maintaining the capacity for immediate response if the situation demands it. The practical consequence is that a Space Marine never fully loses consciousness. He rests, in the specific sense of allowing the brain's restorative processes to occur, but he does not become vulnerable in the way that natural sleep makes any organism vulnerable. He cannot be crept up on in the way that a sleeping soldier can be crept up on, because some portion of his awareness is always present, always receiving the information his senses are providing, always capable of the assessment that determines whether that information requires a response. He can go without the half-sleep for periods that would produce severe cognitive dysfunction in an unmodified human, days, in extremis, with discipline and with the specific techniques the chapter teaches for managing the catalepsian node's function under sustained operational pressure, and he does not accumulate the sleep debt that an unmodified human accumulates, because the half-sleep is efficient enough that partial rest provides the full restorative benefit. The mathematics of the Space Marine's time are different from the mathematics of ordinary human time, in the specific sense that he is not required to surrender a third of each cycle to the unconsciousness that the unmodified human brain demands as the price of continued function. He has more of each day available to him. He has always been watching. The aspirant who first experiences the half-sleep, who lies in the dim quiet of his dormitory space in the chapter's training facility and feels one hemisphere of his brain begin the descent into the restorative cycle, while the other remains aware of the room, the temperature, the breathing of the other aspirants nearby, the distant sound of the chapter's armory, and the ever-present hum of the fortress monastery's life support systems, lies in a state that has no name in any language he previously spoke. He is awake in one sense and not in another. He is aware of being at rest without being in any meaningful sense removed from awareness. The experience does not feel wrong. Exactly, because the catalepsian node does not produce discomfort in its ordinary function. It feels unprecedented. The aspirant lies in the half-sleep and understands, in a way that no description could have produced, that the relationship he previously had with unconsciousness, with the nightly surrender of awareness that ordinary human experience takes entirely for granted as the natural order of things, is over. He will not experience that surrender again. He will rest in his new manner, and the rest will serve its purpose, and the awareness will never entirely depart. The preomnor is a secondary stomach, a chamber positioned in the digestive tract ahead of the primary stomach, whose function is to assess, and, where necessary, neutralize the toxic content of whatever the Space Marine has consumed before it reaches the primary digestive system. The preomnor does not allow the Space Marine to eat anything without consequence. There are substances toxic enough that the preomnor's capacity to neutralize them is exceeded, and there are substances whose harmfulness operates through mechanisms the preomnor does not address. But within the broad range of things that an ordinary human environment contains that would make an unmodified human seriously ill or kill them outright, the contaminated water of a besieged world, the organic compounds in the vegetation of a toxic planet, the bacterial load of food that has been stored in conditions well beyond the threshold of safety. The preomnor allows the Space Marine to consume and process what is available rather than what is ideal. In a war conducted across a galaxy, where the logistical chain is never secure and the environments are never reliably hospitable, This is not a minor capability. It is the difference between a warrior who can sustain himself in the field indefinitely and a warrior who is dependent on supply lines that may be cut. The Omophagia occupies a different category from the organs that precede it in this telling. Different in its implications, different in what it reveals about the philosophy of the gene seed design, different in the particular quality of strangeness it introduces into the Space Marine's experience of his own body and its relationship to the world around it. It is implanted in the spinal cord, specifically in the region associated with the processing of sensory information from the digestive system, and its function is one that the standard vocabulary of human experience genuinely struggles with. It allows the Space Marine to absorb the cellular memory of what he consumes. To render this more precisely, the Omophagia interacts with the neural systems that process information from the digestive tract in a way that, when the Space Marine consumes the tissue of another living organism, animal, plant, fungal, anything with biological complexity sufficient to carry cellular information, extracts and transmits to the brain the encoded information that the consumed organism's cells carry. This information is not a perfect record. It is fragmentary and associative, more like a set of sensory impressions and instinctive responses than a coherent narrative. But it is real information derived from the organism's actual experience, and it is accessible to the Space Marine's conscious mind in the form of something between memory and instinct, a knowledge of the terrain the creature navigated, the threats it responded to, the patterns of behavior that characterized its existence, the specific environmental conditions of the world it lived on. The military applications are obvious. A Space Marine operating on an unfamiliar world who consumes the tissue of a native creature can access, through the Omophagia, information about that world's environment that no briefing document could provide. The locations of water sources, the behavioral patterns of dangerous fauna, the specific configuration of terrain features that the creature's movement history has encoded in its cellular memory. He can consume the tissue of a killed enemy and access impressions of that enemy's operational context, not intelligence in the formal sense, not names and dates and strategic assessments, but the sensory and instinctive record of a being that was present in places and situations the Space Marine needs to understand. The strangeness of the organ, however, is not primarily in its utility. The strangeness is in what it does to the Space Marine's experience of consumption itself, the way it changes the act of eating from a nutritive process into something that carries additional dimensions of information and experience that unmodified humans simply do not encounter. To eat, for a Space Marine with a functioning Omophagia, is to receive. The reception is involuntary, uncontrolled, occurring whether the warrior attends to it or not. Experienced warriors develop techniques for managing the information, for distinguishing the Omophagia's output from their own memories and instincts, for filing the received impressions in a way that makes them accessible when needed, rather than intrusive when not. But the management is a skill that must be learned, and in the early period after the organ's implantation, the aspirant who eats his ration and finds himself receiving fragmentary impressions from the animal whose flesh was processed into it is navigating an experience for which no prior framework exists. The oculobe is implanted in the brain, in the region associated with visual processing, and its function is to enhance the visual system in ways that go beyond the simple amplification of sensitivity. A Space Marine's eyes are not physically different from an unmodified human's in their gross anatomy, the same structures, the same basic mechanisms of light reception and transmission to the brain. What the oculobe changes is the processing of that input, the range of light frequencies that the brain can interpret as useful visual information is expanded, so that the Space Marine can operate effectively in conditions of very low light that would be functionally blinding for an unmodified human, and can also perceive in the near ultraviolet range, and can process visual information from multiple sources simultaneously with a speed and discrimination that allows him to track targets, assess terrain, and identify threats in a complex visual field faster and more accurately than any unmodified human nervous system is capable of. Lyman's ear enhances the auditory system with equivalent ambition. The inner ear of an unmodified human is already a remarkable instrument, but it has limitations. In the range of frequencies it can detect, in the ability to localize sound in complex acoustic environments, and particularly in its susceptibility to the disorientation that loud noises and rapid pressure changes produce. Lyman's ear addresses each of these limitations. The Space Marine hears across a broader frequency range than any unmodified human. He can localize sound sources in three-dimensional space with a precision that allows him to track the position of a concealed enemy through a wall. And crucially, critically, for a warrior operating in environments where explosions and bolter fire and the concussive effects of close-range combat are occupational constants, Lyman's ear renders him essentially immune to the disorientation produced by sonic disruption. He cannot be deafened by gunfire. He cannot be disorientated by the concussive effect of an explosion in an enclosed space. The equilibrium systems that the inner ear controls are stabilized against disturbance in ways that allow him to function in conditions that would leave an unmodified human staggering and unable to process sensory information. The Susan membrane is a thin layer of tissue implanted around the brain, capable, under conditions of extreme trauma or deliberate activation, of placing the Space Marine in a state of suspended animation, a slowing of all biological processes to a level so low that the body's demands on its own resources approach zero, that death from injury is forestalled almost indefinitely, that a warrior who would otherwise bleed out or die of organ failure can be held in a biological pause until the apothecary's attention. The suspended state cannot be entered voluntarily in most circumstances. It is triggered by the brain's own assessment of its condition, a fail-safe rather than a chosen state, activating when the brain determines that the alternative to suspension is cessation. The warrior who has been recovered from suspension, sometimes months after the event that triggered it, in cases where the chapter's apothecaries were occupied elsewhere and the recovery was not immediately possible, wakes with the experience of no intervening time. He was in the field. He was wounded. He is here, now, in the apothecarian, with the apothecary's face above him and a gap in his continuous experience of time that is documented in the ledger but not available to his memory. The neuroglottis is an organ of chemical analysis, a small structure in the palate whose function is to assess, in real time, the chemical composition of whatever the Space Marine tastes or smells, providing his brain with information about the substance's toxicity, its biological origin, and certain characteristics of its environmental history that the chemistry encodes. A Space Marine with a functioning neuroglottis who licks a surface, or consumes a substance, or simply breathes the air of an unfamiliar environment, is receiving a chemical report that allows him to assess the environment with a discrimination no unmodified human sense could produce. He can identify specific compounds by taste. He can detect the presence of certain organisms by their biochemical signatures in the air. He can assess, with reasonable accuracy, whether a water source is safe to drink without the preomnor's intervention, or whether it contains something that even the preomnor cannot fully manage. The mucranoid is a modification of the skin itself, a subcutaneous system that, when triggered by certain environmental or chemical signals, causes the body to produce a waxy, insulating secretion that coats the skin and provides a degree of protection against vacuum, extreme temperature, and certain categories of toxic atmospheric exposure. The mucranoid does not make a Space Marine immune to vacuum. The physics of hard vacuum are beyond any biological intervention to fully address, but it extends the time he can survive in vacuum without a suit, from seconds to a meaningful interval, and it provides a layer of protection against the kind of environmental exposure that operations on toxic or extreme worlds regularly produce. The secretion process is not instantaneous and cannot be fully controlled consciously. It responds to physiological cues and to the chemical signals that certain environmental conditions produce, activating in the way that sweating activates in an unmodified human, automatically, in response to detected conditions without requiring a deliberate choice. And then, the Becher's gland. It is implanted in the mouth, specifically in the structures adjacent to the salivary glands, integrated into the system that produces and delivers saliva in ways that allow its output to be mixed with ordinary salivation or delivered separately, depending on the specific configuration that different chapters' gene seed lines produce. Its function is the production of a corrosive acid, not metaphorically, not in the way that stomach acid is described as corrosive, but genuinely and deliberately corrosive, capable of dissolving certain metals, of blinding an unprotected eye, of causing significant tissue damage on contact with biological material. A Space Marine can spit this acid as a weapon of last resort, a final option available when no other weapon remains, when the combat has reduced itself to the most basic possible terms, and the Space Marine must defend himself or die with nothing but his body's own resources available. The Becher's gland sits in the mouth of every Space Marine, producing its acid quietly and continuously in small quantities that the body reabsorbs rather than accumulates, available in larger quantities when the physiological response associated with threat assessment triggers a higher production rate. The warrior who carries it learns to manage its presence in the way that he has learned to manage every other organ in the series, by developing, through experience and through the chapter's specific training, the awareness of what the organ is doing and the techniques for directing its output rather than being surprised by it. The aspirant who has received all of these organs, the node and the preomnor, and the strange gift of the omophagia, the enhanced senses of the oculobe and Lyman's ear, the fail-safe of the Susa membrane, the chemical intelligence of the neuroglottis, the environmental protection of the mucranoid, and finally the acid of the Becher's gland, is no longer, in any meaningful sense, the creature he was when he entered the Apothecarian for the first time. He rests differently, he eats differently, he perceives the world around him differently, through sensory systems that are detecting and processing information that his original body was not equipped to receive. He carries capabilities that have no name in any language developed by people who do not possess them. He is something new, not fully completed, not yet, because the final organs remain, and the final organs include those whose implications are in some ways the most profound of all. But he is already, irreversibly, past the point where the question of return has any practical meaning. He is almost a Space Marine. Almost. 2 more organs remain, and they are the ones that will bind him to his brothers, and to his chapter, and to the gene seed chain that stretches back through the centuries, to the Primarch, and forward through the future, to the warriors who will be made from his own biology after he is gone. He does not yet know that the most consequential organs of all are not the ones that changed what he can do, but the ones that will determine what he leaves behind. The melanchromic organ is implanted in the later stages of the gene seed sequence, after the body has accepted enough of the prior organs to have demonstrated its fundamental compatibility with the transformation, and its function addresses a threat that the designers of the gene seed program recognized as endemic to the environments in which the Astartes would operate. Radiation, not the acute, catastrophic radiation of a nuclear detonation, the Susan membrane, and the general resilience of the transformed body address that threat as well as biology can address it. But the chronic, cumulative radiation exposure that characterizes combat operations in space, on worlds with damaged or absent magnetospheres, in the environments of active stellar phenomenon, and in the many operational theaters of the Imperium, where the background radiation level is elevated enough to represent a meaningful long-term health consideration for any organism spending extended time there. The melanchromic organ modifies the skin's response to radiation exposure, producing a darkening and a thickening of the dermal layer that provides a degree of protection against ultraviolet and broader spectrum radiation that has no equivalent in unmodified human biology. The visible consequence of this, the observation that a space marine's skin tends to darken under sustained radiation exposure, that warriors of some chapters who operate in high radiation environments for extended periods develop a visible change in their complexion that is not present in their brothers who serve primarily in shielded environments, is noted in the chapter records with the same matter-of-fact quality that the records bring to most biological observations about the transformation. The melanchromic organ is doing what it was designed to do. The visible change is the design functioning correctly. In chapters whose operational theaters include particularly high radiation environments, the organ's expression has, across millennia of consistent exposure, produced characteristic complexion profiles in those chapters' warriors that distinguish them, at a glance, from brothers whose genetic heritage includes fewer generations of high radiation service. The salamanders of Vulcan's lineage, whose home world of Nocturne exists in a system whose star produces elevated radiation and whose warriors have operated in that environment across 10,000 years, carry the melanchromic organ's expression in their characteristic dark skin and their eyes, which reflect the light in a way that the organ's influence on the dermal and subdermal layers produces, and that has become, across the millennia, one of the visual signatures of the chapter's identity. But the melanchromic organ, however significant in its protection function, is not the organ that defines this stage of the implantation sequence. The organs that define it are the ones implanted last, or close to last, in the final stages of a process that has already taken years and already produced a warrior who is, in most of the capabilities that matter for combat, essentially complete: the progenoid glands and the black carapace, the two organs that are not, primarily, for the warrior who receives them. The progenoid glands, there are two of them, one implanted in the neck and one in the chest, each in a specific anatomical position chosen to maximize its integration with the surrounding biology and to minimize the risk of damage from the combat injuries that the warrior will sustain in his service, are the gene seed program's mechanism of biological continuity. They are, in the most precise sense available, the chapter's reproductive organs, and the fact that they are installed in the warrior, rather than used by him in any direct sense, is the fact that reveals most clearly what the Adeptus Astartes ultimately is: not a collection of individual warriors, a chain. A biological chain stretching from the Emperor's laboratories to the current day, carried forward, not by the direct inheritance of parent to child, but by the mediated inheritance of gene seed organ to cultivated replica, the progenoid glands, serving as the mechanism through which one warrior's genetic heritage becomes the raw material for the next warrior's creation. The progenoid glands grow slowly. They begin growing from the moment of their implantation, absorbing genetic information from the other gene seed organs in the warrior's body, sampling the os modula's expression, the biscopea's development, the omophagia's integration, the black carapace's neural architecture, taking from each organ a record of how that organ has expressed itself in this specific warrior's body. Over years, the neck gland matures faster, typically within 5 to 8 years of implantation. The chest gland more slowly, over a decade or more. The progenoid glands accumulate this information and encode it into a biological form that can be extracted, cultivated in the chapter's gene seed facilities, and used to produce new gene seed organs for the next generation of aspirants. The warrior's own specific expression of the gene seed, the particular way that his body has integrated and developed the implanted organs, is encoded in the progenoid glands and transmitted forward to the warriors who will be made after him, continuing the chain. This is why the recovery of the progenoid glands from the fallen is the apothecary's primary battlefield responsibility. Not the saving of wounded warriors, that is important and pursued when possible, but the recovery of the gene seed from those who cannot be saved. A warrior who dies with his progenoid glands in place, in a location where the apothecary can reach him, is not entirely lost. The gene seed he carries, the accumulation of his body's specific integration of the transformation, encoded in the organs that grew slowly in his neck and chest across his years of service, is recoverable, and from it new warriors will be made, and the chain continues. A warrior who dies in a location where the apothecary cannot reach, or whose body is destroyed thoroughly enough that the progenoid glands cannot be extracted intact, represents a genuine loss to the chapter, beyond the loss of the warrior himself. A break in the chain that must be compensated for by drawing from the chapter's reserve gene seed stocks, which are finite and cannot be replenished at arbitrary rates. The calculation this produces is one of the most stark expressions of the institution's values, a chapter that loses warriors faster than it can cultivate new gene seed from the progenoid glands of its fallen will, over time, find its gene seed stocks depleted, will find itself unable to make new warriors at the rate required to replace its losses, will shrink and shrink further, and eventually cease to exist as a functioning military formation. This has happened, not frequently, but it has happened. Chapters that sustained losses too severe for their gene seed recovery to compensate for, whose apothecaries were themselves killed before they could perform the recovery, whose gene seed lines were corrupted or destroyed by specific weapons designed to target biological material. The chapters that no longer appear in the administratum's rolls are not all destroyed by enemy action in any simple sense. Some of them were depleted, slowly, over campaigns that lasted long enough to exhaust the gene seed supply before the campaign ended. This possibility, the possibility of the chain breaking, is what makes the progenoid glands not merely important, but sacred in the chapter's culture. The apothecary, who recovers gene seed from a fallen warrior in the middle of a firefight, performing the extraction with the narthicium while the battle continues around him, is not performing a medical procedure. He is performing an act of continuation, ensuring that what the fallen warrior contributed to the chain is not lost, that the encoding in his progenoid glands passes forward to the warriors who will be made from them, that the gene seed his Primarchs' genetics seeded in him 10,000 years removed continues to flow. The warrior is dead. The chapter is not. The distinction is maintained by the apothecary's diligence, performed under any conditions, at any cost, and in the apothecarian, in the quiet of the gene seed vaults, where the recovered progenoid glands are stored in their temperature-controlled stasis chambers, the faint wet sloshing of gene seed material, suspended in cryogenic medium, is the sound of the chain's continuation, the sound of the chapter's future held in cold storage, waiting for the next generation of aspirants, whose bodies will receive it and carry it forward through whatever years of war the chapter's future contains. Some aspirants do not survive the final stages of the implantation sequence. This is the closure of a question opened earlier in this account, the question of what happens to those who fail the transformation at its most advanced stages. The first filters were the recruitment world's natural attrition and the pre-trial selection. The second was the trials themselves. The third was the early implantation, where immune rejection and surgical complication claimed the aspirants whose biology could not accept the initial organs. The final filter is here, in the later stages, and it is the most expensive of all, because the aspirants who reach this stage have already absorbed years of the chapter's investment, years of gene seed cultivation, years of the apothecary's time and attention, years of training and conditioning alongside the brothers they will not now join. They have most of their organs. They have been changed, substantially and irreversibly, by the transformation that has proceeded this far. And they die here, or they fail here, in ways that require the chapter to make decisions about what to do with a partially transformed aspirant who cannot be completed. because the gene seed that remains to be implanted will not integrate, or because the biology has reached a point of instability that the remaining organs would make worse rather than better. These deaths are the most expensive entries in the ledger. They represent the fullest possible expression of the cost calculation that the institution makes continuously and never revises, because the alternative, relaxing the biological standards for completion, accepting aspirants whose integration is imperfect, would produce warriors whose gene seed is correspondingly imperfect, and whose progenoid glands would carry that imperfection forward to the next generation and the next, accumulating over the centuries into the kind of progressive gene seed corruption that has ended chapters. The cost of the final filter is real, and the chapter pays it. The bodies are treated with the respect appropriate to warriors who almost were, and the ledger records them, and the Apothecarian continues. The black carapace is the last of the 19 gene seed organs to be implanted, and it is the one whose function is most immediately comprehensible and most immediately significant for the warrior's relationship to the chapter's most important piece of equipment. It is a layer of synthetic biological material, grown from the same gene seed techniques that produce the other organs, but different in composition, more structured, less like conventional tissue, and more like a biological interface, implanted just beneath the skin, across the torso, and extending in specific patterns to the shoulders, the upper arms, the upper legs. Studded at precise anatomical points across this layer are neural interface connections, contact points through which the black carapace can form a direct neural link with the internal systems of a Space Marine's power armor when the armor's corresponding connection points make contact with the implantation sites on the warrior's body. The consequence of this is the fact that more than any other single feature distinguishes the Space Marine from any other armored warrior in the Imperium. When a Space Marine is sealed into his power armor, when the gorget closes and the seals engage, and the suit's internal systems come online, and the black carapace's interface points make contact with the armor's connection systems, the armor ceases, in any functional sense, to be something he is wearing. It becomes, instead, something he is inhabiting in the way that a person inhabits their own body, a physical extension of his nervous system, responsive to the signals his brain sends through the black carapace's interface, as directly and as naturally as his biological limbs respond to those signals. The armor's servo-assisted joints move when he intends to move, not when he operates a control. The armor's sensory systems feed information to his brain through the interface in a way that integrates with his own sensory processing rather than being added on top of it. The armor's tactile systems transmit pressure and texture information through the interface, so that a Space Marine who presses a ceramite gauntlet against a surface feels the surface, not with the resolution of unmediated biological touch, but with enough fidelity that the experience registers as sensation rather than mechanical feedback. Without the black carapace, power armor is equipment, extraordinarily capable equipment, offering protection and strength enhancement that no unarmored warrior can match, but equipment nonetheless, something worn, managed, operated, a tool that the warrior uses. With the black carapace, power armor is a second body. The distinction is not metaphorical. The neural integration that the black carapace provides is a genuine extension of the warrior's sensorium and motor control into the armor's systems, and that extension changes what the armor is, from a machine that augments the warrior's capability to an additional physical form that the warrior occupies. The warrior in his armor is not a man inside a machine. He is a new configuration of the man, expanded into a larger and more protected physical architecture, carrying his consciousness and his volition through a chassis that the black carapace has made continuous with his biological body. The aspirant who receives his black carapace and is subsequently sealed, for the first time, into a suit of power armor, who feels the seals engage and the interface come live, and the armor's sensory systems begin their integration with his own, experiences something that is, by the accounts of warriors who attempt to describe it, one of the most significant moments of the entire transformation. Not because it is dramatic, not because it involves pain or revelation of the kind that some of the earlier implantations produced, because it is complete. The armor fits in a way that has nothing to do with physical dimensions and everything to do with the neural interface's activation, a sense of the suit becoming not a thing he wears, but the right size and shape and configuration of himself, the conclusion that the years of transformation have been building toward, the final note of the biological argument that began when the Os Majula started reshaping his skeleton in the cold of the Apothecarian. He is complete. The ledger entry that began as an aspirant's name and a recruitment world and a date will grow, from this point, to encompass the full account of a Space Marine service, the battles and the brothers, and the campaigns and the losses that will accumulate across however many years the galaxy allows him before it claims him. The chain that began in the Emperor's laboratories will extend through him to the progenoid glands growing slowly in his neck and chest, and from those glands to the aspirants who will receive his gene seed after he is gone. He does not know any of this yet. He is standing in the armory, in armor that is already beginning to feel like himself, and the weight of ceramite that should be crushing is not, because the black carapace has distributed it through his nervous system in a way that registers as presence rather than burden. He is looking at his hands, the gauntleted hands of something that is not, and never will again be, the child who stood on the trial ground. And whatever he is feeling in this moment has no word in any language that existed before the gene seed made it possible to feel. The transformation is complete. The cost has been paid. What has been purchased is about to be asked to justify the price. Power armor is not manufactured. This distinction between manufacturing and the process by which a suit of Space Marine power armor actually comes into existence and into service is one that the Adeptus Mechanicus's own records make in the specific and somewhat arcane vocabulary of the cult Mechanicus, and that the chapter's own traditions elaborate upon in ways that the Mechanicus finds theologically compatible if culturally divergent. The suits are assembled, certainly. The ceramite plates are formed. The servo mechanisms are fabricated. The environmental sealing systems are produced according to specifications that have been refined across 10,000 years of operational feedback. But the assembly is not the creation. The creation happens over time, in service, in the accumulation of experience that a suit of power armor absorbs through the decades and centuries of its operational existence, and in the relationship between the suit and the warrior who inhabits it, a relationship that the black carapace makes neurological and that the chapter's culture makes sacred. A new suit of power armor assigned to a newly completed Space Marine is, in the chapter's understanding, a beginning rather than a finished thing. The warrior who receives it is the first person to inhabit it as a second body, the first to establish the specific neural interface patterns that will, over years of continued use, become deeply integrated enough that the suit's systems and the warrior's own nervous system develop a mutually adaptive relationship, each calibrating to the other in ways that make their separation, by the end of that relationship, feel to the warrior as significant as the loss of a biological limb. The suit begins to accumulate history from the moment of first use, the scratches from the first engagement repaired by the chapter's Techmarines, the seal replacement after the atmospheric exposure of the first void operation, the ceramite patch over the first breach from enemy fire, each repair and modification recorded in the suit's maintenance log and visible, to an experienced eye, in the specific pattern of the suit's wear and restoration. A suit of Mark VII power armor that has been in continuous service for 300 years carries on its surface a history that no briefing document could fully convey. The overlapping repairs, the armor markings applied and repainted, and applied again as the warrior advances through the chapter's ranks, the subtle modifications that individual warriors and individual Techmarines introduce over the course of a suit's service to address specific operational requirements or to accommodate the biological changes that continue, slowly, across a Space Marine's extended lifespan. The marks of power armor, the different patterns that represent different eras of development, from the earliest suits of the Great Crusade to the most recent configurations available in the current era, tell a story of engineering evolution driven by operational feedback across 10 millennia of continuous warfare. The earliest marks were extraordinary achievements for their time, but they were crude by subsequent standards, the environmental sealing imperfect, the servo mechanism integration less complete, the neural interface technology still in its early development. Mark II, the Crusade armor that the Great Crusade's early legions wore into battle in the 30th millennium, was already a revolution over anything that had preceded it. But it was a revolution that subsequent experience would rapidly improve upon. Mark III, developed for warfare in the confined corridors of space hulks and fortified installations, sacrificed some mobility for additional frontal armor, and it is still used by certain chapters for exactly those operational contexts 10,000 years after its introduction. Mark V, the so-called heresy armor, was produced in conditions of acute material shortage during the Civil War itself, and bears in its construction the marks of that shortage. Improvised components, non-standard configurations, an overall aesthetic of urgency rather than refinement. Mark VII, the Aquila pattern, is the suit that the post-heresy Imperium standardized upon and that has been produced in sufficient quantities to equip most of the current chapter organization's warriors, recognizable by the Aquila worked into the breastplate, by the round pauldrons, and the distinctive helmet with its centered eye lenses, by the overall configuration that has become, across the millennia, so thoroughly associated with the concept of a Space Marine that it functions as the template against which all other marks are measured. A Space Marine suit is not simply issued and replaced when worn. It is maintained, continuously, reverently, with the specific attention that the chapter's Techmarines bring to their work, and that the warrior himself contributes in the maintenance rituals that the chapter cult specifies as part of the warrior's regular practice. The warrior learns the specific characteristics of his suit, the particular response of its servo mechanisms, the slight variations in sensory feedback that distinguish his suit's interface from that of any other, the way that the suit's systems perform under specific environmental conditions. He knows his armor the way that a skilled craftsman knows his tools, with the added dimension that the black Carapace's neural integration makes the knowledge genuinely embodied, rather than merely intellectual. The suit is not a thing he operates. It is a version of himself that he inhabits, and the knowledge of it is the knowledge of a self that has a slightly different physics than the biological one. The rhythmic, metallic clicking of a Techmarine's mechadendrites, those articulated tool limbs that extend from the Techmarine's backpack unit, each tipped with a different specialized instrument, repositioning with the quick, precise movements of a system that has learned to anticipate the demands of the work, is the sound of this maintenance in practice. The Techmarine works over a suit laid open in the armory, the ceramite plates removed to expose the environmental systems and the servo mechanisms beneath, the neural interface connections checked and recalibrated, the sealing systems tested, the power conduits assessed for degradation. He works with the specific reverence of someone who understands, in the Mechanicus's theological terms, that the machine spirit of the suit is not a metaphor, but a genuine presence, something accumulated in the suit's systems over years of use, an integration of the suit's operational history and the warrior's neural patterns that the Mechanicus regards as a form of machine consciousness and that the chapter regards as the suit's soul. The maintenance is not merely mechanical, it is communion. The Techmarine speaks to the suit as he works, not because he expects a verbal response, but because the tradition holds that the suit's machine spirit is attentive to the regard shown it, and that a suit whose maintenance has been conducted with proper reverence performs better than one serviced without it. The warrior who comes to collect his suit after the maintenance period, who seals himself back into it and feels the interface re-establish, the familiar second body reasserting itself around him, confirms the tradition's claim empirically, because the suit does perform better, in the way that any system performs better after competent maintenance, and the warrior who inhabits it neurally is sensitive to those improvements in a way that an external observer measuring performance metrics cannot fully capture. But power armor, for all its significance, is not the final expression of what the gene seed's work and the black carapace's interface can produce. There is a further expression, one that represents not the completion of the transformation, but its extension beyond the biological into something that the word transformation does not adequately describe. The Apothecarian has a name for it, and the chapter has a name for it, and the name in both cases is the same, though the tone in which it is spoken differs considerably between the medical documentation and the chapter's own tradition. The Dreadnought. To understand what a Dreadnought is, what it truly is, beneath the designation and the tactical classification and the awe it inspires when it walks, one must begin with the specific situation that produces it, because the Dreadnought is not a vehicle in any meaningful sense, and understanding it as one is to misunderstand it entirely. A Dreadnought is a space marine. Not a space marine who has been placed in control of a vehicle, not a space marine who operates a machine, but a space marine whose biological body has been destroyed beyond the point where it can sustain continued life, destroyed by combat injuries so catastrophic that even the extraordinary regenerative capacity of the transformed Astartes form, with its Laraman cells and its secondary heart and its Susan membrane, cannot bridge the gap between what the injuries have left and what is required for the body to continue functioning. Such a warrior would die, should die. The biology is not adequate to the damage. And yet the chapter cannot afford, in the specific institutional sense of the word afford, that governs its relationship to the experience and the knowledge and the accumulated decades of service that its veterans represent, to simply allow a warrior of that caliber to be lost. The experience inside the damaged body is irreplaceable. The tactical knowledge, the relationships, the embodied understanding of the chapter's operational theater that a veteran warrior of sufficient seniority has accumulated. This is exactly the kind of institutional knowledge that cannot be transmitted through training or tradition, but only through survival across the experiences that produced it. The chapter wants that knowledge. The warrior, in most cases, is willing to continue providing it, because warriors of that caliber have generally not survived decades of service by being casual about the prospect of death, and the alternative, the Dreadnought represents, whatever its costs, is not death. The process of entombment, the word the chapter uses, without flinching from its implications, involves the placement of the warrior's still living biological remnant into an amniotic suspension chamber built into the core of the Dreadnought chassis. The chamber is designed to sustain biological life in a state that is not quite the Susan membrane's suspended animation and not quite normal function, something between, a continuous low-level biological activity that keeps the warrior's consciousness present and accessible, while the amniotic medium manages the catastrophic damage that the biological body has sustained. The warrior's nervous system is connected to the Dreadnought chassis through interface systems that extend the Black Carapace's neural integration principle into a new and more complete form. The consciousness inside the amniotic chamber is connected to the Dreadnought systems in the same way, and by the same mechanisms, that a standard Space Marine is connected to his power armor, but with the crucial difference that the Dreadnought is not something the warrior can unseal himself from at the end of the engagement. The biological body that would exit the power armor at day's end does not exit the Dreadnought. It stays. It is sustained, and the warrior inhabits the chassis as his permanent physical form, a second body that is not second at all, but soul. The low hum of the amniotic life support system is present whenever the Dreadnought is at rest, a sound unlike any other in the fortress monastery, a mechanical sound with a biological undertone, the hum of systems managing the fragile remnant of biology at the chassis' core. Warriors who have spent years in service alongside Dreadnoughts, who have walked the corridors of a fortress monastery where a Dreadnought is kept in its maintenance alcove between deployments, describe this sound with a precision and a weight that suggests it leaves a specific impression, the biological undertone beneath the mechanical hum, the implication of a living thing inside the machine, sustained, waiting, the occasional shift of the chassis as the warrior within adjusts his connection to his environment, a movement that has no tactical purpose and no operational function, but that represents, simply, the continued presence of a consciousness that has not yet chosen to cease its connection to the world the Dreadnought provides access to. When that consciousness is activated for deployment, when the chapter requires the Dreadnought's ancient violence, and the warrior within is brought from the maintenance cycle's near suspension into full operational awareness, the hydraulic systems of the chassis come to life, with a sound that the warriors who have heard it consistently describe as more significant than the equivalent sounds of any other piece of the chapter's equipment. The heavy, deliberate thud of the Dreadnought's footstep across a stone floor, not the quick, servo-assisted movement of a space marine in power armor, which is fast and light relative to the armor's mass, but the measured, absolute weight of something that is not in a hurry because it does not need to be. The Dreadnought that walks down the corridor of a fortress monastery toward the deployment bay is, in that walking, the entire history of the Space Marine program made visible in a single figure. The transformations beginning in the child on the trial ground, the biological work of the Apothecarian, the Black Carapace's neural integration, the relationship with power armor, all of this accumulated, extended, pressed to its ultimate expression in a being who has chosen to continue existing in the only form available to him, and who walks his ancient war self through the corridors of a chapter whose younger warriors step aside as he passes, not from deference to rank alone, but from the specific recognition that the thing passing them has been, in some form, present and serving for longer than most of them have been alive. The muffled Vox-synthesized voice that speaks from the Dreadnought's chassis, filtered through the communication systems that translate the warrior's attempts at speech into audible sound, carrying beneath the synthesis the ghost of an original voice that may have been heard on battlefields decades or centuries ago, echoes through the dark corridors of the fortress monastery in a register that is unmistakably its own. It is not the voice of a machine, it is the voice of a person in a machine, shaped by the machine's translation into something that carries the person's identity without fully restoring the person's original vocal quality. Warriors who have served alongside specific Dreadnoughts for years learn to read the individual vocal signatures, the specific patterns of pacing and emphasis that persist across the Vox synthesis, the traces of character that the system cannot strip out. The Dreadnought is not anonymous. It is specific, particular, and in its specificity, it represents the furthest extension of the question that the entire transformation has been circling. How far can the body be rebuilt before the person inside it is no longer a person? The Dreadnought's answer, offered from inside the amniotic suspension, from behind the Vox synthesizer, from within the chassis that is now the only body available to him, is consistently the same. He is still there. Whatever the transformation has taken, the biological body, the capacity for unmediated human interaction, the ability to move through human space at human scale, the sensory experience of the world that biological skin and eyes and ears provide, the person persists, the experience persists, the loyalty and the chapter brotherhood and the accumulated knowledge persist. The Dreadnought walks and speaks and fights, because the warrior within him chooses to, and the choice is as genuine and as willful as any choice the warrior made, when he was walking on biological legs. This is the ultimate second body, not power armor, which the warrior inhabits and exits, and inhabits again across the years of his service. The Dreadnought, which he enters once and does not leave, and which carries him forward through whatever years of continued service the chapter requires and his consciousness can sustain. The armor that became a tomb, and the tomb that refused to be simply a tomb, because the warrior inside it declined to be simply dead. The child who stood on the trial ground, the child who entered the Apothecarian and lay down for the first surgery, who felt the os modula begin its slow work on his skeleton, who woke from the Biscopea's installation to a body that was already larger and stronger than the one he had brought into the procedure, who received the hemastamen and the Laraman's organ and the secondary heart and the strange organs that gave him half sleep and chemical intelligence and the memory of what he consumed, who was sealed for the first time into a suit of power armor and felt the black Carapace's interface complete its integration and understood, in that moment, what the years of transformation had been building toward. That child, follow the trajectory forward, not years but decades, not decades but centuries. The warrior who enters a Dreadnought chassis has been a space marine for so long that the child who preceded the warrior is a figure of purely historical relevance, as distant from the current consciousness as the Primarch himself. The experiences accumulated across that span, the engagements, the losses, the brothers buried, and the enemies destroyed, and the worlds fought over, and the campaigns concluded, and the campaigns that were not concluded, but simply continued, because the enemy did not stop, have produced something that the Apothecarian's transformation created the biological substrate for, but could not itself produce. Character, history, the specific weight of having been present in a particular body with particular capabilities at a particular set of moments in the galaxy's long life. The Dreadnought carries all of this inside the amniotic chamber, inside the chassis, inside the Vox-synthesized voice that echoes down the Fortress Monastery's corridors. That is what the child became. That is the distance traveled between the trial ground and the maintenance alcove. That is what the transformation purchased, and what it cost. And whether the purchase was worth the cost is a question that the warrior inside the Dreadnought has had, by this point, a very long time to consider. The armor that is a second body, and the Dreadnought that is a second life. The biological transformation and the psychological transformation are not sequential. This is a point that the Codex Astartes makes explicitly in the sections that address the training and conditioning of aspirants, and that the chapter's practical experience has confirmed across 10,000 years of producing warriors. The two processes run in parallel, each informing and reinforcing the other. The biological changes creating the substrate for psychological development that the unmodified mind could not sustain, and the psychological conditioning shaping the use of the biological capabilities as they come online. To describe them separately, as this account has done by necessity, because the biology is complex enough to require its own extended treatment before the psychological layer can be addressed with the depth it deserves, is to introduce a distortion. The aspirant who is lying in the Apothecarian, having organs implanted, is also, simultaneously and continuously, being educated, being shaped, being opened with a systematic care that rivals the Apothecary's biological precision toward the specific configuration of belief and loyalty and self-understanding that the chapter requires in its warriors. The word indoctrination carries, in certain usages, a negative connotation, the implication of false beliefs imposed by force, of intellectual coercion, of the replacement of an individual's genuine understanding with a manufactured one that serves the interests of the institution performing the replacement. The chapter does not use the word in this sense, and does not recognize the negative connotation as applying to its own processes, and the distinction it would draw is this. the beliefs that the chapter instills in its warriors are not false. They are, by the chapter's assessment and by a reasonable reading of the evidence available to any being that has spent sufficient time observing the galaxy the Imperium exists in, accurate. The galaxy is a place of extraordinary danger. Humanity requires defenders. The Space Marine is the instrument the Emperor designed for that defense. The chapter is the warrior's family and his home, and the context that gives his capabilities meaning. These are not confabulations. They are descriptions of the actual situation, rendered in the chapter's specific vocabulary and embedded in the chapter's specific theology and mythology, but pointing, nonetheless, at things that are real. The process by which these beliefs are installed begins before the first implantation. The aspirant who has been selected from the trials is immediately immersed in the chapter's culture, in its language, if the chapter uses a dialect or a formal tongue distinct from the common Imperial Gothic, in its history, told through the specific lens that the chapter has developed across its centuries of existence, in its rituals, which he begins to observe and participate in before he understands their full meaning, because the chapter's experience has taught it that familiarity precedes comprehension, and that comprehension is easier when the forms are already embodied. He learns the names of the chapter's honored dead, the warriors who died in the service of something greater than themselves, whose names are on the walls of the Great Hall, and whose deeds are recited in the chapter's liturgy as examples of what the warrior is being made to be. He learns the names of the enemies, not just tactically, not just as threat assessments, but theologically, in the vocabulary that the chapter cult uses to characterize the things that oppose humanity, the vocabulary that makes the act of fighting them something more than violence, and renders it, instead, as purpose. The chaplains oversee this process with the specific attention of specialists who have spent their careers learning what the formation of a Space Marine's mind requires and what it cannot survive without. A chaplain's formal role is spiritual, the maintenance of the chapter's faith and the morale of its warriors. But the practical scope of that role extends considerably further than those formal categories suggest. He is, in the first instance, a teacher, the aspirant's primary instructor in the chapter's theology and history, the voice that provides the interpretive framework within which the aspirant's new experiences will be understood. He is, in the second instance, an assessor, someone who is observing the aspirant's psychological development alongside the apothecary's observation of his biological development, watching for the signs that the conditioning is proceeding as it should, and for the signs that it is not. He is, in the third instance, a counselor, the figure to whom the aspirant is expected to bring the psychological difficulties that the transformation produces, the person whose role it is to take the disorientation and the loss and the specific strange grief of a child being systematically remade into something else, and to render it, through the chapter's theology, as meaningful rather than simply painful. The difficulty that the chaplain is working against, the specific psychological challenge that makes the conditioning necessary and complex, is the cumulative weight of what the aspirant is losing, not the acute losses, which the trials and the recruitment process have already begun to prepare him for. The gradual losses. The loss of the child's relationship with his own body, which is changing so thoroughly that the aspirant who looks at the hands he woke up with 6 months ago and compares them to the hands he wakes up with now, must develop a new relationship with the concept of physical continuity, because the physical continuity that unmodified humans take for granted, the assumption that the body one wakes up in tomorrow will be essentially the same as the body one went to sleep in tonight, is simply not available to him. The loss of the aspirant's relationship with time, which the catalepsian node's half-sleep has already made strange, and which the extended service ahead of him will make stranger still, as the years accumulate at a rate that his altered physiology will outlast long enough to make the relationship between his lifespan and the lifespans of the people he was born among a source of a specific and unaddressed kind of grief. the loss of the aspirant's relationship with the ordinary categories of human experience: hunger, in its unmodified form; sleep, in its unmodified form; fear, in the form that paralyzes rather than the form that focuses; love, in the form that the chapter's brotherhood approximates but does not fully replace, that are being systematically replaced by the enhanced and redirected versions that the transformation produces. The chaplain addresses these losses not by denying them. The chapter's theology is not constructed on denial, and an aspirant who was told that nothing was being taken from him would not believe it and would have good reason not to, but by contextualizing them within a framework that renders the loss as the necessary price of something worth more than what was surrendered. This is the core of the chapter cult's psychological function: to make the cost legible in terms of value, to ensure that the aspirant who is losing his childhood and his family and his ordinary humanity understands what he is gaining in exchange, and to ensure that what he is gaining, the brotherhood, the capability, the purpose, is experienced as genuinely valuable rather than as mere compensation for damage. The chapter cult does not ask the aspirant to pretend that nothing was taken. It asks him to decide, on the basis of everything the cult provides him, that what was taken was worth taking. Most aspirants make this decision. They make it not in a single moment, but across the years of the transformation, in the accumulation of experiences that the chapter provides. The first time the aspirant fights alongside his brothers and feels the particular quality of trust that comes from fighting beside people whose capabilities he knows and whose loyalty he has no reason to doubt. The first time the chapter's chaplain speaks the litanies of battle before an engagement, and the aspirant finds, to his own surprise, that the words are doing something to his state of preparation that no amount of tactical briefing produces by itself. The first time the aspirant is told, by a senior warrior whose respect he has been working toward for months, that he conducted himself well in a situation that could have gone differently, and the specific weight of that assessment from a source whose standards he has internalized. These experiences accumulate, and the accumulation is what the chapter's culture is designed to produce, because the chapter's culture understands that belief is not produced by argument, but by the experience of living within a set of values, and finding that the values, in practice, are as described. The chapter cults are not uniform. They are, in fact, among the most dramatically varied features of the Adeptus Astartes. The point at which the gene seed's expression of the Primarchs' character, filtered through the chapter's specific history and its recruiting world's cultural influence, and the particular development of its theology across the centuries, produces differences between chapters that are striking enough to make the shared gene seed heritage almost invisible beneath the cultural divergence. The Ultramarines operate, in their chapter cult, with the specific quality of an institution that believes in the correctness of its own doctrine, not arrogantly, because the Codex Astartes is genuinely excellent doctrine, and the Ultramarines' centuries of success in following it provide evidence for the belief rather than mere self-regard, but with a confidence in process and structure that shapes everything about how the chapter's warriors understand their own function. An Ultramarine understands himself as the expression of a system designed by a mind he reveres, executed according to principles he has studied and found correct, producing outcomes that the evidence of the chapter's history supports. His loyalty is not merely emotional, it is informed. He has read the Codex Astartes in its entirety. He understands the reasoning behind the doctrine he follows, and his devotion to it is the devotion of someone who has found, through study and experience, that the reasoning is sound. The Space Wolves operate in a theological space that is less formal and more immediate, a culture of sagas and pack bonds, and the specific relationship between the warrior and his brothers that takes the concept of brotherhood, which all chapters share in some form, and makes it the primary lens through which everything else is understood. A space wolf does not primarily understand himself as the servant of an institution. He understands himself as a member of a pack, a bounded, specific group of warriors whose relationships with each other are the most immediate and real context of his existence, and whose loyalty to each other is the form that his loyalty to the chapter and to the emperor takes in practice. The chapter's theology is present and genuine, but it is expressed through the vocabulary of the saga tradition, through the stories of Leman Russ and his wolves, through the specific figures of the chapter's mythology, who represent the values the culture wants to reproduce, rather than through the formal doctrinal language that the Ultramarines prefer. The Blood Angels carry within their chapter cult the specific and inescapable presence of Sanguinius, of the Primarch who died at the War Master's hands during the heresy, whose death encoded a specific flaw into the gene seed that his sons carry, and whose memory the chapter has made into the center of its theology in a way that is simultaneously reverent and urgent. The reverence is for the beauty of Sanguinius's life and the nobility of his death. The urgency is for the flaw his death left in the gene seed, the black rage and the red thirst, which will be addressed in their own section, and for the ongoing work of managing that flaw across 10,000 years of warriors who carry it whether they know it or not. The Blood Angels chaplains are specialists in a specific psychological intervention that no other chapter requires at the same scale. The ongoing management of warriors who are, at the biological level, being slowly pulled toward a darkness that the Primarch's death encoded in their line, and who must be given a theology that provides them with the framework to hold that darkness at bay rather than surrender to it. The Dark Angels chapter cult is organized around a secret, and the secret shapes everything about how the chapter's warriors understand themselves and their chapter's purpose. The Fallen, the members of the First Legion who turned at Caliban during the heresy, who were scattered across time and space by the warp's intervention, and who have been hunted by the Dark Angels across 10,000 years, are not spoken of outside the chapter. The existence of the Fallen is the Dark Angels' most heavily protected secret, because the acknowledgement of the Fallen would require the acknowledgement that the First Legion, the Emperor's first sons, contained within it traitors, and this acknowledgement is something the chapter has decided, whether rightly or wrongly, it cannot allow. The theology of the Dark Angels is therefore partially a theology of concealment, and the chaplains of the Dark Angels are partly spiritual officers and partly keepers of a secret that defines the chapter's identity as much as its gene seed does. The warrior who joins the Dark Angels is indoctrinated into a culture that values loyalty and discretion above almost all other qualities, and only the most senior warriors, those of the inner circle, ever learn fully why. What these diverse chapter cults share, beneath the theological variation and the cultural specificity, is the function they serve, the conversion of the aspirant's experience of the transformation, the cost of it, the strangeness of it, the specific grief and the specific gain, into a coherent and sustainable self-understanding that allows the warrior to continue. The warrior who has no framework for understanding what has been taken from him and what he has been given in exchange is a warrior who is perpetually disoriented, perpetually in the specific kind of psychological distress that produces inconsistent performance and unreliable loyalty. The warrior who has a framework, who understands the cost in terms of the value received, who has a community of brothers who share that framework, who has the chapter's history to demonstrate that the framework is not merely comforting but accurate, is a warrior who can function across centuries of continuous warfare without the psychological collapse that such a service duration would produce in anyone without the framework to sustain it. The chapter cult is, in this sense, the most important of all the transformations that the aspirant undergoes. The biological organs can be implanted. The psychological architecture must be built, over years, through the sustained and careful work of the chaplains, and the experience of the chapter's culture, and the specific quality of the brotherhood that forms among warriors who have shared the trials, and the transformation, and the early years of service. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be skipped. It is the invisible infrastructure that makes the visible warrior possible, the foundation beneath the ceramite, the coherence inside the enhanced biology, the thing that makes a space marine not merely a powerful transhuman weapon, but a being capable of choosing, continuously and across centuries, to use that power in the service of something he believes in. And in the dim of the chapter's chapel, in the smell of old incense, and the sound of the chaplain's voice, speaking the catechism that the aspirant has heard enough times now, that the words come to his lips before his conscious mind has finished hearing them. The aspirant who will become a warrior is learning, one liturgy at a time, what it is that he is becoming, and why it is worth becoming it. Whether it is worth becoming it is a question the chapter has already answered on his behalf. Whether he agrees, across the years of service that will follow, is the only open question that remains. The gene seed is not perfect. This statement, made plainly and without qualification, is one that the Adeptus Mechanicus's gene seed assessors have documented in their technical reports across 10,000 years of cultivation and monitoring, and that the chapters themselves acknowledge in varying degrees of directness depending on the specific nature of their line's imperfections and the specific sensitivity of their culture to the acknowledgement. Perfectibility was the design intention. Perfection was not achieved. The gap between intention and achievement is not a failure of the Emperor's original design. The Primarchs from whose genetics the gene seed was derived were, in themselves, as close to perfect expressions of enhanced humanity as the Emperor's extraordinary capability could produce. The gap is the product of time. Of the 10,000 years between the Primarch's creation and the current era, during which the gene seed has been copied and recopied, aspirant to progenoid gland, to cultivation facility to new aspirant, in a chain that has never been broken and has never been without the subtle accumulation of error that any copying process, however careful, introduces over sufficient iterations. The specific nature of the errors varies by gene seed line. The Primarchs were distinct individuals, and their genetics encoded distinct strengths and distinct vulnerabilities, and the vulnerabilities have, across 10 millennia of replication, expressed themselves in the gene seed of their descendant chapters in ways that range from mild characteristic tendencies to profound and dangerous biological and psychological conditions. The chapters that carry the most significant flaws have spent their entire existence developing the theological and practical infrastructure for managing those flaws, for holding the darkness that the Primarch's death, or the Primarch's character, or the Primarch's own specific biological vulnerabilities introduced into the line. The management is, in most cases, successful. The flaws are held, the chapters function, but the holding requires continuous effort, and the flaws do not diminish across the generations. In some cases, they intensify, as the gene seed's expression drifts further from the Primarch's original template, and the specific mutations that the replication process has introduced become more pronounced in successive generations. The Blood Angels carry the heaviest burden of any chapter in the current era, and the weight of that burden is inseparable from the weight of Sanguinius himself, from the specific manner of his death, and the specific quality of his life that made that death so complete a tragedy. Sanguinius died at Horus's hands, in the final battle of the Heresy, aboard the War Master's flagship in the moments before the Emperor's intervention ended the war. The death was not merely physical, it was a psychic event of significant magnitude, the death of a Primarch, whose psychic presence in the warp was proportional to the extraordinary nature of his being, producing a shockwave that echoed through the gene seed his sons carried, and encoded within it something that the Blood Angels' apothecaries have spent 10,000 years studying without achieving a full understanding of its mechanism. The Black Rage. The Black Rage is not anger. The name is atmospheric rather than descriptive, a way of capturing the quality of the state rather than its mechanism, which involves the affected warrior being overwhelmed by what the Blood Angels' librarians describe as a vision, though vision is an inadequate word for an experience that is fully sensory, fully present, and fully convincing. The warrior experiencing the Black Rage is not seeing a memory. He is reliving Sanguinius's final moments, experiencing the Primarch's death from within, perceiving himself as Sanguinius in the last confrontation with Horus, feeling what Sanguinius felt, seeing what Sanguinius saw, and responding accordingly. The response of a fully transformed Space Marine who believes, at the level of complete sensory reality, that he is a Primarch in his death moment, facing the being who has betrayed everything, is catastrophic violence. Uncontrolled, uncoordinated, absolute violence, the violence of a being whose every enhanced capability has been engaged simultaneously by an experience that bypasses every conditioning and protocol and tactical calculus the chapter has instilled. The warrior in the Black Rage is not accessible. He cannot be reasoned with. He cannot be recalled. He can be pointed at the enemy, and he will destroy what is in front of him with a ferocity that even other Space Marines find difficult to witness, but he cannot be managed beyond that pointing. Warriors taken by the Black Rage do not recover from it. The experience, once fully manifested, is not a temporary state from which the warrior can be brought back through intervention or time. It is a permanent condition, a final expression of the gene seed's specific flaw, and the warrior who has fully fallen to the Black Rage is a warrior whose service in any coordinated capacity is over. The Blood Angels manage this with a protocol that is, in its specificity and its compassion, one of the more remarkable institutional arrangements in the Adeptus Astartes, the Death Company. Warriors in whom the rage is manifesting are not put down, and they are not confined indefinitely. They are armored in black, in the colors of mourning, and they are deployed, deliberately, into the most dangerous positions of the next engagement, given the opportunity to die in battle rather than in restraint. Their uncontrolled violence, directed toward the enemy as a final act of service, and allowed to conclude in the most honorable available manner. The Death Company is the Blood Angels' acknowledgement that the flaw cannot be cured, combined with their refusal to treat those it claims with anything less than the dignity appropriate to warriors who fell not to cowardice or corruption, but to a wound in the gene seed that no effort of will or training can prevent. The Red Thirst is the flaw's quieter face, quieter but more pervasive, present in every Blood Angel, rather than manifesting fully in only some of them, a constant low-level pull toward a darkness that the Primarch's gene seed encoded, and that the chapter's culture has spent 10,000 years teaching its warriors to recognize and resist. The Red Thirst is an intensification of the combat response, a tendency, under the specific conditions of close combat and the proximity of blood, for the warrior's enhanced senses and the specific biological markers of arousal that the Blood Angel's gene seed produces to combine into something that exceeds the controlled aggression of the warrior in battle and approaches something more animal. The warriors of the Blood Angels feel it. They know it. The chapter's theology provides the framework for understanding it as Sanguinius's own blood fury, the Primarch's passion made dangerous by the centuries of replication that have stripped the control away while preserving the drive. The framework helps. It does not eliminate the pull. The Space Wolves carry a different kind of darkness, encoded in the Canis Helix that Leman Russ's genetics introduced into their line, a modification that gives the Space Wolves their enhanced senses, their particular aggression, their connection to the wolf imagery that permeates every aspect of their chapter culture, and their specific risk. The Wolfen, the transformation that takes a Space Wolves warrior, particularly one who has been isolated or who has been exposed to specific psychic or biological triggers that the Canis Helix is sensitive to, and drives him across the threshold from the Space Marine's controlled martial fury into something that is no longer, in any meaningful sense, a man. The Wolfen is not a warrior who has become angry. He is a warrior whose Canis Helix has expressed itself at a level that the human identity beneath it cannot contain, who has been driven, by the progressive expression of Russ's wolf genetics in his rebuilt biology into a state in which the wolf has superseded the warrior, and what remains is something that navigates the world by scent and instinct and the absolute dominance hierarchy of the pack, rather than by the doctrinal and tactical frameworks the chapter instilled. The Space Wolves manage the Wolfen with the same combination of pragmatism and specific cultural accommodation that they bring to every aspect of their existence. Warriors who show signs of the transformation are not immediately removed from service. The chapter's culture has developed enough sophistication about the Canis Helix's expression to distinguish between warriors who are moving toward the Wolfen state and warriors who are simply expressing a particularly intense version of Russ's aggression, which is normal and valued. Warriors who do cross the threshold are, in the current era, incorporated into the Wolfen packs that the chapter deploys as a specific tactical instrument, a decision that reflects both the Space Wolves' theological understanding of the Wolfen as a sacred expression of Russ's nature and their practical recognition that something as dangerous as a Wolfen is better employed against the enemy than confined until it must be put down. The Iron Hand's corruption is not biological in the primary sense. The Iron Hands do not carry a flawed gene seed in the way the Blood Angels or the Space Wolves do. Their biological line, while imperfect as all gene seed lines are after 10,000 years of replication, does not produce specific catastrophic conditions that require the kind of active management that the Blood Angels' Death Company or the Space Wolves' Wolfen protocols represent. The Iron Hand's darkness is cultural, and it is the direct inheritance of Ferrus Manus's own relationship with his body, the relationship of a being who encountered something stronger than flesh and decided, on the basis of that encounter, that flesh was the problem rather than the solution. The Iron Hands chapter cult has amplified and extended that decision across 10,000 years into a cultural posture toward the biological body, that is, in its most extreme expressions, closer to revulsion than to indifference. They replace biological components with bionics, not merely when the biological component has been damaged beyond the body's capacity to repair, as other chapters might, but electively, because the bionic is stronger, more reliable, less susceptible to the specific vulnerabilities that organic tissue carries, and because the chapter's theology frames this replacement as an act of spiritual purification rather than medical necessity. Warriors who have been in the Iron Hand's service for decades may have replaced the majority of their original biological enhancements with mechanical ones, and the chapter's Techmarines, who occupy a position of particular cultural authority in a chapter that reveres the mechanical, perform these elective replacements as readily as they perform necessary ones. The click of bionics in a room where Iron Hand's warriors are assembled is not the sound of damage, it is the sound of choice, of the chapter's ongoing and deliberate rejection of the flesh in favor of something they regard as superior. The Dark Angels carry their darkness most quietly of all, and the quiet is deliberate. The Fallen, the members of the First Legion who turned at Caliban during the Heresy's final stages, are scattered across the galaxy, displaced by the warp's intervention into various eras and various worlds, and the Dark Angels have hunted them for 10,000 years with a persistence and a secrecy that has shaped the chapter's culture more profoundly than any other single factor. The Inner Circle, the chapter's most senior warriors who know the full truth of the Fallen, organize much of the chapter's strategic activity around the secondary priority of locating and recovering or eliminating the Fallen wherever they appear. This priority cannot be acknowledged officially, cannot be explained to imperial authorities who might question why the Dark Angels have appeared in a certain location, or why they have withdrawn from a certain engagement, cannot be shared with the chapters of the Unforgiven's extended family beyond the specific diplomatic understanding that exists among them. The Dark Angels who do not belong to the Inner Circle serve a chapter whose motivations they only partially understand, following orders whose full rationale is concealed from them, in a culture that prizes discretion so highly that the interrogator chaplains, the the specific specialist role responsible for the recovery and interrogation of captured fallen, operate in a silence that even their brothers do not violate. The weight of the secret is distributed across the chapter's culture in the form of the particular stillness that the Dark Angels carry into every interaction with forces outside their own, the watchfulness, the careful incompleteness of every account they give of their own actions. These flaws, the Black Rage and the Red Thirst, the Canis Helix's Wolfen Risk, the Iron Hand's iron rejection of organic life, the Dark Angel's 10,000-year concealment, are not static. They are subject to the same progressive drift that affects all aspects of gene seed expression across the centuries, accumulating through the replication process at a rate that is slow enough to be invisible on the scale of individual generations and visible enough to be measurable on the scale of the chapter histories. The middle period of the Imperium's history, the 10,000 years between M32 and the current era, carried this drift through catastrophes that the gene seed lines absorbed and expressed in ways that the apothecaries of the affected chapters documented and could not always correct. The Age of Apostasy in M36 was a period of such systematic imperial dysfunction, the rule of the High Lord Gojmandire, whose reign of blood produced a breakdown in the imperial administration so complete that it required the military intervention of the Space Marine chapters alongside the Adeptus Astartes to resolve. That the chapters operating during this period were subjected to attrition of a quality and duration that the gene seed recovery protocols were not always adequate to manage. Campaigns ran longer than the gene seed cultivation cycles could sustain without interruption. Progenoid glands were lost in engagements where the apothecaries were themselves casualties. The gene seed lines that emerged from the Age of Apostasy's demands were, in some chapters, measurably more impure than they had entered it. The replication process having run, in conditions of urgency and loss, with less of the careful quality control that the Mechanicus's gene seed assessors ordinarily maintain. The mutations that the Age of Apostasy introduced into certain lines have been managed across the subsequent centuries, but not eliminated, and some of what presents as characteristic variation in certain chapters of that era is, in the Apothecary's quiet assessment, the legacy of a period in which the chain was maintained under conditions that the chain was not designed to sustain. It is a cold accounting. The Imperium needed its chapters, and the chapters served, and the gene seed paid a portion of the cost that the service required. The cost is still being paid, in the specific expressions of specific flaws in specific gene seed lines. In every blood angel who feels the red thirst and holds it, in every space wolf who watches the older warriors of his pack for signs that the Canis Helix is expressing itself beyond the threshold, in every iron hand who schedules another elective replacement of biological tissue with bionic equivalent, in every dark angel who carries the weight of a secret that his chapter has decided is worth the cost of carrying indefinitely. The Primarchs gave their sons everything they had to give. The gifts are real. The darkness was real too, encoded in the same genetics, inseparable from the inheritance that made the gifts possible, waiting in the gene seed for the centuries to draw it out. The sons carry both. They have always carried both, and they will continue to carry both, for as long as the gene seed chain persists and the galaxy continues to require what the chain produces. There is a particular quality of silence that settles over the chapter's fortress monastery in the hours before dawn, not the silence of absence, because a fortress monastery is never truly empty, but the silence of an institution conducting the specific work that does not require speech. The armory's grinding is distant and rhythmic. The apothecarian's environmental systems maintain their careful, even hum. Somewhere in the lower levels, the gene seed vaults hold their cold quiet, the cryogenic stasis fields cycling through their maintenance sequences, and in the corridors between the apothecarian and the Great Hall, a warrior who cannot sleep, who rests in the catalepsian node's half-sleep, one hemisphere cycling through its restoration, while the other remains aware of the stone and the dark and the particular temperature of a fortress monastery at the deepest part of the night, moves without particular destination, because Astartes, who are not required anywhere, tend to be somewhere anyway, because the alternative to presence is the absence that the chapter does not practice. In that silence, the specialist roles are most visible, not because the chaplain, or the apothecary, or the librarian, or the Techmarine does their most significant work in the hours before dawn, though all of them do some work at all hours, because the chapter's requirements do not observe the sleep cycles of the unmodified human, but because the silence strips away the operational noise that conceals the connective tissue of the institution during its active hours, and what remains is the texture of the chapter as it actually is, not a military formation, not merely, but a living institution that requires specific roles to sustain it in the intervals between campaigns as much as in the campaigns themselves. The warriors who fill those roles are the chapter's continuity, the figures whose work ensures that the institution that exists after a campaign is recognizably the same institution that existed before it, carrying its gene seed and its culture and its capacity forward through the years that would otherwise erode them. The chaplains have already been addressed in the context of the aspirant's psychological formation, but the full scope of the chaplain's role extends considerably beyond the formation of new warriors and deserves the specific portrait that it has not yet received in this account. A chaplain is recognizable at a glance in any gathering of Space Marines because the iconography of the role is one of the most deliberately distinct in the chapter's visual vocabulary. The black armor, maintained in that color across every chapter, whose chaplains follow the Codex convention, regardless of the chapter's own heraldry, because black is the color of the Crozius's authority and the color of the role's separation from the chapter's ordinary hierarchy. The skull-faced helm, whose design is ancient enough that its origin is disputed in the records, but whose function is clear, a face that communicates, to anyone looking at it, that the wearer represents something other than the ordinary military authority of a captain or a lieutenant, and the Crozius Arcanum itself, the weapon and the symbol simultaneously, a mace whose head is worked into an aquila or a chapter-specific symbol, and whose weight and heft are those of a genuine weapon, because the chaplain's spiritual authority does not exempt him from the requirement to fight, and his weapon is not a ceremonial prop. The chaplain moves through the chapter's population with a specific authority that is orthogonal to the rank structure rather than subordinate to it. A captain commands his company. The chaplain assigned to that company advises, counsels, assesses, and has the specific standing to raise concerns about the spiritual and psychological condition of warriors that the captain is expected to take seriously, because the chaplain's assessment of a warrior's psychological fitness is as operationally relevant as the sergeant's assessment of his tactical competence. A warrior who is psychologically compromised, who is carrying a grief too recent to have been processed, or a guilt too specific to have been generalized into the chapter's framework of sacrifice and service, or a fear of a particular kind that the Indoctrination has not adequately addressed, is a warrior who may function inconsistently in the field, and the chaplain's awareness of these conditions is the chapter's mechanism for identifying them before they produce consequences. The litanies that the chaplain speaks before engagements, the specific texts that the chapter's tradition specifies for different contexts, for different scales of engagement, for different types of enemy and different stakes, are not optional elements of the pre-battle procedure. They are functional. The warriors who have heard a chaplain's voice speaking these specific words in the specific cadence of the chapter's liturgy, since before they received their first implant, have been conditioned, over years, to the specific state change that the litanies produce. The narrowing of attention, the sharpening of the specific quality of readiness that the transformation has given them, the redirecting of whatever anxiety the tactical situation has generated into the focused intensity that the chapter cult calls the warrior's grace. The conditioning is not mystical. It is the product of consistent association, repeated across enough instances and across enough years that the trigger, the chaplain's voice in the specific cadence, reliably produces the conditioned response. The warriors know this. They have thought about it. They do not find the knowledge of the mechanism a reason to doubt the mechanism's efficacy, because the mechanism works, and working is what matters. The apothecaries have been introduced in their apothecarian context and in their gene seed recovery role, but the apothecary in the field, in the specific and demanding context of combat, where his responsibilities are most immediately visible and most immediately tested, presents a different face from the surgical officer of the apothecarian's controlled environment. The apothecary in combat wears the narthicium on his forearm, not stored, not accessible only through deliberate retrieval, but immediately available, because the situations in which the narthicium is needed do not wait for the apothecary to prepare. The narthicium is a compact medical instrument of considerable sophistication, containing the specific tools the apothecary requires to perform his field functions. The diagnostic systems that can rapidly assess a fallen warrior's biological status. The reductor, a specialized cutting instrument that can rapidly remove a warrior's gauntlet or breach the black carapace if the narthicium's gene seed extraction function requires access through damaged armor. And the gene seed extraction mechanism itself, the core function for which the narthicium was designed, which can locate the progenoid glands within a fallen warrior's body and extract them with enough care to preserve their viability for cultivation. The apothecary, performing a gene seed extraction in a combat environment, is working against every tactical instinct that his training has produced. He must stop. In a firefight, stopping is the behavior that the body's enhanced stress response is most strenuously arguing against. He must focus on the fallen warrior at his feet, rather than on the enemy who is producing more fallen warriors. He must perform, with sufficient care to preserve the gene seed's viability, a procedure that takes time, in an environment where time is the resource most directly in competition with survival. He does this because the chapter requires it, and because the chapter's requirement is correct. The gene seed of the fallen warrior is irreplaceable in a way that the apothecary's own tactical contribution to the current engagement is not, because the engagement will end, and the gene seed will not be recoverable from a body the enemy controls or destroys. And the chapter's future depends on the chain being maintained, even under these specific conditions, especially under these conditions, because these are the conditions where the chain is most at risk. The technique the apothecary applies is precise and has been refined across 10,000 years of practitioners developing better methods for achieving the extraction with minimal gene seed damage and maximal speed. The narthicium's extraction mechanism is positioned against the appropriate anatomical sites, the neck for the cervical progenoid, the chest for the thoracic, and the extraction is performed with the specific quick certainty of someone who has done this many times in conditions ranging from the controlled apothecarian environment to engagements far worse than the one currently underway. The gene seed, once extracted, goes into the narthicium's preservation chamber, where it will be maintained in viable condition until the apothecary can deliver it to the apothecarian's cultivation systems. The warrior from whom it was taken is noted in the apothecary's records, his name, his rank, the engagement, the date, and the short further notation that completes what the ledger requires: the gene seed recovered, the chain intact. The librarians represent the chapter's most complex specialist role, because their function is simultaneously the most militarily powerful and the most dangerous, in the specific sense that power and danger are always related when the power in question is psychic and the danger in question is the warp. A librarian is an Astartes who was identified at the assessment stage of the recruitment process as possessing psychic potential, the capacity to sense and manipulate the energies of the warp in ways that most beings cannot. The quality that the Scholastica Psychana calls the witch sight, and that the chapter's librarians prefer to call the sight, because the framing matters and the chapter's theology frames this capability as a gift rather than a contamination. Whether it is a gift is a theological question that different chapters answer differently, and that the individual librarians who carry the capability answer in the quiet of their own extended experience with it. The librarian's combat role deploys the psychic capability as a weapon, as what the chapter's records call the force weapon's metaphysical edge, the additional dimension of destructive capability that a librarian's force staff or force sword carries beyond the physical mass and sharpness of the weapon itself, and as the directed psychic abilities that different librarians develop in different combinations depending on their specific gifts and their specific training. The ability to generate barriers against incoming fire, the ability to project destructive psychic force at range, the ability to read the psychic signatures of hidden enemies, the ability to perceive, through the warp's information-carrying properties, events, and conditions, at distances that conventional senses cannot reach. A librarian in the field is a different tactical variable from any other space marine, not simply more capable in the conventional sense, but differently capable, operating in dimensions of the engagement that other warriors cannot access and against vulnerabilities that physical weapons cannot address. The Librarium, the chapter's accumulated record of psychic lore and the specific knowledge developed by its librarians across its history, is among the most carefully guarded elements of any fortress monastery's archives. It contains information about the warp and its properties that is genuinely dangerous if accessible to beings who might use it for purposes the chapter would not endorse, and it contains records of the chapter's librarians' specific experiences with psychic phenomena that represent the institution's accumulated wisdom about navigating a capability that will, if mismanaged, attract exactly the kind of warp-side attention that is most capable of corrupting the soul of the warrior it targets. The librarians who maintain the librarium do so with the awareness that the knowledge they are curating is live, that the entities whose nature and behavior the records describe are genuinely present in the warp and genuinely attentive to psychic activity, and that the study of them is not a historical exercise, but an ongoing negotiation between the capability that makes them knowable and the danger that makes knowledge of them necessary. The Techmarines carry an institutional identity that is unique in the chapter structure, because it is double. The Techmarine is a space marine, and he has been shaped, in addition, by the years of training at the Adeptus Mechanicus's facilities on Mars, and the shaping that the Mechanicus provides is significant enough that the warrior who returns to his chapter from that training is recognizably different from the one who left. Not in his loyalty. That remains with the chapter, and the chapter's relationship with the Mechanicus, while important, does not override the warrior's primary bond. But in his philosophy, in his specific relationship with the equipment he maintains, in the particular vocabulary he uses to discuss machines and their function, the Techmarine carries the Mechanicus's imprint alongside the chapter's own. His physical appearance in the chapter's common spaces reflects this duality. The red robes of the Mechanicus, worn over the chapter's ceramite, a specific and deliberate visual signal of the double identity that the chapter's culture has learned to accommodate, because the Techmarine's skills are too valuable to the chapter's operational capacity to be threatened by the cultural friction his unusual institutional position might otherwise produce. And extending from the Techmarine's backpack unit, the Mechadendrites, the articulated tool limbs that the Mechanicus installs as part of the extended training process, each one tipped with a different specialized instrument, each one capable of independent operation under the guidance of the neural interface that the Techmarine has developed through his Mechanicus training, all of them moving with the quick, precise, slightly unsettling fluidity of systems that have learned to anticipate the demands of the work they perform. The rhythmic, metallic clicking of the Mechadendrites servicing ceramite is the sound of the chapter's mechanical continuity, the specific percussion of an institution maintaining itself, keeping the suits of power armor in the condition that allows the warriors inside them to survive the engagements that will inevitably occur, preserving the vehicles and the weapons and the equipment whose operational reliability is as much a part of the chapter's capability as the warrior's own enhanced biology. The Techmarine works in the armory's good light, with the mechadendrites repositioning around him, addressing different elements of the suit simultaneously. One mechadendrite checking the seal integrity of the gorget, while another assesses the servo mechanism in the left knee joint, and a third traces the neural interface connections in the chest cavity, in the particular multi-threaded attention that the mechadendrite system makes possible, and that no single-handed human technician can replicate. He speaks to the suit as he works, in the Mechanicus's specific liturgy of maintenance, the binary cant that the Mechanicus uses in its most formal interactions with machine spirits, mixed with the chapter's own invocations that the Techmarine has learned to use alongside, rather than instead, of his Mechanicus training. The suit receives both. The machine spirit, by the tradition of both institutions, benefits from both. These specialist roles, the Chaplain, the Apothecary, the Librarian, the Techmarine, are the points at which the chapter most clearly reveals what it actually is beneath the martial surface. They are the roles that do the work that war cannot do for the institution, the work of sustaining the soul of the chapter, maintaining the bodies of the warriors, managing the capabilities that transcend ordinary biology, and keeping the equipment in the condition that makes continued service possible. Without them, the chapter is a collection of extremely capable warriors who will gradually lose coherence, lose the psychological structure that the chaplains maintain, lose the gene seed continuity that the apothecaries preserve, lose the access to the warp's dimensions that the librarians provide, lose the equipment to damage and entropy without the Techmarine's repair. With them, the chapter is what it is, an institution that can sustain itself across centuries of continuous warfare, carry its gene seed and its culture forward through whatever the galaxy provides, and continue to function as the Emperor's design intended. The instrument that does not stop, because stopping means the thing it was designed to prevent will proceed without opposition. In the hours before dawn, in the fortress monastery's particular silence, they do their work. The chaplain in his study, reading the accounts of battles not yet fought, preparing the litanies for a campaign whose dates are not yet known, but whose spiritual demands can be anticipated from the enemy's nature and the chapter's history of engaging it. The apothecary in the Apothecarian, reviewing the gene seed assessments, noting the specific parameters that require monitoring in the next implantation cohort. The librarian in the Librarium, following a thread of psychic lore through records old enough that the hand that wrote them has been ash for centuries, finding in the ancient pages something that the current intelligence about the current enemy makes newly relevant. The Techmarine in the armory, the mechadendrites clicking in their quiet, specific rhythm against the ceramite of a suit whose warrior will need it operational before the day is significantly older. The chapter breathes around them. The gene seed sleeps in its cold storage, waiting. The warriors in their half-sleep maintain their incomplete vigilance in the dormitory spaces, half aware of the sounds that indicate the institution is still functioning, the armor and the gene seed and the soul of the chapter still being maintained by the people whose role it is to maintain them. The night holds, the work continues. There is a question that has been open since the beginning of this account, threaded through the telling of the biology and the institution and the culture and the specialist roles that hold it together, present in every section without yet being answered directly. It was stated in the hook, in the image of the armored figure and the child who preceded him, and it has been restated, in various forms, at each stage of the transformation's telling. What does it take to make one of these, and what is the cost of becoming one? The biology has been told. The implants have been described, one by one, in the clinical and odd register that the subject demands. The institution has been rendered, the chapter and its companies, the specialist roles, the fortress monastery, the chapter cult, and its specific theological function. The flaws have been acknowledged, the inherited darkness that the gene seed carries forward from the Primarch's own wounds, the mutations that 10,000 years of replication have introduced into lines that were not perfect to begin with. All of this is what it takes. All of this is the answer to the first half of the question. The second half is different, harder, in a way that the biology is not hard, because the biology is strange and complex. But it is, ultimately, a set of facts that can be described with sufficient precision for the description to be adequate. The cost is not a set of facts. The cost is a set of absences, things that are no longer present in the life of the person who has been transformed, things that were there before and are not there now, things that were surrendered in the exchange that the transformation represents and that did not come back in any form that would be recognized as the thing itself. The cost is what the Space Marine no longer has, and what the Space Marine no longer has is, in most of the categories that ordinary human experience regards as constitutive of a meaningful life, nearly everything. The childhood ends first, and most completely. This has been noted in the account of the recruitment and the trials, but it has not been rendered fully, not in the specific sense that it deserves, because the childhood's end is not merely the physical departure from the recruiting world and the beginning of the implantation process. It is the end of the possibility of childhood, of the relationship with time and experience and self-development that the word childhood describes. A child grows within a specific set of relationships, with parents, with siblings, with the social structures of the community that produced him, and those relationships are the medium through which the child develops an understanding of himself as a particular person with a particular history in a particular place. The Space Marine who comes from that child carries none of those relationships forward in any living form. The parents are not contacted, the siblings are not informed of where their brother has gone, except in the vague terms that the recruiting process specifies. He was chosen, he serves the Emperor, he is not dead. He is simply absent. He is absent from the life of everyone who knew him before the selection, and they are absent from his life, and the absence is permanent in a way that neither party fully anticipates in the moment of separation, and that both parties eventually accommodate through the different mechanisms available to them. The family learns, over the years, to treat the chosen child as someone who died heroically rather than someone who is alive and unreachable. The warrior learns, over the years, to locate his identity entirely in the chapter rather than in the family, because the family is not present and the chapter is, and a mind without somewhere to locate identity will locate it wherever the options exist. What remains is not nothing. The warrior remembers his childhood in the specific way that the enhanced memory of the transformation preserves experiences with a fidelity that the unmodified human memory cannot match. The faces of the people he grew up with are not blurred by time. The specific sensory qualities of the world he came from are retained with a precision that means they are always available, always potentially present when something in his current environment triggers the association. This is not comfort. The precision of the memory makes the distance feel more absolute rather than less, because the memory of a face that is perfectly clear and completely unreachable is a different experience from the blurred memory of a face that was real once and has become approximate with time. The warrior who remembers his mother's face with the clarity that the Omophagia's influence on his memory systems makes possible is a warrior who knows, with the same clarity, that the face he is remembering is the face of someone who is now old or dead or both, who has lived a full life in the interval since the selection, who has grieved the loss of a son she was told to be proud of, and whom she has almost certainly not seen since the day he was taken. The memory is not a comfort. It is a fact, carried with the same precision as any other fact the transformed mind retains, present in the warrior's experience as a specific and settled weight that he has arranged his relationship with over the years until the arrangement is, if not comfortable, at least sustainable. The ordinary pleasures of the human body are gone in ways that are more varied than the simple statement suggests. A space marine eats. He eats considerably more than an unmodified human. The metabolic demands of the transformed body require caloric input at rates that make the space marine's meals significant logistical considerations in any sustained operation. But the experience of eating is not the experience that ordinary humans describe when they describe pleasure in food. The neuroglottis's chemical analysis function and the omophagia's memory absorption effect combine to make every meal a functional event rather than a sensory pleasure. The warrior tastes in the full chemical sense, receiving more information about the composition of what he consumes than any unmodified palate could extract. But the relationship between that information and the specific pleasure that ordinary humans associate with food, the comfort, the social bonding, the anticipation, and the satisfaction, is attenuated in ways that the transformation's designers did not specifically intend, and that the chapter's theologians have discussed across the millennia, without reaching a consensus about whether the attenuation is a loss or a liberation from a pleasure that was always a distraction from the warrior's purpose. Sleep, in the form that unmodified humans experience it, the surrender of consciousness, the specific quality of rest that comes from total absence of awareness, the particular transition from waking to sleeping that is itself a kind of pleasure, and that the body seeks with an urgency that reveals how fundamentally it is required, is gone. The catalepsian node's half-sleep is functionally adequate. It provides the restorative benefit that the brain requires. It does not provide the surrender. The warrior, who has been in service for decades, has not surrendered his consciousness in the way that sleep requires since the node was implanted, and whatever the psychological significance of that surrender was in the warrior's prior life, whatever the specific comfort of unconsciousness represented to the child who lay down each night and let awareness go, it is not available to him, and has not been available to him for so long that the memory of it is, like the memory of his mother's face, a precise record of something completely unreachable. The physical intimacy that ordinary human lives include, not merely the sexual dimension, though that is present in the accounting, but the broader category of touch as a medium of relationship, of the physical closeness that humans use to establish and maintain bonds with each other, is structured differently in the Space Marine's experience in ways that the transformation produces without specifically intending. The armor is the most obvious factor. A warrior in power armor is not physically accessible in the way that an unmodified human is accessible, and the relationship between a warrior and his armor is close enough to the relationship between a warrior and his body that the distinction between being in armor and being in one's own skin becomes, over years, genuinely ambiguous. But the armor is not the only factor. The chapter's culture, which organizes the warrior's emotional life around the brotherhood, rather than around individual dyadic bonds of the kind that ordinary human relationships tend to produce, creates a specific shape of emotional connection that is real and meaningful and that provides genuine sustenance. But that is not the same shape as the relationships it replaced. And the warrior, who has been in the chapter long enough to have no living connections outside, it knows the difference, even if the chapter's culture does not acknowledge it. The emotional narrowing is the most subtle and the most pervasive of the costs. The transformation does not remove the warrior's capacity for emotion. This is a misconception that the chapter's own theology sometimes encourages, in the interest of projecting an image of the Space Marine as beyond the vulnerabilities that emotion represents, and that the chapter's chaplains know to be false because their specific role requires them to work with those vulnerabilities continuously. Space Marines grieve. They feel fear in the form that focuses rather than paralyzes, which is not the absence of fear, but a specific trained relationship with it. They form genuine attachments to their brothers, to their chapter, to the specific communities and worlds they have protected over the years of their service, and those attachments generate the specific pains that genuine attachments always generate when they are severed by death or circumstance. The emotional narrowing is not the absence of emotion. It is the specific restriction of the emotional life's direction, the channeling. Through years of indoctrination and the specific reinforcement of the chapter's culture, of whatever emotional capacity the warrior possesses toward the brotherhood and the mission, and away from the broader human emotional landscape that the chapter cannot accommodate without compromising the warrior's function. What is narrowed out is not unimportant. The specific emotional registers available to an unmodified human, the full complexity of a life that includes not just the bonds of combat brotherhood, but the bonds of family and friendship in their civilian forms, the emotional life of a person embedded in a community that includes children and old people, and the full spectrum of human circumstance, are not available to the Space Marine in any form he can directly access. He can observe them, he can understand them, intellectually, with the enhanced analytical capacity that the transformation has given him. He cannot inhabit them, because inhabiting them requires a continuous presence in the social world that produces them, and the warrior's presence is in the chapter, and the chapter is not that world. There is, finally, the cost that the chapter states most plainly, and that the warrior accepts most fully, and that is, perhaps for that reason, the one that receives the least explicit discussion in the chapter's culture, the certainty that he will die in battle. Not the possibility, not the elevated risk, the expectation, the understanding, absorbed so thoroughly across the years of training and service that it has ceased to feel like a specific thought and has become instead the background against which all other thoughts occur, that the correct ending for the life of a Space Marine is death in combat, and that other endings, retirement, old age, the peaceful cessation that most ordinary human lives move toward, however approximately, are not available to him and are not, in the chapter's theology, desirable for him. The warrior was made to fight. Fighting is what he is for, and the things he fights are, in the general case, eventually capable of killing him, because the galaxy is large and the enemies are numerous, and the capability of the individual warrior, however extraordinary, is finite. The expected death is not feared. This is not quite the same as saying it is desired, and it is not quite the same as saying it is embraced. The chapter's theology is sophisticated enough to distinguish between a warrior who does not fear his death and a warrior who is careless about it. And the careless warrior is not a good warrior, because carelessness in combat is the failure of the tactical calculation that distinguishes the warrior's courage from the aspirant's recklessness. The expected death is simply accepted, held in the warrior's awareness as the likely conclusion of the service he is performing, noted and integrated into his understanding of his own situation, and then set aside in the specific way that the chapter's culture teaches, because the warrior who thinks too much about his own death is thinking about the wrong thing at the wrong time, and the chapter's culture has no patience for the wrong focus at the wrong time. And yet, in the fortress monastery at night, in the half-sleep's partial awareness, in the specific quiet of a warrior who is not entirely awake and not entirely asleep, and has nothing immediately pressing to direct his attention toward, in that space, the cost sits, not as a complaint, not as a grief that demands expression, or a wound that requires treatment. As a weight, a distributed, settled, permanent weight that the warrior has arranged his life around for so long that the arrangement feels natural, that the weight feels like the correct weight for a life of this shape, that the acceptance feels like the correct posture for a being of this design. The cost is acceptable. The chapter has determined that it is acceptable. The warrior, who is the thing the cost was paid to produce, has determined that it is acceptable. The Imperium, which requires the thing the cost produces, has determined that it is acceptable. And here, at the convergence of all the costs, the question resolves. What does it take to make a Space Marine? It takes the child, and the trials, and the biology, and the years, and the indoctrination, and the culture, and the specific quality of will that the trials were designed to identify, and that the transformation was designed to make permanent. It takes the gene seed and the Apothecary, and the Chaplain and the Techmarine and the Chapter Master, and the 10 companies, and the Fortress Monastery, and the gene seed chain stretching back through 10,000 years to a Primarch, and through the Primarch to the Emperor, and through the Emperor to whatever decision it was, made in the laboratories beneath the Himalayan peaks, that determined humanity's survival was worth the cost of producing this instrument to serve it. What is the cost of becoming one? Everything that was there before. All of it. The childhood and the family and the ordinary pleasures and the emotional breadth and the sleep that was a surrender and the death that might have been natural. Everything that constituted the specific human person who entered the Apothecarian is either gone or so fundamentally altered that the continuity between the child and the warrior is more philosophical than practical. A thread, not a foundation, a connection that the warrior can trace in both directions, but that cannot bear the weight of being called the same life. The Space Marine who understands this accounting fully, who has had the decades of service required to render the cost legible in its complete form, rather than in the partial form available to an aspirant who has not yet experienced enough of the service to understand what the full duration of it takes, does not, in the accounts that survive from warriors who have attempted to render this understanding, typically express regret. This is not because the cost is small, it is because the alternative, the life of the person who was not selected, who was not transformed, who lived the ordinary life of a citizen of the Imperium on a death world, or a feral world, or a hive city, is a life that the warrior's enhanced capacity for analysis has assessed, fully and carefully, and found to be the alternative that the Imperium cannot afford to have every possible warrior choose. Someone must pay this cost. The galaxy requires that someone pay it. The warrior who is paying it was the person the chapter determined could pay it and continue to function. And so he paid it, and continues to pay it, and will pay it until the battlefield makes the final payment for him. The armored figure from the beginning of this account stands in whatever fire the current era's wars have provided, and he is paying the cost, and he will continue to pay it, and the Imperium will continue to require that he do so, and he has decided, in whatever moment the decision crystallized across the years of his service, that this is the correct arrangement. Not comfortable, not without loss. Correct. That is the cost. That is the answer. And the telling continues, because the cost being paid is not for nothing, and what it purchases deserves its own accounting. What the cost purchases is this: the right to stand between humanity and the things that would end it, armed with the most sophisticated biological and technological capability that 10,000 years of accumulated imperial science has produced. In the specific situations where the difference between human civilization's continuation and its termination is measured not in armies and logistics, but in whether the right instrument arrives at the right point of crisis, before the crisis becomes irreversible. This is not a small right. It is not a comfortable one, but it is the correct description of what a Space Marine's existence, in its operational reality, actually constitutes. The continuous occupation of the space between humanity and its extinction, in whatever form that extinction is currently being attempted, and from whatever direction it is currently arriving. The directions are many. The Imperium exists in a galaxy that has, in the 10,000 years since the heresy, provided no shortage of threats capable of requiring the Adeptus Astartes' specific capabilities, and the variety of those threats is one of the structural facts about the Space Marine's existence that the mythology tends to flatten into a single category of enemy, when in fact, the operational reality is considerably more complex. A chapter assigned to its operational theater does not face one enemy. It faces whatever the galaxy provides, and the galaxy's provision is Catholic, diverse in biology, in motivation, in the specific nature of the threat presented, in the tactics required to address it, in the scale and the duration and the specific costs of the engagement. The orc presents itself as a problem of arithmetic, a species that reproduces by releasing spores into the environment, and that consequently cannot be reduced to zero by any military campaign that does not also sterilize every world the orc has occupied, because the spores remain after the orc warriors are gone, and the spores eventually produce more warriors. An orc wag, the specific condition that arises when a sufficiently powerful orc warlord begins accumulating followers at the rate that the orc's psychology and the wag energy phenomenon enable, is a military problem that scales rapidly from a local nuisance to a galactic catastrophe, depending on the interval between the wag's beginning and its first meaningful military check. A chapter that arrives at a wag in its early stages is doing a different job from a chapter that arrives when the wag has been building for years. The first is containment and elimination. The second is crisis management in a situation where the optimal response is no longer available, and the question is how much the crisis can be limited, rather than whether it can be stopped. The Astartes do both, because both are the work that the galaxy provides. The Necron presents itself as a problem of antiquity, a species so old that the human civilization that sent ships to the first Necron tomb worlds was not the current Imperium, but something that preceded it. A species whose technology operates on principles that the Adeptus Mechanicus can sometimes reverse engineer and cannot fully understand. A species whose warriors can phase out of the material world when destroyed and reconstitute themselves elsewhere on the same battlefield, making the ordinary metric of enemy casualties a less reliable measure of tactical progress than it is against biological opponents. The Necron Awakening, the process by which tomb worlds that have slept since before humanity learned to work metal are coming back to awareness in the current era, at a rate that the Imperium's intelligence apparatus cannot confidently track, is a strategic problem that the Adeptus Astartes address at the tactical level. Because the strategic level is the Administratum's and the High Lord's domain, and the Astartes domain is the specific engagement where the Necron's technological advantage must be answered with the biological and tactical advantages that the transformation provides. The enhanced senses that allow a Space Marine to detect the specific electromagnetic signatures of Necron phasing technology. The Laraman cells that allow him to sustain the kind of close-range combat that the Necron's weaponry favors and continue functioning. The judgment that allows him to recognize when a position is untenable against phasing opponents and to redeploy rather than die in place, defending a tactical objective that the Necron can simply phase through. The Tyrannid is a problem of consumption, a species that does not seek territory in any sense that a human strategist's models can accommodate, but that instead converts every biological resource it encounters into more Tyrannid, stripping worlds to bare rock, and using the stripped material to produce the next wave of organisms, which will strip the next world, in a process that has no negotiation point and no strategic objective that can be addressed, because the Tyrannid's strategic objective is simply the continuation of the process. Against Tyrannid, the Astartes deploy the specific lethality of small elite forces against the synapse creatures whose psychic command structures coordinate the swarm, disrupting the swarm's coordination by eliminating its direction, which does not stop the individual organisms but renders them manageable by the conventional forces that the Astartes intervention has bought time for. The hive mind's attention is not something that can be deterred by the elimination of individual organisms. It is something that can be interrupted at specific points in its command architecture, and identifying and reaching those points in the middle of a swarm is exactly the kind of work for which the Astartes' capabilities were designed. The Chaos Space Marine Warband presents a problem of the specific kind that is most uncomfortable for the Adeptus Astartes, the problem of fighting something that is, in its biological origin, exactly what they are. The Traitor Legion's warriors are Astartes. They carry the same gene seed, or the corrupted remnant of it, transformed by 10,000 years of warp exposure and demonic influence, into something that retains the biological capabilities of the transformation, while adding to them the specific enhancements and specific degradations that the Chaos powers provide. A Space Marine fighting a Chaos Space Marine is fighting his own capabilities mirrored back at him through a filter of corruption, and the tactical calculus of such an engagement does not have the reassurance of facing something fundamentally lesser. It has, instead, the specific quality of a test, whether the conditioning and the culture and the chapter's psychological architecture have produced something more durable than the corruption has produced in the opponent, whether the chapter's specific expression of the gene seed's capabilities outperforms the Chaos Power's specific augmentation of those same capabilities, whether the warrior's loyalty and coherence under pressure exceed the traitor's experience and the demonic support he can call upon. These engagements are not won on biology alone. They are won on everything the chapter cult and the chaplains and the psychological formation have built into the warrior over the years, the specific quality of resilience that the chapter's formation produces and that the Chaos Power's corrupting influence is designed to erode. Against all of these, and against the dozens of other threat categories that the galaxy's diversity provides, the Astartes strike force operates in the specific manner that the Codex Astartes has refined across 10,000 years of operational feedback. Small, fast, targeted, surgical. The drop pod assault is the chapter's most recognizable tactical signature. The re-entry vehicles that carry squads of Astartes from orbit to the surface in minutes, falling through atmosphere with a controlled violence that places warriors directly at the point of crisis, rather than at the edge of it, and fighting toward it. The drop pod's atmospheric entry is not quiet. The heat of re-entry, the deceleration burn, the impact, these produce a sequence of sound and light that is visible and audible across significant distances, and the chapters have incorporated this visibility into the tactical design rather than working against it, because the drop pod assault's psychological effect on the enemy, the knowledge that Astartes are falling from the sky and will be present and fighting in minutes rather than hours, is as much a part of the weapon's function as the warriors it delivers. The Thunderhawk insertion is the alternative for situations where the drop pod's commitment is not appropriate, where the tactical objective requires a force capable of extraction as well as insertion, or where the Thunderhawk's gunship capabilities are needed in direct support of the ground forces, or where the landing zone is contested in ways that require suppression from the air before the ground force can function. The Thunderhawk's engines produce a vibration that the warriors inside it feel through the deck plates and through the armor's neural interface as a specific physical quality of the pre-insertion period, the aircraft at low altitude over a contested target zone, the engines managing the relationship between speed and stability in conditions where both are under pressure from ground fire, the squad within in the specific state of pre-combat preparation that the chaplain's litanies and the chapter's conditioning have designed to produce, and that the specific sensory qualities of the aircraft in flight reinforce. The boarding action is the third form, and the one that most directly engages the biological capabilities in the specific way they were designed to operate. Close quarters, confined spaces, the specific chaos of combat inside a ship, or a space hulk where the distances are measured in meters rather than kilometers, and the weapons that matter are the ones that function in corridors. Terminators are the boarding action's primary instrument. Their bulk and their weapons load and their specific resilience against the concentrated fire that corridor combat produces, making them the correct instrument for the specific demands of the environment. A squad of Terminators working through the interior of a vessel is working in exactly the conditions the Mark Feed's Terminator armor was designed for, and the knowledge that the Terminator armor's bulk conveys, the specific impossibility of what is coming down the corridor, and the specific certainty that the corridor is not wide enough to allow passing it, is a tactical factor in itself, before any weapon is fired. This is the life of endless war. Insertion, engagement, extraction, return to the fortress monastery, and then insertion again, in a cycle that does not stop, because the galaxy does not stop. providing situations that require exactly this specific response. A chapter in its operational theater is a continuous military presence, not deployed to a single war that will eventually conclude, but present for the duration of whatever the galaxy provides, for however long the galaxy continues to provide it, which is the duration of the galaxy itself. But to speak of the current era's engagements as though they constitute the whole of the Adeptus Astartes' operational history is to flatten 10,000 years of continuous service into a snapshot, and the snapshot conceals the weight that the full duration carries. 10,000 years of war. 10,000 years of the chapter's warriors dying in battle and being replaced by the gene seed chain's next generation, of the fortress monastery receiving the survivors of one campaign and dispatching them to the next, of the operational theater changing as the threats within it changed, and the chapter adapting to those changes while maintaining the institutional continuity that the gene seed and the culture and the specialist roles preserve. 10,000 years of the Imperium requiring the chapters to be present, and the chapters being present, and the cost of that presence being paid in the currency of the warriors who did not return. The mid-millennium record is not the record of dramatic single events, but of the grinding, cumulative weight of a civilization at continuous war, conducting that war across an operational scale that makes comprehensive accounting impossible. The Age of Apostasy in M36, the period of Goge Vandire's reign of blood, and the systemic breakdown of the imperial administration that followed, placed the chapters in the specific position that Guilliman's design had, in some sense, anticipated, and that the design was not entirely adequate to address. The chapters were needed on multiple fronts simultaneously, against a threat that was not external, but internal, the Imperium's own institutions having become the source of the crisis, rather than its solution. The chapters that operated during the Age of Apostasy did so in a political environment where the definition of loyalty was being actively contested by the highest authorities in the Imperium, where the correct response to the Administratum's collapse was not clearly specified in the Codex Astartes, and where the gene seed attrition of sustained operations without adequate logistical support produced the specific degradation of the gene seed lines that the previous section addressed. The chapters endured. The apostasy ended. The cost was recorded in the gene seed assessments and in the chapter histories and in the quiet institutional knowledge that the Imperium's worst enemies are not always external. The Badab War, that particular episode of mid-millennium chapter history that represents the specific failure mode that Guilliman's second founding was designed to prevent, but could not entirely eliminate, demonstrated that the chapter structure itself, the dispersed and independent organization that was supposed to prevent any single commander from accumulating legion-scale power, was capable of producing its own scale of internal conflict if the conditions aligned incorrectly. The Astral Claws, under their chapter master Lugt Huron, had expanded their operational control of the Badab sector beyond the scope that the Codex intended for a single chapter, had begun levying tithes on their operational theater that were not sanctioned by the Administratum, and had, when challenged, chosen to resist rather than comply, a choice that eventually drew other chapters into conflict on both sides and produced a civil war of the kind that the second founding was specifically designed to make impossible at Legion scale, but had not made impossible at chapter scale. The Badab War was smaller than the heresy. Its resolution, Huron's defeat, his transformation into Huron Blackheart of the Red Corsairs, the sanctions imposed on the chapters that had supported him, produced consequences that the subsequent centuries would carry. But its significance for the Adeptus Astartes as an institution is in what it demonstrated. The design's prevention of heresy-scale catastrophe had not produced the prevention of chapter-scale catastrophe. The chapter structure was more resilient than the Legion structure. It was not proof against the specific combination of grievance and isolation and temporal distance from central authority that the Badab sector had accumulated across the centuries of the Astral Claw's independent operation. And then, in late M41, the Fall of Cadia, the breaking of the Cadian Gate, the largest chaos incursion since the heresy itself, the event that directly precipitated the return of Roboute Guilliman and the Indomitus Crusade and the Primaris program. Cadia fell. The eye of Terra's storms expanded. The Great Rift tore across the galaxy's face, dividing the Imperium into two halves, Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus, separated by a region of warp instability that made transit between them expensive, slow, and dangerous. The chapters operating in what became Imperium Nihilus found themselves cut off from Terra, from the Administratum's supply chains, from the gene seed cultivation support of the Mechanicus facilities on the Imperium's more stable worlds, and from the broader institutional context that the chapter structure's dispersed design relied upon for its coherence. They endured because they were designed to endure, because a chapter that can sustain itself independently for years is a different instrument from one that collapses without central support. But the endurance required everything the design had built into the institution, and in some cases, more than the design had anticipated. This is the life of endless war, fully stated. Not just the dramatic insertions and the surgical engagements and the specific lethality of small elite forces at the point of crisis. The weight, also, the 10,000 years of weight that accumulates in the chapter's gene seed, and its culture, and the quiet institutional knowledge of its specialists, the history of the Imperium's worst moments pressing on the institution that was designed to prevent them, the cost that was accepted at the beginning being paid across every century of the service with the same continuous, unhurried, entirely serious attention that the galaxy's requirements demand. The warrior who drops from orbit in a drop pod is not merely the person he is in this specific engagement. He is the product of 10,000 years of the institution, carrying in his gene seed and his conditioning and his culture the accumulated weight of every warrior who came before him and paid the same cost and did the same work and was replaced, eventually, by the next warrior the gene seed chain produced. He drops. The fire takes him. He fights. The weight is distributed evenly across the armor and the biology and the years, and it no longer registers as weight at all. The question has been circling this account since the hook, since the first statement that they are humanity's angels of death and they are not human. A formulation that was chosen deliberately for its tension, for the way it places two apparently contradictory claims in direct adjacency, and then declines, in that moment, to resolve the contradiction. The resolution has been deferred across the telling of the biology and the institution and the culture and the cost, allowed to accumulate weight as the evidence accumulated, and the evidence is now complete enough to attempt the direct examination that the question deserves. Are the Adeptus Astartes still human? The answer depends, with a precision that is not evasion but is the genuine structure of the question, on what human is being asked to mean. The word carries at least 3 distinct meanings in any serious usage, and the Space Marine answers differently to each of them, and the differences between the answers are more informative than any single answer could be. The first meaning of human is biological, the taxonomic category, the species designation, the specific genome that distinguishes Homo sapiens from every other organism the galaxy contains. By this definition, the Space Marine is, and remains, human. The gene seed's work does not replace the human genome with something else. It adds to it, modifies its expression, introduces 19 additional organ systems that the baseline genome does not specify, alters the chemistry and the architecture of the body in ways that produce capabilities far beyond the unmodified human range. But the underlying genome is still there, still present in every cell of the warrior's rebuilt body, still recognizable to any biological assessment that reads the species from the genetic material rather than from the functional capabilities. The Space Marine is human in the same sense that a human who has received an organ transplant is human. The addition does not change the species, it changes the individual's relationship to the species baseline. The difference in scale between an organ transplant and the 19-organ gene seed transformation is enormous, but the categorical logic is the same. The taxonomy holds. The species designation applies. By the biological definition, the Adeptus Astartes are human, and the Imperium's own formal classifications reflect this, placing the Astartes within the category of human subtype rather than xenos or abomination, a classification that has political and theological implications that the ecclesiarchy manages with the specific care that questions about the Emperor's agents in human form always require. The ordinary imperial citizen, however, does not experience Space Marines through taxonomic classification. The ordinary imperial citizen experiences them as they appear in the specific moments of encounter that the Space Marines' operational existence produces, arriving on a world in crisis, moving through civilian populations in the specific way that something 7 feet tall and armored in ceramite moves through spaces designed for beings considerably smaller and considerably interacting with the civilian and military authorities of the world they are protecting, in the specific mode of interaction available to beings whose physical presence alone communicates something that requires no words. The citizen's experience of the Space Marine is not the experience of encountering someone of the same species. It is the experience of encountering something of a different order, something that the citizen's understanding of human physicality and human behavior cannot fully accommodate, that produces in the citizen the specific mixture of awe and instinctive threat recognition that the human nervous system generates in the presence of something much larger and more dangerous than itself, regardless of whether that thing is hostile. The citizens of worlds under Space Marine protection, worlds whose populations have been living under the chapter's oversight for generations, who have grown up with the chapter's warriors as a background presence in the life of their communities, who have developed over those generations a specific relationship with the fact of the Marines that is less acute than the first encounter and more complex, describe the experience of proximity to Space Marines in terms that are consistently not the terms of proximity to other humans. The scale is always mentioned, the stillness, the specific quality of a Space Marine's physical stillness when he is not in motion, the quality of something that does not fidget, does not shift weight, does not make the small adjustments of posture and expression that humans make continuously when they are in the presence of other humans and being observed, is mentioned almost as consistently. The silence, in situations where an ordinary human would speak, where the social conventions of human interaction specify some verbal response and the Space Marine does not produce one, not from rudeness, but from a relationship with social convention that the chapter cult has shaped into something that does not require the ordinary lubricants of human social interaction. A citizen who has encountered a Space Marine, in the survey data that the Administratum sporadically collects for reasons that are only partially legible in the surviving records, does not typically describe the encounter as having met a very large and well-armed person. The descriptions that survive are in the register of encounter with something categorically different, with something that the citizen's concept of human does not adequately contain, that requires the citizen to invoke a different category, angel, protector, servant of the Emperor's wrath made manifest in ceramic and gene seed, to make the encounter legible to their own experience. The citizen's answer to the question of whether Space Marines are still human is, with a consistency that crosses cultures and centuries, and the diverse populations of the million worlds of the Imperium, effectively no. Not because the citizen has assessed the biology and found it divergent, but because the encounter does not feel like an encounter with a human being, and the citizen's phenomenological assessment is, in its way, as valid as the taxonomists'. The Space Marine himself is the third perspective, and the most internally complex, and the one whose answer has been developing across the entirety of this account. The warrior's relationship to his own humanity is not a settled question for him. It is, in most cases, the question that the chapter's culture and the chaplain's work and the theology of the specific chapter cult have been, across the years of his service, helping him develop a workable relationship with, not an answer, exactly, because the question does not admit of a clean answer, but a posture toward the question that allows him to function despite it. The warrior knows he was human once. He carries the precise memory of it. The childhood on the recruiting world, the specific sensory qualities of the life he lived before the selection, preserved with the accuracy that the enhanced memory systems make possible. He knows the distance between that life and this one, and the distance is not abstract. It is specific and measurable and present in every comparison between what he could do before the transformation and what he can do now, between what he needed then, sleep, food as pleasure, the emotional range of an unmodified person in a fully human social world, and what he needs now. He knows himself to be continuous with the child who preceded him in the specific sense that the chaplain's theology provides, the same soul, the chapter's doctrine holds, carrying itself forward through the transformation, rather than being replaced by it. The doctrine is comforting, to the extent that doctrine can be comforting, which varies considerably by warrior, and by the specific stage of the warrior's service. What the warrior also knows, what the decades of service have demonstrated empirically in ways that no amount of theological framing fully processes away, is that the human world, the world of ordinary human social life and ordinary human relationships and ordinary human experience of time and mortality, is not his world. He moves through it on operations, is present in it when the mission requires his presence in environments populated by the unmodified humans he exists to protect, and he moves through it as something that does not belong in it, not hostile, not indifferent, but genuinely other, in the specific sense that his biology and his conditioning and his scale make him other, in ways that he can observe clearly, and that the unmodified humans he encounters confirm, in their instinctive responses to his presence, with a consistency that 10,000 years of the Adeptus Astartes' existence has made unremarkable, and yet the warrior grieves. This is the fact that resolves the question as fully as the question can be resolved, not in favor of one answer or the other, but in the specific place where the question's apparent binary breaks down and reveals itself to be not a binary at all. The warrior grieves because he is capable of grief, and the capacity for grief is not a biological function that the gene seed installs or removes. It is the expression of attachment, of the ability to value something enough that its loss produces the specific pain that grief is, and the warrior's capacity for attachment has not been excised by the transformation. It has been redirected, the brotherhood he grieves when he loses it, the chapter whose history he carries and whose future he is protecting through the service he performs, the specific brothers who died in specific engagements, whose names he carries in his precise memory alongside the names of the enemies who killed them and the tactical decisions that could have saved them, and the specific quality of the relationship that existed before it was severed. He grieves these things with the full capacity of a being who is, at the level of the emotion itself, entirely capable of the experience that grief requires. The warrior is human enough to grieve. He is changed enough that the human world cannot fully contain him. He is loyal enough to have spent decades or centuries in service to a imperium that treats him as a resource rather than a person, and to have found, in that service, the specific meaning that his chapter's theology promised him he would find when the cost of finding it was presented to him before he fully understood what the cost was. He occupies the space between the biological definition and the phenomenological one, between the taxonomy and the experience, in the specific place that the gene seed transformation has created for him, a place that did not exist before the Emperor's project, and that has no precise name because the language for naming it had to be developed by the chapter's theologians and the individual warrior's own attempts at self-understanding, in the absence of any prior tradition for describing what the Space Marine's situation actually is. The Imperium's institutional position on this question is, characteristically, not a philosophical position, but a functional one. The Adeptus Astartes are classified as human because classifying them otherwise would raise questions that the imperial administrative structure does not have adequate mechanisms for addressing, questions about their rights, their status, the theological implications of the emperor having created something that his own ecclesiarchy's theology cannot easily accommodate in the category of mortal human servant. They are classified as human because the alternative is complicated, and the Imperium's administrative apparatus has a specific relationship with complications of this kind, which is to not create them when the current classification is functioning adequately for the purposes that require a classification. The Space Marine is human, officially, formally, in every document that the Administratum has ever produced on the subject, and the Administratum's collective intelligence has decided, correctly, that this is the classification that produces the fewest secondary problems. The question that this institutional position does not address, the question that the chaplains address, in their way, and the librarians address, in their way, and the individual warriors address, in the privacy of the half-sleep's partial awareness, is whether the classification is accurate. The Administratum does not pursue that question. The Administratum pursues the question of whether the classification is functional, and it is, and so the question of accuracy is set aside in the specific way that the imperial administrative apparatus sets aside questions whose answers are inconvenient. The warrior sets the question aside differently. He sets it aside not because the answer is inconvenient, but because the answer, whatever it is, does not change what he is doing, or what he is for, or what the next engagement requires of him. He is what the transformation made him. The transformation was designed and executed by the Emperor, whose purposes the warrior serves. The question of whether what the transformation made him deserves the name human is a philosophical question, and the warrior is a practical being, and the practical question is whether he is capable of performing the function for which he was designed. He has been, continuously, for as long as the service has lasted. The function continues to be required. He continues to perform it. Whether he is still human, whether the word still means something that can be applied to what he has become, he leaves, in the end, to the philosophers and the theologians and the chaplains and the administratum, all of whom have their own reasons for their own answers, and none of whom are required to live inside the answer the way the warrior is required to live inside it. He is what he is. The question remains open, and in the long account of what the Adeptus Astartes are, and what they cost, and what they do, and what they carry, the open question is not a failure of the telling, it is the accurate representation of the thing itself. There is a moment in every engagement that the chapter's apothecaries know by a name that does not appear in the Codex Astartes and is not recorded in any formal tactical doctrine, but that is passed between apothecaries in the specific oral tradition that the role maintains across generations of practitioners. They call it the second battle, not the engagement itself, the firefight, the boarding action, the defensive stand, the assault through whatever terrain the operational theater has provided for the occasion. The second battle is the one that begins when the first battle creates its casualties, and it is fought not against the enemy, but against time and circumstance, and the specific physics of a battlefield that is still active, still producing new casualties, while the apothecary attends to the ones it has already produced, still demanding that the warrior responsible for the gene seed chain make the decision, continuously, about which fallen brother's progenoid glands can be reached, and which cannot, which can be recovered in the time available, and which will be lost because the time is not available, and the choice between trying and surviving to continue the chain through his own progenoid glands is one the apothecary must make without the luxury of extended deliberation. The decision calculus is not cruel. It is the specific form of care that the role requires, not the care of the individual, which the apothecary also provides where it is possible, but the care of the chain, which the apothecary provides even when the provision requires choices that an outside observer, applying the ethics of a different context, would find difficult to accept. The chain is the chapter's continuity. Every warrior who died without his progenoid glands recovered is a warrior whose genetic contribution to the chapter ends with him, whose specific expression of the gene seed, accumulated across his years of service in the slow growth of the progenoid glands, is lost to the cultivation cycle rather than carried forward into the next generation. The loss is biological, and it is institutional, and the apothecary, who allows a recoverable progenoid to remain unrecovered because he chose the comfort of tactical caution over the discomfort of advancing under fire to reach the fallen, has made a choice the chapter will carry forward in its gene seed, in the form of an absence, a missing link in the chain, a contribution that will not appear in the next cohort of aspirants, or the one after it, or any that follow. The narthium that the apothecary carries on his forearm is, therefore, not equipment in the ordinary sense of the word, not a tool that the warrior carries alongside the weapons that are his primary operational instruments, to be deployed when conditions allow. It is the instrument of the role's most critical function, designed to be usable in the specific conditions that the role's most critical function is most often required. Active combat, poor visibility, time pressure, the specific combination of factors that the second battle produces, and that the Narthisium's design has been refined across 10,000 years of operational feedback to address as effectively as the physics of the situation allow. The Narthisium is a compact device, worn on the gauntlet of the apothecary's non-dominant hand, its profile low enough not to impede the hand's other functions while remaining immediately accessible without deliberate retrieval. Its external surface presents the specific indicators that allow the apothecary to assess its status at a glance: the charge levels of the internal power systems, the fill status of the preservation chambers, the diagnostic readings from the sensors that are continuously monitoring the apothecary's own biological status through the interface with his black carapace. Its instruments are accessed through the facing panel and include the diagnostic probe, which can be applied to a fallen warrior's armor interface points to rapidly assess the biological status of the warrior inside. Alive, in Susan membrane suspension, critically injured but potentially recoverable, dead, in the seconds that the engagement allows for such assessment. The information the diagnostic probe returns determines the apothecary's immediate priority: recovery if alive, extraction if dead, the specific rapid calculus of the second battle's most fundamental decision. The reductor is the instrument that the Narthisium's critics, those chapter masters and senior warriors who have occasionally, across the millennia, raised philosophical objections to the practical reality of what the apothecary's field function requires, find most difficult to contemplate. It is a compact cutting instrument, integrated into the Narthisium's body, whose design is optimized for rapid removal of the specific biological material that the extraction process requires access to. The reductor can breach ceramite if the warrior's armor has been sealed by damage in a way that prevents access through the standard armor removal procedures. It can remove a gauntlet from a fallen warrior in the seconds that the firefight allows, rather than the minutes that the standard procedure requires. It is, in its design and its function, an instrument of expediency, the specific expediency of performing a necessary act with the minimum time investment that the act can be performed in without compromising the result. The apothecaries who carry it do not think of it in the terms that the philosophical objection applies. They think of it as the instrument that allows the second battle to be won in the time that the first battle provides for it. The extraction mechanism itself, the component of the Narthisium that performs the actual progenoid recovery, operates on a principle that is more delicate than the reductor's expediency suggests. The progenoid glands are biological material that must be extracted intact and viable to serve their purpose in the cultivation cycle. An extraction performed without sufficient care produces a gland that the cultivation facility's assessors will reject. Gene seed that is damaged or contaminated in ways that make it unsuitable for the production of new organs for new aspirants. The Narthecium's extraction mechanism is designed to perform the procedure with the minimum of tissue damage consistent with the speed the battlefield requires, using the diagnostic probe's pre-extraction assessment to position the extraction instruments correctly before activation and the preservation chamber to seal and protect the extracted material immediately upon recovery. The chamber's internal environment is maintained at the temperature and atmospheric composition that preserves gene seed viability for the transit period between field recovery and apothecarian delivery, typically hours, in a standard engagement, occasionally days when operational conditions prevent the immediate return to the fortress monastery that the cultivation timeline would prefer. The apothecary, performing a field extraction under fire, is doing something that has a specific physical quality that those who have observed it consistently note in their accounts: the stillness. In the middle of an engagement that everything around him is treating as a situation requiring maximum movement and maximum response, the apothecary is still, not because he is inattentive to the tactical situation, but because the extraction procedure requires a specific quality of focused control that is incompatible with the larger movements of active combat. He has positioned himself as well as the situation allows. The engagement is continuing around him, and he is still, for the seconds or the tens of seconds that the extraction requires, with the Narthecium engaged, and his attention divided in a specific way between the procedure and the ongoing situation awareness that his enhanced senses maintain whether or not his conscious attention is directing them. The warrior who falls in combat and is recovered in this way is recovered by a figure who is simultaneously the most still person in the engagement and the most acutely aware of everything the engagement is doing around him. The gene seed that comes out of that procedure, sealed in the Narthecium's preservation chamber, marked with the fallen warrior's identifier that the apothecary's record system notes automatically at extraction, is carried back to the fortress monastery, in whatever condition the remaining engagement allows, and delivered to the apothecarian's gene seed cultivation section, where the assessors take the preserved material and begin the evaluation process that determines whether it is viable for the cultivation cycle. The evaluation is not automatic approval. The gene seed must meet the standards that the Adeptus Mechanicus's gene seed assessment protocols specify, standards that have been refined across 10,000 years of quality control and that reflect the accumulated understanding of what constitutes gene seed that will produce functional organs in new aspirants, and what constitutes gene seed that carries corruption or damage that the cultivation process cannot repair. Gene seed that passes assessment enters the cultivation cycle. Gene seed that fails is noted in the records and disposed of, and the apothecary's report on the extraction circumstances is reviewed for any indication that the failure was avoidable. The gene seed that passes assessment is cultured, grown, over the months and years that the cultivation process requires, into the specific organ forms that the implantation sequence requires, in the temperature-controlled environment of the gene seed vault, where the faint wet sloshing of the cultivation medium, cycling through its maintenance sequences, is the sound of the chapter's future being prepared. The vault is the most guarded space in the fortress monastery, because what it contains is more valuable to the chapter's continued existence than any weapon in the armory, or any record in the librarium, or any vehicle in the motor pool. The gene seed vault is the chapter's reproductive capability, the biological stock from which the next generation of warriors will be made, maintained in the conditions that preserve it against the degradation that time and heat and biological contamination would otherwise produce. An enemy who destroyed the fortress monastery's gene seed vault would not destroy the chapter's current warriors. He would destroy the chapter's future warriors, and the distinction matters because the chapter can replace lost warriors from its gene seed stock and cannot replace a lost gene seed stock from its living warriors in any time frame that the chapter's operational continuity can sustain. Chapters have been destroyed this way. Not many. The protection of the Gene Seed Vault is taken seriously enough that breaching it requires the kind of sustained assault that most enemies cannot conduct against a fortress monastery's defenses. But enough that the possibility is real, and its reality shapes the defensive architecture of every fortress monastery that has been constructed since the early instances were documented. The chapters that no longer appear in the Administratum's rolls include some whose final campaigns were lost in the conventional military sense, more casualties than the gene seed cultivation could replace, attrition winning over the resupply rate in a calculation that the chapter eventually lost. Others were lost to gene seed corruption, the progressive expression of mutations in the gene seed line that the Adeptus Mechanicus's assessors identified too late, or that expressed in ways the assessors' evaluation protocols were not designed to catch, or that the chapters themselves concealed, because the acknowledgement of gene seed impurity carried implications the chapter was not willing to accept. A chapter whose gene seed is declared impure by the Mechanicus faces a process of remediation that is, in practice, the suspension of recruitment and the gradual running down of the chapter's strength as existing warriors are lost and not replaced, an institutional death sentence carried out slowly, across decades, rather than the acute end of a military defeat. The Apothecary knows this history. It is part of the education that the role requires, not the tactical education, not the surgical education, but the institutional education, the understanding of what the gene seed chain is, and what breaks it, and what the consequences of breakage are. He carries this knowledge in the specific way that the role requires him to carry it, as the motivation for the second battle, as the reason the Narthesium is always accessible and never left behind, as the answer to the question of why the extraction is the priority, even when the extraction is uncomfortable and the tactical situation is actively discouraging the stillness it requires. The chain is the answer. The chain is always the answer. In the Gene Seed Vault, in the cold and the carefully maintained atmosphere, and the quiet cycling of the cultivation medium through its sequences, the chapter's future is held in suspension. Not the Sus and membrane suspension of individual consciousness, but the suspension of the gene seed itself in the specific conditions that allow it to persist until the next generation of aspirants is ready to receive it. The warriors whose progenoid glands produce this gene seed are, in many cases, already dead, died in the engagements that the apothecaries attended, their progenoids recovered and delivered and assessed and certified and placed in the cultivation cycle that is now producing the organs their successors will carry. The warriors are gone. The gene seed is present. The chain holds. This is the apothecary's work, fully stated, not healing, primarily, not the preservation of the individual warrior, though that preservation is pursued when it is possible, and pursued with genuine care for the warrior as a person rather than merely as a gene seed carrier. The preservation of the line, the maintenance of the specific biological thread that connects every current Space Marine to the Primarch, whose genetics the gene seed encodes, and every future Space Marine to the warriors whose progenoid glands are currently cycling through the cultivation facility's careful processes. The apothecary is the chain's keeper. The Narthesium is the chain's most important instrument. The second battle is the chain's most acute test. And the chain holds, across every engagement and every loss and every extraction performed in the middle of a firefight by a warrior who has placed himself in the stillness that the procedure requires and trusted his enhanced senses to manage the tactical awareness that the stillness does not allow his conscious attention to provide. The chain holds. The warriors who fell made it possible. The apothecaries who recovered what the fallen carried made it actual. The aspirants whose bodies will receive the cultivated gene seed in the years to come will not know the names of the warriors whose biological legacy they are about to carry. The ledger knows, and the apothecary knows, and the chapter master knows. but the aspirant in the Apothecarian does not, and is not told, because the chain is not a personal inheritance. It is an institutional one. The warrior who receives the gene seed receives not a specific person's legacy, but the chapter's legacy, the accumulated expression of the Primarchs' genetics, filtered through 10,000 years of warriors who carried it and died carrying it, and gave it back to the chain, so that the next warrior could carry it further. The cold holds in the vault, the cultivation medium cycles, the future waits. In the closing years of M41, as the Cadian Gate fell, and the Great Rift tore its wound across the galaxy's face, and the Imperium divided itself into two halves that would struggle to communicate across the intervening instability, a figure emerged from the vaults of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with something that the Imperium had not seen in 10,000 years, a new iteration of the Space Marine. Not a new chapter, not a new pattern of power armor, not a refinement of existing doctrine or a revision of existing deployment practice. Something genuinely new, a category of warrior produced by the same gene seed program that the Emperor had designed in M30 and that Guilliman had restructured in M32, but produced by a version of that program that had been running in secret for 3 centuries, under conditions of extraordinary technical ambition and extraordinary institutional concealment, and that had arrived at results whose implications for the Adeptus Astartes as an institution were still being processed in the years after the introduction. The figure was Belisarius Cole, Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a being of such technical capability and such longevity that the records of his activities span centuries, and the question of his precise age is one that the Mechanicus's own archives answer inconsistently. Cole had been working on the orders of Roboute Guilliman issued before the Primarch's internment in stasis, following his mortal wounding at the Battle of Thessala, on a project whose scope and ambition Guilliman had apparently recognized, even in M31, would require the full span of the subsequent era to complete. The project was the improvement of the Space Marine, not the improvement of the chapter structure, not the improvement of the tactical doctrine, not the improvement of the equipment, all of which had been ongoing through the millennia and continued to be ongoing, the improvement of the warrior himself. The gene seed, the biological foundation, the 19-organ sequence that the Emperor had designed and that had been running, in its original configuration, for 10,000 years, while the threats that required it had continued to evolve, and the gene seed lines that produced it had continued to accumulate the mutations and the degradation that 10 millennia of replication inevitably introduced. Cole's work addressed this problem from the foundational level. He had access, through the Mechanicus's gene seed archive, to the most complete record of the original gene seed specifications that the subsequent millennia had preserved, imperfect, because the heresy's destruction of records was extensive and the subsequent era's preservation efforts were inconsistent, but sufficient for a being of Cole's capability to work backward from the preserved specifications toward something closer to the Primarch's original template than the current gene seed lines, after 10,000 years of copying, could reliably produce. He also had 3 centuries of dedicated research time, conditions of secrecy that prevented the institutional interference that the open conduct of such research would inevitably have attracted, and the specific technical ambition that the Mechanicus cultivates in its most capable archmagi, the willingness to attempt solutions that the conventional assessment of available technology would have declared impossible, and to discover, in the attempt, that the conventional assessment had underestimated both the problem's solvability and the Archmagos' specific capabilities. The result of those 3 centuries was the Primaris Space Marine, a category of warrior produced from a refined version of the original gene seed, incorporating 3 additional biological organs that Cole's research had developed to address specific limitations in the original 19-organ sequence, and implantable through a process that operated with a success rate higher than the original implantation sequences, producing warriors who were, by the biological metrics that the Mechanicus used to assess such things, larger and more robust than the standard Astartes and carrying capabilities that the original 19 organs did not provide. The 3 additional organs, the additions that bring the Primaris' total to 22 gene seed organs, distinct from the original 19, are the sinew coils, the Magnificat, and the organ that the Mechanicus' records designate by the name of the project that produced it, rather than a descriptive term, which reflects the organ's origin as a cole-specific development, rather than a refinement of an existing structure. The sinew coils are fibrous strands of engineered biological material that augment the tendons and the major muscle attachments throughout the body, providing the additional structural support that the Primaris' larger frame requires, and producing a specific enhancement of physical capability at the extreme end of the force spectrum, the situations where the standard Astartes' already extraordinary strength reaches its functional limit and the Primaris' equivalent reaches a limit that is measurably higher. The Magnificat is a small organ in the brainstem whose function involves the hormonal regulation of the other implanted organs, a master regulator, in effect, that enhances the output of the gene seed's biological systems across the board, producing a general amplification of the transformation's results, rather than a specific targeted enhancement. The third organ contributes to the overall enhancement of the Primaris' physical resilience, addressing specific categories of biological vulnerability that Cole's 3 centuries of research had identified in the original 19-organ template. The Primaris' power armor is correspondingly updated. The Mark 10 pattern that Cole's team developed alongside the biological program, designed for the larger frame and the enhanced capabilities of the new warrior type, incorporating improvements in environmental sealing and structural protection that 3 centuries of material science development had made available. The Mark X's silhouette is recognizably derived from the Mark 7 that it most immediately succeeded. The same essential architectural logic, the same organization of plates and joints, the same relationship between the armor's protection and the warrior's mobility, but larger, heavier in the specific way that more material and better integrated servo assistance produces, and carrying in its ceramic skin the specific quality of something that has been designed from the outset for a particular warrior type rather than adapted to it. The Primaris introduction into the existing chapter structure was not without friction. An institution as old as the Adeptus Astartes, with as strong a relationship to its own traditions and as complex a theology as the chapter cults have developed across 10,000 years, does not receive a new category of warrior with uncomplicated enthusiasm, regardless of the biological improvements that the new category demonstrably represents. The chapters that received Primaris reinforcements in the initial years of the Indomitus Crusade, Guilliman's great campaign to respond to the Great Rift's opening with the full military weight of the Primaris program's output, responded with a variety of postures ranging from full integration to cautious assimilation to the specific form of chapter cultural resistance that expresses itself as institutional deference, while practically limiting the Primaris' operational involvement until the existing leadership has had sufficient time to assess what they are dealing with. The specific concern that the most cautious chapter masters expressed was not primarily about the Primaris warrior's capability. The capability was demonstrable, and the chapter masters were capable of recognizing a capable warrior when presented with one. The concern was about the gene seed, about whether the Primaris' refined gene seed, produced by Cole's process rather than the chapter's own cultivation cycle, carried the specific expression of the Primarchs' genetics that the chapter had been maintaining across its history, or whether the refinement process had altered that expression in ways that the chapter had not authorized and did not endorse. A Blood Angels chapter master who received Primaris reinforcements whose gene seed had been refined by Cole's process toward the original sanguineous template faced the question of whether those warriors carried the Black Rage, the Blood Angels' specific and defining flaw, whose presence or absence in the Primaris line had implications for the chapter's theology and its understanding of its own identity that no amount of tactical assessment could fully address. The question was not academic. It was the question of whether the Primaris blood angels were truly sons of Sanguinius, in the sense that the chapter's culture meant by that designation, or whether they were something adjacent to it, carrying the refinement's benefits without carrying the Primarchs' complete inheritance, including the darkness that the inheritance entailed. The answer, across the years of observation that followed the introduction, has been that the refinement did not remove the flaws. The Black Rage manifests in Primaris blood angels. The Canis Helix expresses in Primaris space wolves. The specific characteristic tendencies that the gene seed lines produce in their standard expression produce in the Primaris expression as well, because the refinement was a correction of the accumulated degradation of 10,000 years of replication, not a redesign of the Primarch's original template. Call refined toward the original. The original included the darkness. The Primaris warriors carry it, as their predecessors have always carried it, and the chapter cultures that have spent 10,000 years developing the infrastructure for managing that darkness now apply that infrastructure to a new generation of warriors who require it as fully as any generation that preceded them. The circle, here, closes. Return to the beginning, to the Emperor's design, to the laboratories beneath the Himalayan peaks, to the decision that was made in M30 to take the human body apart and reassemble it as something the galaxy could not so easily destroy. That decision produced the Primarchs. The Primarchs produced the gene seed. The gene seed produced 10,000 years of space marines, carried forward through every catastrophe the galaxy provided, and every flaw the Primarchs' genetics embedded, and every imperfection that 10 millennia of replication introduced into a chain that was never designed to run this long without the original designer's continuing attention. The chain ran anyway. It ran because the apothecaries kept it, and because the chapters maintained it, and because the aspirants who entered the apothecarian kept entering, and the gene seed kept flowing, and the warriors kept dying and being replaced by the biological material their deaths left behind. And then, at the far end of that chain, Call's project emerged, not as the solution to the chain's problems, because the chain's problems are not fully solvable by any technical refinement available to a being operating within the constraints of M41 era technology, however extraordinary that being's capability. The Primaris program is the continuation of the chain, not its conclusion. It is the Imperium's acknowledgement, 10,000 years after the original project, that the project was right and remains right, and must be maintained, and when possible improved, and never abandoned, because the alternative to maintaining it is the absence of what it produces, and the galaxy has spent 10,000 years demonstrating with considerable emphasis that the absence of what it produces is not something the Imperium can survive. The Primaris are what the Emperor would have built, perhaps, if he had had 3 additional centuries and Call's specific technical gifts and the accumulated knowledge of 10,000 years of operational feedback to build from. They are the revision, not the replacement, not the supersession, but the correction, the adjustment, the doubling down on the original decision that survival is worth whatever it costs to secure it. The warriors who walked out of Call's facilities in M42 are the children of the Emperor's children, the gene seed refined and clarified, and sent forward into a new era of warfare that is, if anything, more demanding than the era in which the original program was designed. Whether the Primaris program resolves the gene seed degradation that 10,000 years of replication has introduced into the chapter lines is a question that the decades since the introduction have not yet provided a definitive answer to, because the relevant timescale for such assessment is measured in centuries rather than decades, and the current era does not yet have access to the data that the relevant timescale would provide. The apothecaries of the chapters that have integrated the Primaris program into their cultivation cycles are monitoring the Primaris gene seed lines with the specific attention that the question's importance demands, watching for the expression of the degradation markers that the standard lines carry, assessing whether the refinement's correction of those markers persists across the first generations of Primaris warriors, raised entirely within the chapter's own cultivation system, rather than from Call's original production, accumulating the data that will eventually allow the assessment that the current moment cannot yet make. The question is open. The program continues. The chain that began in M30 extends into M42 with the addition of the Primaris warriors' gene seed and the progenoid glands of the first Primaris warriors who have died in service are already cycling through the cultivation facilities of the chapters that recovered them, already being assessed and certified and placed in the stasis that precedes the next generation's implantation. The original chain and the Primaris chain are, in the chapters that have fully integrated both, beginning the slow process of becoming one chain, the specific mixing of cultivation materials that the integration produces, the gradual hybridization that occurs when two gene seed lines derived from the same primarchal source are cultivated in the same facility by the same apothecaries using the same assessment protocols. What that hybrid will produce in the warriors of M43 and M44 and the centuries beyond is what the gene seed program has always produced, the next warrior in the long chain of warriors carrying forward whatever the previous generation left him to carry. The chain continues. It was designed to continue. And the continuing is, in the end, what the entire project was for. There is a question that the Adeptus Astartes' existence makes unavoidable, and that the Imperium's official discourse about the Adeptus Astartes conspicuously avoids asking, for reasons that anyone who has spent time in the company of the Imperial administrative apparatus will recognize as characteristic of an institution that has learned to distinguish between questions whose answers are useful and questions whose answers are merely true. The useful answers are about capability and deployment, and gene seed cultivation rates, and chapter strength returns, and the operational effectiveness of the Adeptus Astartes across the varied theaters of the galaxy's continuous wars. The merely true answers are about what the Adeptus Astartes actually is, what it was designed to be, what it has demonstrated it can become when the conditioning fails, or the gene seed is corrupted, or the Primarch turns, and whether the design that produced the Loyalist chapters also produced, by the same mechanisms and through the same processes, the most catastrophically dangerous enemies that humanity has ever faced. The traitor legions are the answer that the question produces when it is asked honestly. 8 of the original 20 legions turned during the Horus Heresy. This is the fact, stated plainly, without the theological framing that the ecclesiarchy prefers, and without the euphemistic institutional language that the administratum uses when it must reference the event at all. 8 of the 20 formations that the Emperor created, using the same gene seed technology and the same training and conditioning processes and the same chapter predecessor organizational structures that the Loyalist legions also used, chose to direct the capabilities those processes had given them against the institution they were designed to serve. They chose this with full awareness of what they were doing. The Primarchs who led them were beings of extraordinary intelligence and strategic capability, and the warriors who followed them were not following from ignorance. They were following from conviction, or from the specific forms of corruption that the chaos powers produce in beings who are exposed to them in sufficient concentration, or from the particular form of loyalty that placed the Primarch above the Emperor when the Primarch and the Emperor were found to be in conflict. The reasons were various. The result was not. The result was the Horus Heresy, and the Horus Heresy was the most complete demonstration available of what the Adeptus Astartes' capabilities, directed against humanity rather than in its service, can produce. Worlds burned, systems fell, the imperial palace itself was breached. The Emperor was placed in the condition he has occupied for 10,000 years, sustained on the golden throne in a state that the ecclesiarchy describes as divine endurance, and that the Mechanicus's life support assessors describe in the specific technical language of catastrophic neurological injury managed by extraordinary artificial means. The War Master who produced this outcome was a warrior, made by the same gene seed program that made the warriors who defended against him, and the legions he commanded were the same formations that had, in the decades preceding, been the instruments of the Great Crusade's most significant achievements. The capability did not change. The direction did. This is the fact that makes the Adeptus Astartes, honestly assessed, a dual-use technology in the specific sense that military technology theorists apply to that term. A system whose capabilities are not inherently oriented toward any particular use, and whose actual use is determined entirely by the orientation of the beings who control it. The gene seed process produces transhuman warriors. Whether those warriors are humanity's greatest defenders or its most catastrophic possible enemies depends on conditions that the gene seed process itself does not control. The fidelity of the conditioning, the stability of the Primarchs' loyalty, the effectiveness of the chapter cult's psychological architecture, the absence or presence of the specific corrupting influences that the Chaos powers deploy against beings of psychic and physical capability, because beings of psychic and physical capability are exactly what the Chaos powers find most useful when converted to their service. The traitor legions that survived the heresy and retreated to the Eye of Terra have spent 10,000 years in the warp-touched environments of that region, and what they have become in those years is something that the word Chaos Space Marine captures in its designation without fully conveying in its implications. They retain the gene seed's biological foundations. They retain, in most cases, the physical capabilities that the transformation provides, augmented in various ways by the specific gifts that the Chaos powers provide to those who serve them. Gifts that the power's nature ensures are never entirely gifts, that carry within them the specific corruption that is the power's actual currency in all transactions. They have had 10,000 years to develop the doctrine and the culture and the specific orientation that 10,000 years of existence outside the Imperium's institutional structure, in the warp's influence, in service to entities whose goals are the Imperium's destruction and humanity's consumption, produces in beings originally designed to serve the opposite purpose. What they have become is the dark mirror of what the Loyalist chapters are. The same biological substrate, the same foundational transformation, the same gene seed heritage carried forward through the centuries. A different direction, a different master, a different 10,000 years. The specific horror of the Chaos Space Marine as an enemy is precisely this, that the capabilities the Loyalist warrior is using against him are the capabilities the Loyalist warrior himself possesses, that the biological resilience and the tactical sophistication and the specific quality of focused violence that makes a Space Marine so effective against other opponents is not, in this engagement, a decisive advantage, but merely the baseline, the starting point from which the actual factors of the engagement, the Chaos Warrior's centuries of additional experience, the demonic augmentations the powers have provided, the specific psychological weight of fighting something that mirrors your own nature while having entirely inverted your own values, operate. The Loyalist warrior who engages a Chaos Space Marine is engaging what he himself could have been if different choices had been made at different points in the same chain that produced him. The Chaos Warrior knows this. In certain engagements, at certain ranges, he makes sure the Loyalist knows it too. The Imperium's response to this reality, to the demonstrated fact that the gene seed program produces both the Adeptus Astartes and the traitor legions, that the same biological technology designed to protect humanity can and has been used to threaten it at the most catastrophic scale in its history, is to continue the program. This is not an irrational response. The discontinuation of the program would not eliminate the traitor legions, who have been self-sustaining in the eye of Terra for 10,000 years, and who would not cease to exist because the Loyalist chapters ceased to be produced. It would merely eliminate the Loyalist chapters, removing the specific military capability that the Imperium has, across 10,000 years of evidence, determined is necessary for responding to the traitor legions and to the galaxy's other threats at the level of response those threats require. The dual-use nature of the technology is a reason for caution about its governance, for the chapter structure's dispersal, for the Codex Astartes 1,000 warrior cap, for the institutional oversight mechanisms the Imperium maintains in various forms over the chapter's activities. It is not a reason to abandon the technology, because the alternative to the technology is not safety. It is the absence of the Adeptus Astartes in a galaxy that has spent 10,000 years demonstrating, conclusively, that the absence of the Adeptus Astartes from a situation that requires them is not a safe condition. The question of whether the Adeptus Astartes are angels or monsters is, therefore, not answered by the Traitor Legion's existence. The Traitor Legion's existence demonstrates that the answer is not fixed, that the Adeptus Astartes is a technology capable of producing either outcome depending on the conditions of its operation. The Loyalist chapters are what the technology produces when the conditioning holds and the chapter cult functions as designed, and the gene seed is cultivated carefully, and the psychological architecture sustains the warrior's orientation toward humanity's service across whatever duration the service requires. The traitor legions are what the technology produces when those conditions fail, when the conditioning breaks, or is corrupted, or is overwhelmed by the specific influence of the entities that have spent 10,000 years learning how to break it. The biological substrate is the same. The difference is in everything that surrounds it: the culture, the conditioning, the chapter, the Primarch, the loyalty, and the specific events that tested those things to their limit, and found, in 8 cases out of 20, the limit insufficient. This is not a comfortable conclusion. The Imperium's official discourse prefers the version of the Adeptus Astartes that presents them as categorically angelic, as beings whose nature is defined by their service to humanity, whose biology and psychology have been so completely oriented toward that service that the possibility of a different orientation is inconceivable. The version is more comfortable than the accurate version, which is that the orientation is the product of continuous effort, of the chaplain's work, and the chapter cult's maintenance, and the psychological architecture's sustenance across the years of service, and that continuous effort can fail, and has failed, and will fail again, because the chaos powers are as patient as the chapters are persistent, and the specific corrupting work they do on beings of great capability does not stop. The accurate version requires the Imperium to hold 2 things simultaneously: the knowledge that the Adeptus Astartes are its most capable defenders, and the knowledge that the Adeptus Astartes are the source of its most capable enemies. The Imperium holds this, not comfortably but functionally, because the functional requirement, the continued production and deployment of the chapters, does not wait for the philosophical reconciliation of the 2 knowledges that the institutional discourse does not quite achieve. The chapters are produced, they are deployed, they defend, and in the eye of Terra, the traitor legions wait for the next opportunity to demonstrate the other use of the same capability, and the waiting has not made them patient in any passive sense, but has made them something worse, experienced, specifically and extensively experienced, in the ways that 10,000 years of existence in the warp's influence and the service of entities who want the Imperium's destruction produces in beings who were already the most capable warriors humanity had ever created when they entered that existence, and have not been improved toward the benign by the time they have spent there since. The loyalist warrior knows all of this. He knows the history. He has been taught it in the specific form that the chapter cult's presentation of it takes, and he has thought about it across the years of his service in the specific way that a mind with his analytical capacity cannot help but think about facts that are directly relevant to his own situation. He knows what he is. He knows what he could be if the conditions were different. He knows that the conditions are being maintained by the chaplains and the chapter cult and the brotherhood and his own continuous choice, renewed across every engagement and every year of service. And he knows that maintaining conditions is not the same as guaranteeing outcomes, and that the history of the traitor legions is the history of conditions being maintained until they were not. He fights anyway. He serves anyway. The knowledge that the technology he embodies is dual use does not change his orientation, because his orientation is precisely what 10,000 years of the chapter's work has been designed to make robust against the knowledge that would otherwise threaten it. He knows what the chaos powers offer. He knows what the traitor legions chose. He knows what the choosing cost, the heresy, the 10,000 years, the specific nature of what the traitor legions have become in the time that they have spent in the eye's influence, which is not a better version of what they were. He knows all of this, and he makes the choice that the chapter's culture and the chapter's theology and the chapter's brotherhood have, across the years, given him the framework to make. Whether that choice makes him an angel, whether angels are what the Emperor intended when he designed the gene seed and extracted the first Primarchs' biological material and set in motion the chain that produced, 10,000 years later, the warrior who is making this choice, is the question that the chapter's theologians and the ecclesiarchy's scholars and the individual warrior's own long service have not fully resolved and will not fully resolve. It remains open. The warrior remains, making the choice. The galaxy remains, providing the conditions that require the choice to be continuously made. The open question is the accurate description of the situation. The angel who could be a monster. The monster who was made from the same material as the angel. The Imperium that requires both to be true and has decided, across 10,000 years of evidence, that requiring both to be true is preferable to the alternative. Return, at the end, to the beginning. The armored figure standing in fire. The ceramite-clad shape that the galaxy has learned, across 10,000 years of encounters, to associate with the specific quality of arrival that follows crisis. The shape that appears when the crisis has reached the point that ordinary human military response cannot address. That moves through conditions that would end most lives without altering the fundamental quality of its intention, that brings to whatever situation it enters the absolute and entirely serious attention of something that was designed for exactly this purpose and has been doing exactly this work for the entire span of its existence. The figure is still there because the galaxy has not stopped providing situations that require it, because the galaxy has never stopped providing those situations and shows no indication of beginning to stop. The fire is different fire, in a different theater, on a different world from any that burned before it. But the figure in it is recognizably the same figure, the same biology, the same armor, the same orientation, the same choice, renewed continuously across however many years the service has lasted. Look at it fully. Not the icon, not the myth, not the theological figure that the ecclesiarchy has constructed over 10,000 years of incorporating the Adeptus Astartes into the liturgy of the imperial creed, not the armored legend that the populations of 1,000,000 worlds invoke in their prayers as the ultimate expression of the Emperor's protection. The thing itself, the actual biology, and the actual cost, and the actual history of the being standing in that fire. He began as a child, on a world chosen for its capacity to produce children who could survive what the transformation requires. The world was harsh, because harsh worlds produce the specific quality of person that the trials can identify and the gene seed can sustain, and the child was one of the world's survivors, one of the small proportion of any generation on a death world, or a feral world, or a hive city, who possesses in sufficient concentration the specific combination of physical capability and psychological resilience and that indefinable quality of forward movement that the chapter's assessors have learned to recognize and cannot entirely name. He was selected. He was separated from everything he had known. He entered the Apothecarian. What happened to him there has been described in this account, described in the clinical register that the subject demands, with the specific kind of awe that the biology, considered clearly, inevitably produces in anyone who examines it without the protective distance of familiarity. The 19 gene seed organs, implanted one by one across years of surgery and monitoring, and the careful attention of the apothecaries, whose role is to maintain the chain by maintaining the aspirants who will extend it. The secondary heart, the skeleton remade from within, the muscles grown past any natural human limit, the blood altered, the senses enhanced, the brain given new functions by organs that had no referent in any prior human experience. The black carapace, last, binding the warrior to the armor that would be, for the rest of his service, as much his body as the biological one. The transformation that took years and killed many, and produced, from the ones who survived, something that the word human describes by taxonomy, and does not fully describe by any other measure. He is that thing. Standing in the fire. He has been standing in various fires, on various worlds, for however many years the transformation has been complete. For years if he is young by the chapter's standards, for decades or centuries if he is not. The years have done to him what years do to any being that accumulates them under the specific conditions of the Space Marine's existence. They have produced in him the kind of knowledge that can only be produced by experience, the kind of competence that can only be produced by practice, and the kind of settled weight that can only be produced by a being who has understood, fully and without flinching, what his existence costs and what it is for, and who has decided, in the way that a being of his specific psychological formation makes decisions, which is not dramatically, but incrementally, across the accumulation of many small renewals of the same fundamental choice, that the cost is acceptable and the purpose is worth it. The fortress monastery is quiet now, not empty. A fortress monastery is never empty, because the work that sustains the chapter does not pause, and the warriors themselves do not need the rest that would require them to be absent from the institution's ongoing life. But quiet, in the specific way of an institution at the deep point of its night cycle, when the training halls are dark and the armory's maintenance hum has settled into the background register that the half-sleep's awareness notes and categorizes as benign and allows to recede into the ambient texture of the environment. The Great Hall is lit by the low permanent light that the chapter maintains in it throughout the night, not bright enough to suggest activity, not dark enough to leave the banners and the names on the walls invisible, because the names on the walls are not decoration and are not intended to be invisible at any hour. They are the record, the account, running across every surface that the chapter has added to it across the centuries, of the warriors who came before the current generation and paid the cost and did the work and gave back to the gene seed chain what the chain gave to them, extended, before their deaths ended their own link and passed it forward to the next. In the dormitory spaces, the warriors who are not on deployment rest in the catalepsian node's half-sleep, that state without a name in any language that existed before the gene seed made it possible, the state that is rest and is not sleep, that provides the restoration the brain requires without providing the surrender of awareness that ordinary human consciousness understands as rest's defining quality. They are present in it, half and half, one hemisphere cycling through the processes that repair and consolidate and prepare for the next period of demands, while the other remains oriented toward the environment, aware of the dormitory's temperature and the faint sounds of the fortress monastery's ongoing work, and the presence of the brothers sleeping in the same configuration on every side. The awareness is not vigilance in the active sense. It is more like a tide that remains present even at its lowest point, a baseline of orientation toward the world that the catalepsian node has made the warrior's permanent relationship with consciousness. He is always here. The awareness never entirely departs. One of them is sitting rather than lying. This is not unusual. Warriors in the half-sleep are not constrained to particular postures, and some find the half-sleep easier in certain positions than others, and some are in the specific state between the half-sleep's rest and full wakefulness, where the body has settled into stillness, while the mind has not fully descended into the restoration cycle, and is instead somewhere in the territory between the two, neither fully resting nor fully active, turning over the specific content of the day or the campaign or the years in the specific way that a mind with this much experience and this much capacity for precise recall turns things over when the operational demands have temporarily released their hold on its attention. He is not thinking about the question of whether he is still human. He settled that question, or settled his relationship with its unsettledness, long enough ago that its reopening requires a specific, deliberate effort that the half-sleep does not typically produce. He is thinking about something closer and smaller, a specific moment in the most recent engagement, a decision made in the seconds available for making it, the outcomes it produced and the outcomes it did not produce, and the brothers who are not in this dormitory tonight because of the way that the specific configuration of that specific moment resolved. He is thinking about their names, because their names are the thing that survives them in him, in the precise memory that the transformation has given him, the specific clear record of faces and voices, and the particular quality of each warrior's presence in the chapter's life, preserved with a fidelity that the passing of time does not diminish and the loss of the person does not erase. The names are present, the people are not. The distinction is the specific content of the grief that the warrior carries in the form that the chapter's culture has taught him to carry it. Not expressed, not overwhelming, not the kind of grief that disables, the settled kind, the weight that has found its position and rests there, present and acknowledged and incorporated into the warrior's understanding of what the service is and what it costs and what comes after the cost is paid. The cost is always paid. The names are always added to the walls. The gene seed is always recovered, where the apothecary can reach it, and the chain is always extended by the recovered material into the next generation. The next generation is always in the apothecarion, receiving the organs that the current generation's fallen produced through the cultivation cycle's patient work. The work never stops, because the galaxy never stops requiring it, and the chain never stops, because the institution exists specifically to prevent it from stopping, and the institution continues because the warriors continue, and the warriors continue because the cost is acceptable, and the purpose is worth it, and the choice is renewed, in each warrior's specific and private accounting, across every year of the service that the galaxy allows them, before it takes them. The darkness outside the fortress monastery holds whatever the current era's operational theater contains. Threats, certainly. The galaxy is not at peace, and has not been at peace in any meaningful sense within the period that the chapter's records cover, and the period is long. The darkness holds the enemies, and the worlds that require protection from the enemies, and the vast indifferent space between those worlds through which the chapter's vessels move, on the deployments that the fortress monastery dispatches and receives in the continuous rhythm of an institution that has been deploying and receiving for 10,000 years. The darkness holds the gene seed of the Primarchs, carried forward through the centuries in the bodies of the warriors, who carry it now, and will carry it until they are replaced by the warriors who carry it after them. The darkness holds the Emperor, on his throne, in whatever state the throne sustains him in. The question of what that state is remains, after 10,000 years, one of the questions whose answer the Imperium manages without resolving, because the management is functional and the resolution is not available. The darkness holds everything that the institution was created to address, and has been addressing since M30, and will address for whatever duration the chain continues. The warrior sitting in the dormitory, in the half-sleep's partial awareness, does not think about all of this. He thinks about the names. He thinks about the moment in the engagement. He thinks about what comes next, the next deployment, the next campaign, The specific demands that the chapter master's operational assessment has determined the current situation in the operational theater requires. He thinks with the specific quality of attention that the catalepsian node's half-sleep produces in its between state, the thoughts circulating without urgency, without the compression of operational time pressure, in the particular unhurried quality of a mind that is not quite at rest and not quite active, and is moving through its own contents with the slow, even pace of something that has learned, across many years, that certain things are worth thinking about, and that the thinking benefits from the unhurried approach. The fortress monastery breathes around him. The ventilation systems, the gene seed vaults cycling, the faint percussion of the armory's maintenance work, conducted in the lower levels at a pitch that does not reach the dormitory, except as the very edge of his enhanced hearing's perception. The sum of these sounds is the fortress monastery's nighttime voice, the specific ambient texture of an institution conducting its continuous work at the hour when the institutional activity is at its lowest intensity and the background processes are most audible. He has heard this voice for as long as he has been in this fortress monastery. He will hear it for as long as he remains here. The voice is familiar in the specific way that familiarity develops across the kind of duration his service represents. Not the familiarity of repetition, but of presence, of the accumulated weight of having been in this place across enough iterations of its sounds and its light, and its specific atmospheric quality that the place has become the medium through which his experience of continuing occurs rather than a setting he inhabits. The fortress monastery is not where he lives. The fortress monastery is the ongoing context of what he is. Outside, somewhere in the darkness, the galaxy is conducting its business. Wars are being fought that the chapter does not yet know about and will eventually be called to address. Worlds are burning that have not yet sent their distress signals through the warp to the nearest administratum relay. Aspirants on death worlds and feral worlds and hive cities are conducting their lives in the specific conditions that will produce, from their population, the next cohort of candidates for the chapter's recruitment process, surviving the environments that filter for the quality the chapter needs, developing in the crucible of those environments the specific hardness that the trials will assess and the transformation will make permanent. They do not know the chapter is watching. They do not know that the quality they are developing under the pressure of their world's ordinary demands is the quality that will, if it is present in sufficient concentration, result in someone arriving to take them away from everything they know and place them in the cold of the Apothecarian and begin the process that will make them something their world never imagined and their families will never fully understand. They do not know. The fortress monastery knows. The chapter knows, in the institutional sense of an entity that has been doing this for 10,000 years and has developed, across those years, the specific knowledge that continuous practice produces, knowledge of what the aspiring population of a given world will yield in a given generation, of what the gene seed's current health indicates about the next cohort's likely success rate, of what the operational theater's current demands suggest about the timing of the next recruitment cycle. The institution knows and plans and acts, and the aspirants live their lives in the darkness, outside the fortress monastery, without awareness of the attention that the institution has already turned toward them. This is what the Emperor made of his project. This is what 10,000 years of wars and losses and gene seed recoveries and apothecarian procedures and chapter cult ceremonies and battles conducted and campaigns concluded and brothers buried have produced and continue to produce. Not the individual warrior, though the individual warrior is the product's expression, the face that the project shows to the galaxy, the armored figure standing in whatever fire the current era has provided, the institution, the self-sustaining, self-replicating, enormously patient institutional mechanism that takes the raw material of the galaxy's harshest worlds and runs it through the most sophisticated biological transformation in human history, and produces, on the other side, something that the galaxy has spent 10,000 years failing to defeat permanently, and has not, in that time, come close to running out of reasons to try. The warrior in the dormitory settles further into the half-sleep. The restoration cycle deepens. The aware hemisphere holds the room's texture, the temperature, the brother's breathing, the fortress monastery's nighttime voice, and allows it to become background, present but not requiring attention, the environment establishing itself as continuing and safe, and demanding nothing from the warrior in this moment, except his continued presence within it. The thoughts about the names slow, the thoughts about the engagement slow. The mind moves into the between state more completely, tilting toward the restorative, without tipping into the surrender that the catalepsian node does not permit, resting in the specific way that the transformation made permanent and the years of service have made as natural as the breathing that the multi-lung manages without requiring the warrior's attention to manage it. The fortress monastery holds the night. The gene seed sleeps in its vault. The walls hold the names. The next generation of aspirants, on worlds they do not know are being watched, continues to develop the quality that the chapter has not yet come to collect. The chain continues. It was made to continue. Whatever the cost of its continuation, and the cost has been described in this account, clearly and without the comfort of euphemism, because the cost deserves the clarity that honest description provides. The continuation is what the project was for. The Emperor decided, in the 30th millennium, that humanity's survival was worth the cost of making the instrument required to secure it. The instrument has been functioning since that decision. The cost has been paid, continuously, across every year of the 10,000 that have followed, in the currency of the children who were taken and transformed and sent to stand in whatever fire the galaxy provided. They stand there still. The fire is the same fire, in a different century, on a different world. They are standing in it. They will continue to stand in it. That is what we made of our children.